All right, welcome everybody to another episode of the Myth Podcast. This is GKG. I'm joined here with Asmo and Limp. What's going on, guys?
How you doing?
Surviving the storms.
Asmo, this episode was kind of your idea, and Limp was just asking you about it. So can you fill us in on what match we're covering today and why you wanted to cover it?
Yeah, so we're taking a match from the Mithril Cup 2008, the bottom bracket finals. I wasn't around 2008, so I was less informed about all the other side matches other than the finals. Finals usually everyone watches, and so I was looking through some of the stuff that I hadn't watched, and I came across this match which was Armageddon versus like a Tcox MP team, basically the team that just won back-to-back Mithril Cups leading up to this. And I saw that they went in a 6-game series, one of the best of five. So looked over them, and it's a close series, and apparently it's an important series that I'll touch on some after we watch the film, so we don't just get sidetracked.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it either.
Yeah.
Is it exactly the same NPT Cox team? Because this is the year of Armageddon. Armageddon had Chickenwire. So is it the same minus Chickenwire or what?
I mean, I don't know the full roster. I only know what I can see through the game. I don't know if the 2008 website's around, but I mean, I'm looking at the rosters at least game one I got. So they got Rabican captain, right? That's strong. They got Stormrider, who was the captain for this team the previous year while Rabican was playing. So it looks like they switched it up at least for this match. They got Zell, who was on that team, Grim, Arzenic, Tirri. So it's pretty much everyone. They got Qwerty in game one. I think they rotate them. Like Cave plays most of it. Looks like Godcops some. So it's not the exact same, but it's like the same core, I guess, minus Chickenwire and Paris. But I don't know. They're still stacked.
I think it's interesting to note that Chickenwire, and Migraine would have normally been on the other team in
Yeah,
most years.
yeah. I think it's they're missing Zur and Chickenwire, and you're right, Migraine as well. But like Chickenwire and Zur, pretty key players for the 2007 NPT Cox roster. So I would say like yeah, it's an NPT Cox roster, but it's for sure weaker, right, than the year prior. I think, right?
Yeah, just slightly though. I mean, you got like those last couple rolls. You could argue that are worse than the year before. The six, or is it seven players playing? Three, four, five. Yeah, seven. So you could argue that the spot six
I
and
want to
seven
say
are a little bit
in oh
weaker.
in '07 they would have also had I think they had Paris playing for them that year as well. A couple other players too.
Yeah, they had everyone, man. They had
Yeah,
there's so
'07
many
was pretty
players on that
stacked.
Oh
roster.
seven NPT Cox, one of the most stacked rosters of all time. That was crazy. Yeah, the roster they had.
Without a doubt.
All right. Was there? You mentioned Asmo. You wanted to like talk about why you felt this match was like super pivotal in Myth and MWC history. Was there anything else you wanted to add to that, or?
No, really, I actually didn't even recognize like how significant it was until like just thinking about knowing that we were going to do the podcast about an hour ago. I just originally brought it up because it looked like a good series and close games that it's not just like a blowout, but yeah, they're in hindsight it is significant, but we'll get to that.
Okay.
And I mean, also the second team we haven't talked about is like Armageddon. We talked about them in the finals earlier on the pause, but like it is one of the most rabble squads ever, right? In Mithril
Definitely.
Cup history, when you
For
think of
sure.
rabble
Yeah.
squad, you think of like Team Angry Face. You think of this team. I think are like the first two that come to mind.
It seemed
Yeah.
like to some
Yeah,
degree
yeah, I
it seems
guess.
like there's like an element of like a lot of the players on this team like embracing the fact that they were sort of like anti-heroes, you know what I mean? Like or just sort of like
For sure.
very
Like,
unreliable, maybe not even unreliable, just like very like large personalities on their team. You have like Enigman, Nemesis, Liger, Kirk, Migraine, Magne.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there's a lot of players on this team, Paris that are
There's
like really like
definitely.
outspoken players, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Some
But
prickly personalities or whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
yeah, but in combination with that, you also have some of them being like excellent players at the
Oh
same
yeah.
time.
Yeah. Yeah. For
But it's
sure.
like I think it's like one of the few instances because we've seen this sort of team pop up over the years in Myth World Cup. where you have like these rabble teams of sort of like more BC quote unquote oriented players that get together and like they kind of like sniff like maybe like top 6, top 4 by the end of the tournament. Like they don't really get further than that, but this is like a rare example where they were able to like really uh, dominate the tournament. You know, I think they did fall into the bottom bracket, but you know we all know what ended up happening with this tournament. But yeah, curious team to say the least.
I want to make a point though about this like moniker rabble team, because all new teams the first year they form are rabble teams. If they don't look like anything else you've seen before, because it's a totally new mix of players, and they're not really comparable to previous teams, they all start as a rabble team, right? But
Sure.
If they win and then they return the next year, then they go from rabble team to dynasty, essentially, right? That's how they all start, though. But what's interesting, because you mentioned Team Angry Face and Armageddon, what's kind of different is normally a rabble team doesn't return the next year, and that's true in both cases for Angry Face and Armageddon this year, but in 2008. But what's different is that usually they don't come back the next year because they lost. You know what I mean? And what's very unique about Armageddon is that they won. They actually won, but they didn't. I don't know why they didn't come back again in 2009. They must have been missing some key players. I don't know. I wish we could talk and ask somebody about that, actually, because that's unusual for a team to win and not come back the next year. I think it's a little unusual. I don't know. What other examples are there of it?
I'd have to think on it for a second, but I mean, Angry Face, as you said, they didn't win, but um, I don't know. Usually those rabble teams don't get to that place usually.
Yeah, exactly. So Armageddon is kind of this like they're kind of this weird one-off. As far as I can remember, anyway, off the top of my head right now, is that they won as a rabble team, a new team won, and then also didn't come back. So it's just kind of
For sure.
unique.
Me and Asmo were kind of like just discussing like how tournament winners won the tournament or lost and so forth, and like all the different like variations that can be, and like they're pretty unique in doing it from the bottom bracket like that. It's pretty unique.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I don't think we have it written down anywhere unless if you have it. But we made stats on like how finalists ended up winning it all. Like what was their path essentially.
Oh, you're saying like how often a bottom bracket finalist won the grand finals? Is that what you're saying?
That,
Yeah, or
that,
like
that was one of the things. Go ahead, Limp.
or how often like a sudden death is forced, and like which team wins it once the sudden death is forced. You know, just
Yeah.
what are the circumstances for the outcomes? I think there's like 4 different ones it could be or something like that. But they were like definitely the most unique winners. It looked like when looking at like all of the winners, it seemed like they're uh, just a unique team altogether. Like one of the strangest ones to get to the place they did, and yeah, even looking at it on paper now, I'm kind of like that's surprising, but I do get it because you do have some like top players all time on the team at the same time, so that's sometimes all you need.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. This team, these two teams, if you look at what some of these players did in 2009, like Chickenwire and Zur effectively left Armageddon to go back to the Tcox roster in 2009. Chickenwire did a lot of the capping for that team. And yeah, it was kind of like what we're seeing with this Tcox roster now. I think they were missing Rab, but they did have Chickenwire and Zur. So that's what they did in 2009. I don't know. Yeah, it's just weird.
I wonder, do you know if Migraine was actually like the team like builder, or was he just captain in games? Like who put this team together? Do you know?
No, I thought maybe Zur or Nem said that Chickenwire had a heavy hand in a lot of that stuff, but I could be wrong. I don't remember.
I think you're right. That seems right from my memory.
Yeah, I just noticed that Migraine's capping these. That is a little different actually, because and then you have Magne capping the last game. That's a little different to me because I remember I don't think Chickenwire captained all the games, but I thought he captained like half the games in the finals. We covered the finals earlier. I don't remember. I
Yeah.
can actually look at it real quick, but
And I don't know the circumstances of that. I know Migraine was not at the finals, so I don't know if that deviated from their their normal setup or whether it was always planned for Chickenwire to captain the finals, regardless if Migraine was there or not. So I'm not sure.
no,
You
no,
have to
no.
talk to
It's
one of them.
I'm looking at it right now. Migraine, Paris, Chickenwire, Paris, Chickenwire, Chickenwire. Okay, yeah, Chickenwire. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Migraine
Oh
was
wow,
there though. He captained the
that's
first
crazy.
game. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean Migraine to me seems like the captain that would make the most sense for this team. So it's interesting that he was there and they made that choice.
I don't know if I agree with that. Are you saying that because you think that Chickenwire should be more focused on playing and not capping? Is that why?
Sort of. I feel like Migraine's like clearly one of the more role guys. Actually, I don't know. I mean, like Liger and Enigman aren't the greatest.
I mean, it's true that that
Uh,
was more the conventional line of thinking back then, but I mean, we had this conversation I think too recently, Asmo. Like, I'm really starting to lean in this direction. I used to believe that, that maybe the person that's the quote unquote best captain might not want to captain and let somebody else fill that chair so they can focus on playing. And sometimes, you know, there's this idea that maybe that's sometimes better. But I don't know. I really feel like whenever that comes up in kind of conversation or you're thinking about that decision, I feel like the person in question just needs to give themselves bigger roles and just deal with it. And they just need to be smart about what roles they take. Like, what I've found is, captains do best with like a roaming melee type force because with melee, when you're doing melee, it's all about positioning and awareness, which is what the captain needs anyway. um, and the melee doesn't do like the if you were to chart on a time spectrum how often the melee is actively engaged in fighting compared to an arty squad, the arty squad is going to be much more active over a longer period of time, typically, right? A lot more micro. You're doing this big arty fight. Arty battles can be very prolonged events. But a melee fight, it's kind of like you're either all out or all in. It's like very like it's all about positioning for a long time until you decide to like commit, and then it's like one big fast fight and then it's done. And that's really good for captains to control. And I think captains in general should just find a way to give themselves a big squad and do that role. It's not that difficult, I don't think.
Yeah, that's personally that's what I like and what I try to do and have mostly always tried to do, or at least like I do like being middle a lot of the time if I'm not going to have melee back in the day, just so I could easily look at both flanks without having to
Yeah.
go span the whole map. But
Yep.
yeah,
Yeah.
I personally captaining that has always suited me. So I agree with that. I
But
think that makes the most sense because you are making that sort of like macro decision. If you're constantly kind of wandering around and looking for the fight and then calling it, that this makes the most sense.
But we are talking about 2008, where I mean, these types of conversations really, I don't think were being had very much back then. I mean, it was certainly much more conventional, I think, to say what Asmo was describing. I mean, Asmo, do you disagree with what I'm saying, or like,
I don't disagree. I'm just talking about looking back at their roster
yeah,
and
okay,
probably the way they were
what they were
approaching it.
thinking? Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, 2008. People weren't really thinking about this too much. Like think of like NC for example. That's like the prototypical example. You have Ska, who's kind of like one of the weaker players, and not the true quote unquote captain of the team, but he often sat in the captain chair because he was like fairly decent, like redistributing units and just kind of like watching backfields and things like that. I mean, feel free to add or edit that as you will, Limp, since you spent a lot of time on NC. But
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes he's just not given enough credit. Ska is actually really great at certain things, especially like artillery units. Always really strong with those. Um, but yeah, he did a lot. I mean, he's a quiet personality, so you know you're right in some sense that he was kind of like a backseat captain in some regard, but he was always aware of everything, watching everything, redistributing units, telling people what to do if something was going on. But I'd say more the strategy was more of like, not necessarily his, but he would
That's
carry
what I
it out.
mean. Yeah. Usually when I think of like the captain, I'm usually thinking about the person who is responsible for the strategies, because they're gonna have to take a more active role in shot calling since they did the strategy. They should know more about it, right? Yeah, I mean, Scott definitely was. I can see why he was put in that position. Like, I'm not saying he did a bad job at it by any means. Like, if you were gonna do that, if you were gonna do it that way, that's how you should do it. Like, because the fundamental thing that the captain has is that they can take people's units and redistribute them without asking, right? And so that's the superpower of the person who actually has the captain seat. And to that extent, Ska, made good use of it. And that's, if you were going to do it that way, your thinking should be revolving around that. But usually what ends up happening in my more recent thinking is that you just need to get the rest of your team better at redistributing units amongst themselves, right? Like that's always going to trump one person being like the bottleneck and being, trying to be everywhere at once. It can't be. What's better than one person redistributing the units is where everybody's redistributing the units. That's the best thing, right? But that didn't actually become a bigger thing until we had voice chat, right? Now with voice, like, think of how many times you heard team comms prior to voice chat in text asking about redistributing units. Like, I don't think it was much of a thing back then. You know what I mean? I mean, feel free to disagree, but I remember, like, now in the more recent advent of the voice chat, quote unquote voice chat era, which was like starting around 2017, 2018, right? It's becoming a bigger thing where, like, people would ask, like, hey, I'm going to give you these units, or do you want these units, because now you just have more comms flowing through the voice easier, right? Rather than having to take your hands off the mouse to type some shit in the chat, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, I play like some Rabble games on a voice, and I try to type stuff, and holy crap, I recognize it more now. Like, man, comms are amazing for just having cleaner play. And just to touch on like the redistribution, like how a team should be doing it, not just one captain. Ideally, I mean, Arzenic's are really good with this. He did it this past Mithril Cup, but like, here's an example. If anyone listening, if you want to learn, so you're playing like flag rally or capture the flag. The other team dives in your backfield with say some dark or light melee, and you have a similar force next to them. Let's say they dive with like 5 units, and you have a melee force of 9. There's no reason to shadow that with 9 because then your team's at a
Yeah.
disadvantage somewhere. So you shadow that with like say 6 of those 6
6
melee,
or 7, yeah.
+1 just to be safe that you're going to win that fight. And you don't want to just waste those other units shadowing them or just having control 2 places at once. Like, automatically, your 3 extra units you should be redistributing to the closest guy next to you who has the unit set that makes sense, would gain some type of advantage from it. Those are the types of things people should be thinking about in high level play.
That's such a great point. And that, like you said, that is very high level play, because you're getting to the point where, like, people are like redesigning their squads on the fly in real time in the middle of the game. Like, that's exactly why you need everybody to have everybody on the team to be well versed in strategy, to understand those things. Because, yeah, like, I would not trust a lot of players to be able to make that play, but players that can make that play, make that adjustment, realize where the optimization needs to happen in the redistribution, based on just what's happening in the middle of the game. That is a fairly rare skill, and yeah, players that are able to do that, you're thinking of easily 4 or 5 ball players. Like, those are the types of players that make those plays, right? So. Not just any 4-baller too. Like, that's more like like a pretty smart 4-baller, I would say.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, you guys ready to start these games?
Let's do it.
All right. Game 1 of the 2008 bottom bracket finals. Tcox against Armageddon.
3 trail maps, 3 light maps. That's a pretty good balance. You don't see that a lot in these earlier years, but this match has
That's
it.
pretty heavy tro, to be honest. Like 3 out of
for
6.
sure.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah.
Yeah. I guess it was only.
Who hosted this one?
I have no idea who
Grim,
hosted 08.
Grim, right?
Probably
I
Grim.
feel
Yeah.
sometimes that would influence. I feel like what the maps end up being if they were darker, or light, heavy.
It must have been Grim. I'd be shocked if it wasn't Grim. I mean, he's in this game. He was active at the time. He pretty much was TO around this time. So yeah.
He has Mithril Cup 08 in his.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the TO. Yeah.
I guess it was 3 light to 2 giant maps, but they went to game 6, I guess. So.
Yeah, true. Yeah. But again, the tiebreaker being Tro instead of Desert, it's a little different too. I mean, I don't know. It's not unheard of. Definitely Tro was used sometimes as a tiebreaker. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel, but I don't agree. I agree with you, Limp. I don't think it's the greatest tiebreaker. I definitely prefer Desert as a tiebreaker.
Especially with like how that usually breaks down, because there's usually like a couple people controlling like those giant tro and packs, and like they decide the whole game while everyone else just watches.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Cool. It's very much like it almost kind of like, could you imagine if like the tiebreaker was like Clash Elmoth or something like that? Like it's like not as extreme as that, but it's a little more coin tossy in that direction.
We're not too far removed from it, though.
Yeah. Oh shit! I forgot to skim through this PT. My bad. All right, let's look at these trades. So max locks for NP, heavy archers, pretty light warriors. Wow. Is that
very
max
light
goals? I'm not sure if that's max goals, possibly. But this is very arty heavy, and they got 2 dwarfs. Okay, and then a little lighter on the goals. Only 1 dwarf. What do they got? Oh, they got Thrall. Okay, so pretty similar trades. Just Migraine or Armageddon's team opted for Thrall.
Game on.
Whoops, I'm at 13:59. Any other comments before we start this one?
Yeah, the trades are a toss-up. I like Armageddon just a little bit more, but it's gonna have no significance on the outcome.
Yeah, for CTF, I do think a little bit of Thrall. I like a little bit more, but like you said, Asmo, I totally agree. Yep.
I just don't see the value of the dwarfs very much looking at what I'm looking at.
I agree. I think I could justify 1 just because maybe as a flag D dwarf, or at least because if you got a dwarf on the high ground there is some value to that.
Yeah, I'd say 1 for home defense is like about as much as it gets.
Yeah, I might put it like middle actually, and then like just be ready to retreat back to home or something like that.
Yeah.
But the reason I wouldn't put it on the home flag is because in general I don't like that. I see people do it a lot. Yeah. It's been done for most of Myth's history. Like, hey, you have 10 Thrall and a dwarf on flag D or whatever. The thing is, it's so hard to guard that dwarf. It's so hard to guard it with just a handful of Thrall. Like, it'll get picked off. You're better off just having just the Thrall and the dwarf be somewhere else or something like that, or no dwarf at all. So, okay. We see Armageddon maybe doing a heavy jugger in the west according to the line that they got, but we'll see. I don't. There's no favoring here. Actually, I'm gonna look at the squads a little bit here.
Yeah, that's what I was noticing. The squads. I mean, they're both like a lot of traditional split squads, but I do like one thing more about MP is they have 3 guys, or maybe even just 2. They just have 2 archer guys, and then Armageddon has like 5. So I give advantage to actually. I think MP. I don't remember the results. I think the MP Tcox team will win based on the splits. To be honest, 5 guys on archers is a lot.
Yeah, great point. I totally agree as well.
Very strange splits too, because like there's 2 guys in Armageddon who have 3 archers. One guy has 7.
Yeah. So you got these 3 archer squads that we've always been bitching about. Like
4 is the minimum, I feel.
For me, it's actually 5, but maybe in rare cases, when the points don't work out for 5 or something, maybe you do 4. But the reason I say 5 instead of 4 is I always like to assume, like, give a little bit of a cushion. You're probably going to drop 1 archer at some point, and you still want to be combat effective. Because as soon as the squad drops a 3, I feel like the combat effectiveness of that squad really goes downhill.
Totally drops, yeah. 5 is ideal. but 4 is the minimum, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
3 is just like, what are you doing? This is
Yeah, yeah, but that was kind of like somewhat common back then. I mean, we've seen it many times. I don't see too many 3 archer. Actually, no, I take it back. There's two of them. Yeah, there's 2 guys with 3 archers, Enigman and Liger.
yeah.
I wanted to mention too, just to follow up on Asmo's point. In general, you don't want to chop up your squads in like having having the one unit type split out many different ways and have the squads have many unit types. Like that, in general, you want to avoid that. What you want to have is nice, clean squads of kind of try to find a way to make the squads, you when you look at each specific unit type in the entire army, you want to try to split it up in as few ways as possible, right? Just think of like simplicity. You want to keep it simple. And as far as like what each individual squad per person looks like, again, as few different unit types as possible. Like this makes things simpler. It's a lot easier to control. It leads to better outcomes in general statistically. It makes it easier for your players to control these things. So yeah, when you look at these squad distributions, NP is a lot cleaner. The only thing I might prefer is actually, and I think this is how it would be done more today, more commonly, is those Hurons, I would actually try to only split 2 ways instead of, actually they split it. They still split the Hurons actually quite a bit. Never mind. They did. So I thought it was only 3 ways, but no, it's like 4 or 5. So the Hurons are a little too chopped up, in my opinion. They kind of both chopped them up. But the archers, like you said, the archers are a lot cleaner, at least for NP. Slight advantage, because it's really just the archers. The Hurons are still chopped up. So, I don't know.
Especially on this map when so much of the micro needs to be focused on pus and warlocks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, like, you need to have dedicated melee. Like that's what people don't understand. You need dedicated melee squads just to micro pus. Like when I give... Again, like I don't like to and that's what I would have that's why I would have 2 Huron guys on this. Is like that's your dedicated meleeer guys, and they roam and they handle the pus micro, right? And I usually only like to give a melee squad like that 2 or 3 pus, 3 at most. 4 is usually too many. Like you're doing something wrong probably with 4, and then you hand the extra pus off to other guys, and you just tell the other guys, like, hey, just hold on to that pus, because the meleeers, they're going to need more pus after they spend their first couple, right? Then you start handing them more pus. And in this way, you can effectively get a lot more of your pus, having full dedicated micro on it. The pus will be a lot more effective over the course of the game, right?
Right now, I'm looking at Armageddon, and I'm seeing like multiple people with like at least 4 unit types at the same time. And it's like if you're trying to micro 4 archers, a lock, a pus behind them, the melee moving around, and then you have like 6-year players doing that, you're just not optimized at all.
The other thing is you're mixing warriors with Hurons. Terrible idea. Never mix warriors with Hurons. Absolutely horrible. Because the Hurons are pus immune and a lot faster and have heals, right? Like they're just so different. You can't micro each unit type very effectively because they're so different. So how am I going to put the Hurons and the warriors in the same preset when I'm trying to control them? Like the warriors can be pussed, but like the Hurons can't. So I can't use it. I can't use the Hurons effectively, knowing that they can't be pussed. And I can't also use them effectively in terms of their movement speed because I have to slow them down for the warriors. So yeah, it's always just a bad idea to do that. All right, you guys ready to start this?
But yeah, looking at it going into it, just the squad advantage to NP is definitely there. I'd probably look at them winning this one just based on that from the get-go. But we'll see how it plays out.
I'd give a slight advantage to NP. I'm going to give it like 60-40 odds in favor of NP. Yeah. I don't think it's overwhelming or anything. Just a bit of a nod to them. Yeah.
This map is like hard to win convincingly usually too.
Also, in general, I would say light maps. Given these 2 rosters, I'm going to say light maps favor NP more. Armageddon, I don't know. They're to me, they're like, man, just dark players, like from top to bottom. Like I'm thinking like very dark centric players, Tro centric players. Full advantage to them on Tro maps for sure. So on that point, actually, I might give a bit more of an advantage to NP on this because I'm expecting them to win more of the light maps and Armageddon to win more of the Tro maps. So but we'll see. All right, let's kick it off.
Sounds good.
I'm at 13:59. I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1, go.
I would say something about the MP split that's a little bit interesting is when I think of Tcox's like core best players, I think of K's, Arzenic, Zur, and Grim is like the core four. And Grim is like playing the smallest role in this game, while you have Stormrider on his team having the highest percentage of units. That's a little weird to me.
I saw this commonly. I mean, I still somewhat see it commonly today, honestly. But I saw it maybe even more commonly in older games, where like, yeah, there's just a really fundamental misevaluation of the priorities of roles and the skills of players involved and who should take what. I totally agree with that. Also, I noticed earlier, Cave is not going to be in these first 3 games. I don't know if that's just because he showed up late, but to like, I really hope it's not the case that they sat him, because like Cave would be like probably their second. I mean, do you put Cave above ours? Potentially.
At this time, it's really close. Those guys were always really.
I would agree. Very close. So it's like Tirri, ours, and Cave are like top 3 for sure for NPC
I'd say it
guys.
was like Cave was definitely like a better aggressive player than Arzenic, and ours was definitely a more like passive player.
Yeah,
but
I would agree with that.
I also think like Cave actually liked trowing and stuff. I don't think ours ever really liked it, but like was made to do it.
Yep, totally agree with that. I might give the slight nod to Cave at this time, to be honest. Cave was, man, one of the most underrated players probably of all time.
Totally.
Yeah.
So NP just takes mid for free, looks like.
Yep.
Each team takes one of the flanks as is designed.
Dude, these archer lines are making my eyes bleed middle, man. Look, they're so clumped up, dude. And they're so big. You never want to do more than 6 archers in the hands of one player. You got Stormrider with 8, and they're just so clumped up. Oh my god. I would have at least double that spacing. No, triple even, probably. The spacing that they're using right now.
I'm just looking at chat. Everyone's telling Liger to shut up for some reason.
Well, that's typical. I mean, it makes sense, right? We all knowing Liger does not surprise me at all.
Aggressive move in the east right now.
Yeah, we got these 3 archer squad, or at least one of them. Enigman in the west. Oh, in the
Liger's
east.
hard pushing.
Watching this now, I definitely have watched these before for sure.
So Grim is trying to control a bit of a he's got like a Huron behind Liger. I don't know what he's expecting to do with that. Yeah, Grim and Liger both have. Grim's got the smaller squad. I'm surprised Liger backed out of that. Okay.
He might be distracted by the hair, to be honest.
Yeah. Too worried about that Huron,
pretty much camping
they
everywhere else.
They don't have East scouted, they being Armageddon, so they don't know what's going on, so they're all kind of like afraid of what's happening. So Liger is just kind of running around in circles right now. That's what it looks like.
And look how clumped his archers are, dude. Oh
Beautiful.
my god.
I love it. Mid is just a typical standoff. West's looking pretty similar as well.
You got, let's see, Tirri and Kirk matched up in the West. That's an interesting matchup. I want to see more of those matchups throughout the match.
I feel like East is like the place to make a play right now.
Yeah. Or MP Tcox. I think ours and Tirri could push Kirk, I feel, together. Because Enigman, it's going to be hard for him to affect that fight from the other side of the river.
True.
He's going to have to... Yeah. But ours
is to shift over more.
Yeah, ours is not. Well, we were just talking about this.
Look at his units set, exactly.
Yeah.
He's got a locked door for archers. He probably just can't handle, to do an archer push and control the other stuff.
Ours has a lock too, does he?
Yeah, he has a. Oh no, that's Qwerty. Never mind. I saw another green. Yeah, I'm wrong. Yeah, ours definitely should be pushing that. I thought he had the lock as well.
They have 2 white sunk south, and I think he might be a little bit afraid of that.
See.
Very easy to sink whites here.
Yeah, I mean, Tirri needs to just push through that choke. If he just can get to some wider ground and then have ours come in, with him. Like they need to just do a 2v1 on Kirk. That's what I really see that should be
Kirk
done right
just
now.
used one of his big plus, so he's
Tirri
down
just-
a plus now too.
Yeah.
Fury really just needs to make a move. Like he has the Heron advantage, and
I agree. And then ours needs to just support him. I think ours is too worried about not letting Enigman cross. Like he feels like he needs to hold Enigman, but like it's CTF. You got Qwerty there. Like I would just push, and your mid can fall back if needed if it leaks through, or you can. I almost would let Enigman leak through and then set up a surround and pinch on him. You know what I mean? Like he's gonna be isolated.
Yeah. So Rab and Grim are pushing in the east. Liger is totally retreated. So now NP just has really great map control. They have all of both mid peninsulas and the mid island. Armageddon is retreated heavily, and they're up % and they've retreated. Just very strange right now.
Tirri's almost through that choke. He's starting to get to some wider ground, but again, R's not helping him. So we're having like a little 1v1 here with between Tirri and Kirk. Oh, Tirri just wastes a pus. Maybe he thought Kirk's other goal had a pus, but it doesn't. So.
Gotcha. Yeah, I agree with you. Ours should push that, and it wouldn't even matter if Enigma like leaked in their backfield. It'd almost be good for them to set up a pinch on him. Like
it would be totally good because it would just set up a pinch and surround on him. The other thing I like to do is even if you can't shift your whole army, ours has a couple pus goals. He could help at least micro and harass to still set up a 2v1 there. Like that's still good harass to do there. So it's not like he's doing anything.
Tirri has pushed Kirk back.
Full turtling right now for Armageddon.
Kirk decides to give up the ground. Oh, good pus on Chickenwire in the east. His lock got pus. That lock's gonna go down almost.
Follow up on it.
Chickenwire doesn't save it? Really?
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, no.
The second shot got through. He did almost save it with the dwarf, but that's a really good double there by Grim. Grim, really good assist. Really great assist.
Look at Liger. Liger's pushing all clipped up at the lock. He takes a shot.
Oh my god. His formation looks awful. I don't know.
Looks like he's just band selected his whole grouping. He's just clicking around.
Yeah, he's looking really bad right now. Like I don't know. I don't remember Liger being that bad. We'll see.
I hope I see better from Liger the next game.
Yeah, me too. This is looking really bad. Yeah, I agree.
All right, well, Armageddon's finally trying their push. It's in the east to try to not just camp the whole game.
You got three Armageddon players against 2 NP players in the east.
But they're out of sync a little bit. Chickenwire's backing out. When
actually, there's a third. Rabican's. There's a 3v3. Rabican's getting in position to help.
Graham's. Oh dang! A tree blocked the shot.
Zell's gonna be able to hold that. I think. I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, I think so too.
Ooh, actually no. His Hurons are red. I just noticed. No, he's not okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh, nice pus by Chickenwire. One shot's a lock. Gets Grim's lock. Real nice. Actually, Zell's gonna get picked off here. I think. I'm actually really surprised. I'm surprised Xur doesn't just go for the Hurons. He actually should have just went for the Hurons. Because those Hurons were red.
Should just kill the melee.
Yeah, he should have just killed that melee. Xur kind of blundering that a little bit, I think. Oh
yeah, they stole a hill.
Kirk's just lost 2 archers to a lock shot by Tirri. He's also going to lose that lock, I think. Oh no, he doesn't lose the lock.
Just get a shot off.
Oh!
Oh no!
Oh, nice! Oh, he gets countered. Nice. Both locks are red. Okay, he's lost all his archers at this point. Oh, he's going to get a lock shot.
Ouch.
Oh, Enigman wastes that pus.
Wow.
That's a wasted pus.
Tirri and whoever was with them crumbled there. I guess it was just Tirri. Holy crap.
That's a good hold by Kirk.
You just need to control
5 minutes remaining.
20% swing all of a sudden.
Oh, wow. Armageddon's up big. Yeah. I also love Armageddon's defense. Migraine, like they're falling back perfectly to hold off Tirri's push. Very good coordination there.
Ooh, look at Arzenic's about to get whited.
Oh, no.
Oh, I missed the land white. I remember this. Yeah, he got that's like one of the worst land whites in myth history right there. Yeah, in MWC history, I should say. I got triple land whited, so that's the worst in myth history, I guess.
I don't
Well-
know. It depends the stakes. Yours is pretty legendary too, because I was literally thinking that at the top of my head, and if that was you, and it totally was. So
Yeah, in myth history, that's probably the worst one. I
Yeah.
take the credit for that, but it
That was-
was no stakes. I'm talking about MWC history. That was probably the worst one. Yeah. How many archers was that? Like 5 or 6 that he got whited there, maybe?
yeah, that was like a full like 12%.
Yeah, yeah.
It was,
Well, it looks like
So
all
I'm not
three of us called this wrong, because it looks like Armageddon's gonna win this.
it seems like they were almost kind of baited into it because they kind of they walked them across the water on purpose to get the whites in, and yeah, they wanted the aggression. I don't know.
I really
It
like.
worked well for them.
Yeah, I agree. I really think Armageddon playing really smart. They're coordinating really well. Okay, Liger loses his lock to 2 pus.
Look at the lane wide in the middle right now. They might wipe themselves.
Where is it?
Please,
Oh, yeah.
He was
Oh, no,
right
that
next to Nemesis for
Yeah,
a
I
little
saw
bit.
that. I
but
saw that.
Cinema.
Flag contested.
That'd been hilarious.
Rabican's lone lock is the only thing kind of keeping NP alive right now. Actually, they're gonna lose their flag right now. Oh shit! Yeah, they're gonna lose their flag because they're just. Oh no, the goals. No, they can't hold the goal. I think.
They're
Oh.
gonna have to dance.
Oh, they have to use pus goals to defend the flag. Oh my god, they're just getting wrecked with all their pus.
Zero had
And
a
at
big
this point, these are just pointless pus too. With the
Oh,
percents
it's
being
over.
lower.
It's over.
Yeah, Zer did really well. He's the one who sort of started that whole push in the East.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got some really big vets on his Hurons. He's got a 9-kill Huron. Damn.
I guess Kirk did good too. It looked like
Kirk, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, he got rolled over, but man,
No.
he turned that around.
You know, something I did notice, it seemed like Armageddon were actually, even though there was a lot of shit talk to one another, there was a lot of talk about what was actually happening in the game, and not so much with NP, or Tcox. Not as much.
Look at Kirk's numbers here. Holy shit. I mean,
Yeah,
we
he
must have
mopped
just caught him when it looked like he took a bad shot, but yeah, he recovered beautifully. And we
He
thought,
must have the white. He must have the
oh,
white. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
you're right. Yeah. We have to also remember these damage numbers are a lot higher than what we're used to today. Totally different
Yep.
damage numbers. But we were talking a bunch of shit about Liger, and then he gets the second biggest damage in the game. Okay, I guess Liger, proved us wrong there. I don't know exactly what he did, but he was in that East. He must have got some good damage off.
I think he was just behind Zer and just clicked on whatever Zer did.
Yeah, that's true. Zer kind of led the push, and I think Liger was right behind it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you can see it in the kills there too. Zer's 12-2.
Ooh,
So he-
ours, buddy, old pal. Ouch.
We can rewrite myth history right now in case you're watching. Liger's the great 5-baller, has been around a while. Arzenic, pretty unaware player. Slow player.
Shit. That's a rough game there for ours. I did avoid capturing it on the recording for you, ours. I only got the aftermath, so
You know, I'm glad we started out this game. I called him passive, which is still true. I'm glad I didn't say smart or aware. Sorry, bud.
all right. We dunked on ours enough. Okay, all right.
He knows we're all joking. and
Yeah.
We all admire him.
All in
so
good fun.
fine.
It's just funny because it's like, yeah, he's definitely.
It's not
It's
the guy who
so the
never
opposite
happened.
of him, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Okay. Nem with 0 losses too. Some nice ratios. All right, so I got to say, like, based on this first game, I don't know, just so far, Armageddon looks like the better team to me. Honestly, like the way they're moving around the map, coordinating, setting, reinforcing, coordinating. I mean, shit, the sunk whites and shit. I don't know. They just seem like the smarter
Honestly,
team to me.
Not even just that. At this point in time, in where Myth is at, in 2008, I'm pretty certain that most of Tcox's roster is like dreadfully inactive. Like
Yeah.
2008, thinking about all those players, I think maybe the only ones who are like regular playing the game are like probably Arzenic and Grim, maybe. Like the rest of those guys, Stormrider, Tirri, Rab, Zell, those guys are probably not signing on much other than the matches themselves.
The Armageddon roster definitely was more active.
were
In
active.
fact, this was like the height of activity for a lot of the players on their roster.
Exactly. which does usually determine a lot.
Liger, I remember Liger was on a ton. I mean, yeah, I mean, this is when Liger kind of blew up. Like, I didn't even know who he was prior to probably like 07 or so, right? Like,
Yeah, this is kind of like the first real
put him on the
team.
map, yeah.
Yeah, this has been like the first though like real team for a couple of these players, like where they're being like taken seriously. You know, this is probably Kirk's real first serious team, honestly.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, 08. It's a little early for Kirk's kind of reign, so to speak. Yeah.
Yeah, Liger's probably his first serious team. Nemesis had been on a bunch of like fringe contenders, and then finally he's making this deep run. Enigman, same for him. So I think a bunch of these guys were pretty motivated to prove themselves this year.
Most
people are when they win.
Yeah, I really want to see. I'm really curious to see more from Kirk this match because, in my opinion, he's the best player in this match right now. But probably nobody would have recognized that back then. Most people would have said Tirri probably, but I really Kirk putting up big numbers. I liked his play in the West. Yeah, it could have been a little bit better. There's a little bit of mistakes here and there, but he's got some big numbers, and he had you think about this. He had the hardest job probably for any of the players on Armageddon's team. Like, that was the side that NP clearly needed to push, and he had to hold, right? They were at disadvantage on that side. He held it, so he did his job. So
yeah, he drew him into that white perfectly.
Oh, that too. Yeah, for sure.
You know?
Team eliminated.
All right, let's go to the next one.
Game over.
See the best player before or after Godcops joins? That's the question.
Godcops. I forgot he's going to show up here soon. In one of
You
these
know,
games.
Godcops was a character.
There he is. He's in the next game.
Yeah, at first I kind of despised him, but then once I figured out it was all a shtick, I thought it was pretty funny. I'll admit.
What? Oh, in 08 they were playing the same map twice? I don't remember that. Really? In 08?
Yeah, there's a lot of traditions.
Damn, I thought that stopped in like 05 or something. Damn.
Grim was a sucker for tradition.
Yes,
For sure.
That's true. That is true. Damn, I did not know that the repeated games was all the way into 08. That is, wow. Yeah, this is like a very antiquated practice.
Unusual that God is on that team too. I would have figured he was on the other team.
On Armageddon?
Yeah, totally.
Oh, well, I don't know. I can see. I see what you're saying. I think he could definitely be on both teams. But he was traditionally a Tcox, like, kind of in tournament play anyway. He was on some Tcox teams, right? So
that's true. But yeah, so we have Paris joining us on the other team. Who do you replace? Liger, poor guy. And then we have God replacing Qwerty. Yeah.
I would say Qwerty's probably the weakest MP Tcox player. So I would put probably Godcops above Qwerty even. Yeah.
I don't know. I'd probably take Qwerty above God. Qwerty was around for a long time. They were always decent.
The thing is, God, you might be true in terms of like all around like well-roundedness, but like I would just give God dwarf squads all day, every day. He's half decent with a dwarf. You know what I mean?
That's
like
true.
He has the dwarf club, for God's sakes. The dwarf club. Come on.
Yeah. And you're right. I said dwarf glove. It is totally dwarf glove. You're right.
And he is on a dwarf this game.
That's beautiful. Yep.
So let's want to dig into these trades a little bit.
Yeah. It looks like the same.
NP went way less warriors and a ton of gold.
That's right. You're right. Yep. You're absolutely right.
That's a good change.
And then...
Yeah, I value goals over warriors for sure.
Looks like Armageddon's just straight up running it back.
Yep. I mean, they won, so why not? Yeah, I don't see any difference in the Armageddon stuff. Looks like they're doing literally the same.
So I guess MP they have 6 white, so they max plus, and then Armageddon only has 4, and we'll see if they sink any of them. So that's a big difference.
Do you think that
Armageddon 4 whites? Oh wow, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh,
and they're probably gonna sink some of them too. This was maybe before maxing pus was just standard no matter what on basically any map.
Yeah, that's true. Back then it was more. There was definitely more common instances of not maxing pus back then. Yeah.
Yeah, like for this map, because people would say like, "There's a warlock, I can just click on a goal."
And also the Hurons because they're pus immune. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I could see that argument. I definitely think Pus is less effective on this, but I definitely would still max it, I think. Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think I would.
what,
What else can
are
you
the points
get?
gonna go toward?
Yeah,
I mean, the Herons can still shut down anything with some Pus.
Yeah, the Pus is such a great combo with Herons. Like, they're just gonna, like, they become, you give a few Herons, like, 1 or 2 Pus, like, they can just, a warrior squad can't, like, literally can't touch them. You know what I mean? Like, they're just fucked. So.
Yep.
All right, you guys ready to start this?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
Whoever did the stratting for Armageddon, they clearly like had a plan though.
Yes, absolutely
You can
agree.
tell their west is intentionally supposed to be the defensive hold retreat side, with their east is the push side.
Yeah, and they're right. Like, the terrain favors that dynamic, right? And then the NP is trying to push into the more defensive terrain. That's a mistake right there, right?
That's honestly how the map is designed. So
Yep, right.
Each team gets one of these flanks, and those flanks are kind of like at a bottleneck. So it's like you kind of want to push against the side that you don't actually have. So like exactly what they're doing, what Armageddon is doing, and what NP did like the opposite of the prior game.
Limp, I forgot we have you here. Isn't this your fucking map?
Yeah, this is my first one.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, we have fucking Limp here, the map maker of this goddamn map. Yeah. So when did you make this, Limp?
Honestly, I think I came up with the design for it in like middle school, like sitting in like history class and like just drawing on like
Really?
that
Oh,
paper with
interesting.
lines. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool to
And,
hear. So like as a map maker, you like to draw out sketches of the maps and things?
Yeah, totally. I mean, well, this is the only map I've ever really like designed from scratch. I'm starting another one right now. I've just
Gotcha.
mostly edited mostly the other work that people have done that hasn't been ready for regular play, which has been like dozens of maps. So, you know, there's so many beautiful maps. Why do I need to go and make other ones when I can just make these other ones work? Has kind of been my viewpoint on it.
Well,
but
this is a classic, so well done.
Thank you. And this still remains probably like my favorite one, just because it is so unique because of like the river design, how it cuts up like the map, and how whites can actually like serve a purpose because they're easy to actually get into the water. I don't know. There was just a bunch of stuff I was thinking about when I was designing this map, but
Kirk
yeah.
loses a goal in the east to a single non-pus goal. I don't know if you guys saw that.
It looks like Armageddon's
Archery,
trying to
Archer, sorry,
Armageddon's trying to actually get across in the west this time and not just like be bottled up.
I like what MP's doing a lot better this game so far. They got a nice push in the east, although they are pushing into that. Oh no, they're pushing on the they're pushing the right side. Yeah, they're pushing into much easier terrain to push now, right? So.
I should also mention that like.
Oh my god! Look at this fucking archer squad. Stormrider, 9 archers middle. Jesus Christ.
So yeah, this map was like my idea, but Kine Ayer, a guy who played with my first order, MUI, is the guy who actually made the color map off of my design, and then Toe Cutter helped me put it together. This is before he knew like anything about map making, but just wanted to shout them both out real quick.
Gotcha. But what year was that? Like, what year did you make this map?
I don't know, probably like 2004 maybe?
Oh, okay.
2004, 5,
yeah,
something
that sounds
like that.
about right, yeah. You gotta think, look at ours in the east. He's gotta be like, he's gonna be spending all his lock mana checking the fucking waters right there.
Dude, and Tirri right now, just his squad looks pretty difficult to control.
He's got I do like double locks. I like double locks. No, I don't know if I agree with that.
Yeah, I guess you can rotate them back and forth.
I like double lock squads. I like it. And I think with
also
given the
got
number of
3+
units on this
though,
map, you're going to
and
need somebody to do double locks because there's just too many locks and
true.
archers. So
Yeah.
double locks is nice because you can finish a Huron and with 2 shots combined, and you can set up angles, right, on things.
True.
So, ooh, Stormrider making a big push. We got these 2 big archer squad. I can't believe we're seeing archer fighting like this in 2008, like with fucking Nemesis and Stormriders, big clumped archer lines.
Yeah, my memory of it is different than this, but maybe, I don't know.
Like, if you showed me this Archer fight and asked me what year was this Archer fight from, like, what year would you say? I would say, like, 2001 or something. I don't know.
Probably in there. I mean, I'm definitely surprised, not just by, like, the formations, but by, like, I don't know, just the sloppiness of it. But we are also looking at, like, a time when you really had to, like, almost, like, manicure the way that you... used your archers, because like they would constantly break their formation. That was before they like patched in the fix where they would like break the formation. Like
they broke formation, sure, but like
yeah,
it was not so bad that you would fucking clump the archers or something like to avoid that.
I'm not
like,
making an excuse for,
yeah,
for like
I know what you're talking about.
Is horrible right now. Like I'm seeing two archers that are literally like next to each other in two spots. Like this is hideous stuff.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about with the archers. I remember that too. But like people managed it. Like basically, I remember I would just always you just when you archer fought, you would just always be mindful to micro whatever archer you could see was going in the wrong direction or whatever. You would just have to like kind of micro it and reset it.
You were good enough for sure, but like. Yeah. I don't know. Looking back on it, it's like there definitely was a time when like being a great archer player like mattered.
Fight in the West right now.
And there weren't,
I'm seeing it. Zell taking out Paris in the West.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, Limp. Sorry, I don't want to ruin your point.
No, for sure. Something was happening. I was just saying that like there was a time when like archer fighting was like war packing, when it was like a soft skill, and there were definitely players who were like better at it.
When you said it's like war packing, I'm thinking like the archers are in a melee formation. That's how sometimes like that's how people like 2000. That's what it was.
Yeah. Well, what I'm looking at Nemesis doing right now isn't that different, but I just mean in the sense of their like importance. You put your best players usually on them and so forth. Like that was sort of what archers were for a time. And
yeah, there was definitely more. There was basically again. You got to remember hang on. There's a big fight going on middle.
Yeah.
Stormrider pushing into Nemesis. Chickenwire coming in to reinforce. Ooh, Nemesis lock. Ooh, I think he's gonna save it. He's good. Okay. Oh, they held. I mean, MP's doing a lot better. Obviously, this game they are up 8% right now, 6% now.
Yeah, they were just looking.
They have map control. I mean, look at what the lines of the map are.
The West is looking pretty good for MP. They are gonna.
Yeah, they're leaking. They're definitely leaking through that. Yeah, they just need to not get land whited. You got God. God is God's got a full squad. I mean, he's got not just a dwarf. He's got some archers. You got a Heron.
I don't even think they've scouted him yet.
No, I think they did.
Maybe they are like right now. Like Enigman's finally
retreating. Yeah. What is Armageddon was so good on falling back to D. I mean, they are now. Migraine's falling back to D and Enigman. That's good. But yeah, God is leaking through to their flag. So this is where a pin happens. They're gonna get pinned. Armageddon's gonna get pinned here because see, this is what happens. It creates a domino effect, right? Like the fact that God is pressuring their flag, forcing Enigman and Migraine to fall back. Now that leaves less for units and squads for the rest of Armageddon's line to hold. So they're gonna get it becomes a domino effect, right? And they're just the whole team is gonna get pinned to their flag. You can see it already happening, right? Like their middle is falling back to the flag now. Their east is gonna hold probably, but the rest of their army is gonna be pinned to the flag. And then their east needs to actually be careful not to get pinched and surrounded because the rest of their army is going to... the Armageddon's flag D right now needs to hold that choke that's guarding Xur's west flank. They can't let him get surrounded there.
I was also going to say, like, this map is also kind of like... It wants you to go and like defend the flag because it looks like it's an advantageous position because of the height and stuff. But with all of this access and these bottlenecks, it's so hard to actually defend 4 different spots like this and simultaneously.
I like that. Yeah, it's not an overpowering terrain for the flag D. Yeah.
They're trying to pitch Godcops in the West right now, but you should be able to retreat hopefully.
No, I think he's gonna die right now. That's a great puss by Chickenwire. Great puss.
Yeah.
He's gotta block his lock. Who was that?
Nice counter by Rab.
Was that Rab? Oh, that was a nice hit from behind. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Chickenwire's lock is alive for now, but it's probably about to go down because it's red.
Oh yeah, God's just suiciding.
Oh, that lock's dead. Very dead.
Yeah. What are percents looking like? Still pretty even.
Still close, yeah. Ooh, Chickenwire's Huron survived, but has no root.
We got a fight happening in the east.
Kirk for stars.
Kirk's still alive.
Block.
Kirk's staying alive for his team.
I mean, this is the battle you kind of want to see over here. You got Xur and Kirk versus Ars and Tirri.
Yeah, you're right. Yep, that is the best 2v2 you could imagine for these teams. I like what Kirk's doing. Kirk's still playing great.
It's Grim and ours, but yeah.
Oh, is it Grim and Ars? Where did Tirri?
Oh, okay, Grim and ours, yeah.
Tirri moved around. Yeah, now he's mid.
Yeah, I mean,
Kirk and Xur won that East basically. I mean, they're not done fighting, but they definitely have the big unit advantage. But again, they're getting pinned. Their whole team's getting pinned, so they're falling back.
Yeah, with the time remaining, there's no way they can win this game.
Ooh, Tiri's lock took some big archer hits. Just barely survived. Yeah, this is looking like a tie so far to me. There's only 3.5 minutes left. Looks like Rab might be having a big game. I'll have to see after the...
He's actually pretty good with warlocks.
Rab was a phenomenal player around this time, and earlier. Maybe his peak was actually even earlier than this, but
I'd say so.
I don't know what happened to him more recently, but like back then, during these films, he was actually a really good player. I mean, he was considered a 5-baller. Like it was Tirri, Rabican, Chickenwire were all considered 5-ballers for MP.
Yes.
At this time, so.
Oh, that's interesting. So mid Rab, is that Rab or is that Godcops? Let's see. Oh, it's Godcops. So apparently that is Sunken White, and they just healed it to get more buffs.
Where was this?
Near mid, where Godcops units are coming from.
Love it.
Oh, interesting. I mean, that's a smart play. Was it their own white? It was their own white, right?
Yeah, they're on white.
Yeah.
So we were talking about like redistribution earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would this be a situation where you would redistribute because Tirri still has 2 locks?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. There's not enough units on the map now, and his locks are getting. He keeps taking big.
Zell has 2%. That must be.
He just lost a lock now. Yeah, and his locks were all clumped up too. That was like not good. Yeah, for sure. Like that's the beauty of it too. Is like as there's less units on the map as the game progresses. Like that's absolutely when you want to keep redistributing. You gotta think about it. Like oh my God, Tirri just lost his second lock to Archer Fire. He lost both. He kept them alive this whole fucking game, and then loses them both at the end. That sealed the deal on the tie right there. Like maybe. Yeah.
He admits that he just said I sucked badly.
Yep. But yeah, you think about redistribution. It's an ongoing thing throughout the game, and it's like a re-optimization, right? You're continuously re-optimizing what your team has given the situation that you're in. So
this is where laying siege to the flag, the goals just like can't do anything. Buying all those goals.
Yeah. I mean, Armageddon has enough because their whole army's sitting on the flag. They can guard all 4 ramps, but. Ooh, is that Grimm's lock just went down? Yeah.
If you end up with the 4 locks on defense here,
Xur's lock
probably
go down.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, is he gonna save that?
Oh, almost saved it.
Wow.
Oh, Paris did try to flank a Huron to do something on their flag.
Yeah, the Huron.
He can contest. He can contest though.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna get long and drawn out because they're.
Oh, they're bringing in Pus through mid too. They're bringing Pus through mid. They have a chance.
It's not enough.
Contested.
Oh, Paris has a warrior. Never mind, it is enough.
Yeah,
he's got a warrior.
It is enough. If the goal gets it, it should be able to take
it.
Yeah. As long as it's a big bus, I'm not sure if
I didn't see that warrior there.
Flag contested.
No, Paris shouldn't take that. That's a bad fight. That's a bad fight. He thought Rab wasn't looking, but that's a foolish assumption. That's a foolish assumption.
It's a tie now.
Definitely a tie. He actually could have won that.
Yeah, he could have won
that.
It was 100% winnable.
Yeah, that was totally winnable. Absolutely. Well, why would you assume that Rab is not looking? Rab, of course, is looking, for God's sakes. That was just foolish. And why is he not killing the red thrall for the easy vet?
Yeah.
Get the vet first, man. Oh, wow. Paris could have won this easily, because after the pus thrown, he would have a goal in the melee, too.
Look at Zer. Worst shit I've ever
Yeah, yeah. Paris could have won this game, no doubt.
No
big blunders there.
I
Yeah.
am indescribably
Enigman. Oh my god.
Paris says they had shit coming. Yeah, they did, but there was also a lag time of like
His
12 seconds.
goal had like a 30-second breakaway on the
Yeah,
next
yeah.
closest unit. He clearly could have waited for the pus.
Yeah, and not even given that was just a totally botched melee.
Yes.
everywhere.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
Or micro or whatever you want to call that.
Yep.
Yeah. So Armageddon just absolutely botched that.
NP did better there, but you can't. I mean, it was tie. It was a tie game. I can't really say one team did better than the other. Nemesis looks like he had a big game. Rabican, yes. Remember we were saying it looked like Rabican was having a big game? Yeah, he did. Yep.
Yeah, and he probably healed all those whites too. So.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Really big guy. Probably top damage without that.
Yep. Totally agree. Kirk looks like he's still doing solid. Man, I'm telling you. I think already back then. Sorry, go ahead.
This is a situation where again stats just feel so deceiving. Like watching Nemesis just like blunder around with those archer lines that looks like lines.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
You know, he ends 11-4 with 115 damage because they went full D. You know, just
I think he
I
picked off both of Tiri's locks there at the end. So that was
he
part
probably
of it.
did. So
Yeah.
sometimes stats I just feel just don't tell like that entire story.
They for sure don't tell the whole story. Sometimes I would say like roughly in my head, this is the way I think about it. Like the damage loss numbers that I see are like roughly 50% correlated with. So it's basically like an average. Like actually no, I shouldn't. No. I think that's I'd say it's like 50% correlation. There's some positive correlation with it, but it's definitely not like 100%. Like some people just think like we've seen players literally right where like they clearly did horrible, but their stats look good. They'll be like, fuck off, I got good stats. You know what I mean? Like it's like, dude, you clearly did bad though.
I kind of favor a lot of the time actually the kill death ratio to the damage ratio just because like confirmed kill is like what matters more than anything.
I hear what you're saying. Yes, kills do matter, but it's kind of it's harder to correlate because like if you're killing, if you got
kill shot
a bunch
from
of
Red Warrior,
like a fucking Huron is one kill and a Thrall is one kill, a Tro is one kill, so in that sense it's like kind of iffy, but yeah,
sure.
Getting finishing blows though is important. That is important, especially for a unit like a Huron that has fucking roots. Very important.
Or locks or fetch or whatever. Stuff like that.
Yes,
or
RD units. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
RD
so
units.
There's always a situation where that very weak unit actually matters versus like one that's dead. So.
Yeah. I was gonna say again, Kirk looks like he's doing really solid. Like I think nobody would have recognized it back then. I think Kirk is already the best player in this game. He would have already superseded Tirri at this point in time. We'll have to see. But he's putting in a strong match. If I have to give anybody an MVP right now, it's probably Kirk. So
Tirri's definitely not at his like zenith at this point.
I mean,
I would say.
At this point, we have to say that Tirri's zenith was only like 3 years in myth history. You know what I mean? Like by 2003 already, like people are saying he's like inactive and shit. I don't know. Maybe that's a little too harsh. 2000, maybe like 05 or something. I don't know. But it wasn't that long, right? There was only a few years there. This is the Tirri that we all have to be kind of used to seeing at this point because it's been so many years of this. So he's still a good player, but again, I'm really curious to compare and contrast Kirk and Tirri here because totally. Tirri was obviously like the big name back then, especially for NP, and Kirk is like this is like his first big year on the scene, right? So it's just very interesting to compare and contrast them.
Yeah.
I forget what else I was going to say earlier before the action kind of took over. Fuck. Damn it.
I
Hope it comes back to me.
I liked what Godcops did that game. In the end, he didn't have micros units well, so he didn't have a great game. But I
Yeah.
liked his idea, to be honest, to
He
die the
he
backfield and made everything
he
start
pinned them
pull
though.
back.
Yeah, he at least pinned
Yeah.
their whole team, right? So his move
That's a
pinned
good
them.
move.
Yep. All right, let's go to the next one. Hopefully, I remember what the fuck I was gonna say earlier. Damn it.
We see
worry.
Magne in this game. It's capping.
Oh yeah. I totally forgot he was
Magne
on this team.
Oh, me too. Yeah. Me too. Was he? Did he captain BME sometimes too? Not just Bullet Tooth Tony. I don't remember.
I think it was mostly like he would captain more in like the War Dwarfs, I think.
Yes. Yeah, I do remember that. I captained the War Dwarfs for a couple of years.
Yeah.
I don't remember what years those were. I think it was more than one tourney even. I might be wrong about that. It was for sure at least one, maybe two.
I'd say like around 04.
Yeah,
03,
yeah, me
there.
too. I want to say around there too. Yeah.
I think you were on like an Azer team in 03 and 04. I don't remember what team you were on.
Yeah, that could be true. I don't remember either, but
Man, Armageddon's just talking way more. I was almost like wondering if MP was on voice, but I doubt it because they do type a little bit.
It's possible this is like around when Ventrilo people were using
Yes.
that. We tried it with NC in 07, so maybe NP were doing something like that. But knowing these guys,
I doubt it. Knowing them, yeah, I doubt it too. Knowing them, I think NC was a bit of an outlier about using voice chat during that time. They're very early compared to most back then. Yeah.
So yeah, we got Magne in this game.
Kirk on Tro. Yeah. Kirk and Tirri on Tro. This is what I want to see. I mean, I might eat my words. Like, I'm fully expecting Kirk to dominate Tirri on Tro because, in my opinion, he's a vastly superior Troer. But let's see. I mean, if Tirri beats him, like, yeah, I mean, I'll eat my words happily. So
we got Ramirez here now, subbing in for Godcops. And we got Magne in, capping this game, but I forget who we lost from last game. But pretty large roster showing up.
No Zer in this game.
Yeah.
No Zer. Interesting. Yeah, they're really they're being fair and rotating everybody because Zer would have been one of their better players for sure. Ramirez is he's definitely. I mean, Tcox is rotating just their weaker players. It sounds like so they're rotating out Ramirez, Qwerty, and God. I think the rest of the players are staying. Right? Am I wrong?
So far, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty similar trades, it looks like.
Yeah. I guess the only big difference I'm seeing is who's that MP?
Warlock.
Oh no, Armageddon has more stigs.
NPCox have a Warlock, and then Armageddon don't.
Yeah, like Armageddon's trade more. Depending what they do with those stigs, if they use those stigs for a fetch push, then I like what they're doing. If they go to the size, then it doesn't really matter.
I'm trying to remember what I do on this. We got flag rally. I think what I do normally on this is I don't think I get souls on this, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely want to max spiders. I might do like one fetch and spiders guarding the flanks. I think I've done that before. I'm not sure if that's what I would still do, but I think I have done that strat. Definitely you want heavy mid, I would just say. That's the main idea, I think, here. You definitely want a heavy mid. And yeah, you want to be able to set up. I mean, again, it's a tro fetch map, so look for the tro fetch push. I like that Armageddon has more stigs. I think normally I would go actually no souls on this and go much heavier stigs. So slight advantage to Armageddon on that point. At least they have more stigs.
I think it's interesting that both teams are splitting fetch 2-2-2, and there's no like 3-3 split.
Yeah, I don't like that. I would definitely do a 3-3 on this. Again, they just don't have enough melee though to like. I would have had more melee to like. Actually, I don't know. Could you do a 2-2 on this? You could do a 2. Yeah, it's not a big deal either way. Honestly, I think either way is fine.
I prefer the 3-3. I could see a 2-2 if there was like morts on this, because then you need a little bit more blocking.
Yes.
But with the flocks, I think I prefer 3-3.
I agree with you. I have a
Yeah,
preference, but it's
there's so little to be focused on, like artillery wise.
I think the reason they did it is because there's just not enough units for the players to micro. That's probably why. What
just artillery otherwise?
Why does NP have fewer stigs? Is it just because of the lock? Is that the only thing? And the maul.
And the random maul.
The maul. Okay.
Yeah, that's 12 points right there.
That's 4 stigs.
Yeah, I think the reason you don't want to go souls on this is all about rushing down the fetch, which you want stakes for, and if you go heavy souls, you're almost kind of like guaranteeing that you give up middle. I think mid control on this is really important. Once you have middle, you're free to pressure one side of the map or the other. Like you can maneuver around the map a lot easier, right? And then you can just kind of shift between west and east and find whichever side is weaker to pick up an easy flag and potential avenue into the backfield. So
do you think there's any place for juggering like max spiders and soulless like one direction?
No, because I'll tell you why, Limp. Think about this. If I go heavy sticks and I see that one team is going max spids and heavy souls like on one flank.
You just send your stigs there.
Yeah,
right?
I'm just gonna send all my fucking stigs there. Like, how many stigs do I need to hold off this whole spider pack? Like 6 or 7?
4? I don't know.
See,
these are huge. Yeah.
Like the thing is too. Like I would be okay losing that fight. Just like even 5 stigs, you would lose enough spiders to 5 stigs with a full spider pack that even though you win the fight, you would lose so many of your spiders. It'd be a terrible trade. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I'm just sending like a small stig pack and it's just gonna hold it like that. Now your whole spider soul pack force does nothing. So
it's funny you bring this up too, because I feel the exact same way. I probably would not do that either, but I think a lot of people would be interested in it because of the terrain.
Yes, no, you're right. I've seen people do that. Like we've seen. I think the MWC 2012 finals had something like that.
But when I put together maps, I want to use Stygians in like everything I can, but they're so difficult to use because of their like resistances. Like Bowman and Solus are already so like weak in the meta, so it's hard to put them in because they're so strong, and then they're so strong against Fet. I don't know. They're a hard unit to incorporate into something without making the map like center around them. Do you know what I mean?
I think they're perfectly. They are definitely strong on light maps, but like I think they're great for dark maps because they're not overpowering on dark maps. Like they're a little resistant to fetch. Fetch are fucking strong as shit though. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
that is the reason I want to introduce them to stuff, is because of like the Stig's resistance to the lightning. But it's just like I don't know. There's something about like how weak they make like Solus.
I love
described. It's like man.
I think you raise a good point that I love Stigs as a unit because they kind of sit in this nice balance in between light and dark as for a melee unit. Like most melee units are kind of like either definitely light or they're definitely dark, right? And the dark melee units are like so overpowering compared to the light melee units. So whenever they come in a mix, like whenever you got like warriors on other on dark maps, the warriors become effectively like thrall almost. Like they're just like fast thrall. They're just fodder. And you almost have to be careful not to you got to be mindful actually to like they're not like just feeding easy vets to the enemy melee, right? Like because the vets could matter.
They vet so well.
Yeah. And but Stigs, they're this nice middle ground. I mean, fuck, Stigs are even strong against Tro, in my opinion. They hit fucking Tro so fucking hard.
They take 2 kicks usually too.
Yeah, 2 kicks and they hit fucking hard, dude. You can see the Tro health fucking get hit hard from the Stigs. So, I love Stigs as in that respect. Man, they work on almost any map. Like
they do. But at the same time, they also make any map like so melee centric if you drop them on it a lot of the time too. If it's not a dark map, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
on light maps, I think that's definitely the concern. On dark maps, I don't think it's a concern at all, because again, on dark maps, you wouldn't see archers so much on dark maps. You would see more souls, and souls have their own thing, which is the terrain, right? So the all-terrain aspect of them, so that they have their own kind of. I really like the dynamic between Stigs and souls. Actually, I really like that dynamic, right? Because effectively, they both have immunity to one another in different ways, right? Like the Stig is immune to the soul spears, but the soul can run on any terrain, like all terrain that the Stig can't reach, and hide that way too. So I like that. I really like that dynamic.
Yeah. Yeah, that being said, I do try to put them on like every single map that I can put them on. But it's getting a little off topic. But yeah, it's just seeing the Stigs in this is just looking at it now, I think you're right. I think both teams probably would like go near max Stigs now potentially, and like just not get soulless or very
souls are
minimal.
common still today. I'm definitely I definitely go heavier Stigs than most people on this. I think people have started to catch on more so the more they've seen me do it. But 2012 was the first time I can really remember that you would have seen a no soul heavy Stig trade on this. The 2012, literally the last game of 2012 in the sudden death that we won was this. So it was it was Flag Rally too. It was exactly this. Frozen
I actually
Frostbite
remember
Flag Rally.
putting together a trade actually for the new Lycan, and there's a trade in there that has I think Stygians on the Trow Mesh, and thinking like I remember putting that together and thinking like GKG would definitely max.
I love Stigs. Yeah, I usually go heavy Stigs. I fucking love them because they're so great for melee rushing too. Like you just like you said, they're resistant to fetch. They're immune to the archers and souls. Now, granted, they are in some respect they're not good for melee rushing against. They have their own weakness, right? Explosives. Right? Yeah. Dwarfs and locks eat them apart. So, but I still usually like to use them for rushing shit, especially on dark stuff. Because like on dark, I just find them like they're great like shock troops for like the eating the initial damage in a push. Awesome. Yeah, for on dark maps in particular. All right, you guys ready to start this one?
Yeah, definitely.
Actually, before we go, predictions, I'm going to say Armageddon because it's a Tro map. I'm going to pick fucking Armageddon on Tro map every time, right? So
since this went to 6 and it's a 5-game series, I'm just going to play the odds and say NP wins.
Okay, you could, yeah. I mean that I'm going to have to eat my words heavily if Tirri beats Kirk in the throwing on this map. Like that should definitely not happen.
I think the thing that actually matters a lot on this too is like that we haven't talked about is like who's on the fetch. We got Paris, Liger, and Nemesis on Armageddon, and then for NP we have Grim, Zell, and Ars. So based on the fetch, I am taking NP actually.
Okay, you like their fetchers better? Okay.
I do.
I see what you're saying, and you're not wrong, but in my opinion, how the melee rush is set up is going to be more important than who's fetching, because it's not going to be like if it's played correctly in any case, it shouldn't be like a straight up fetch on fetch fight. Like the fetch should not be fighting the other fetch. It should be set up through the melee. So
maybe I would say I agree with you, and that would be like maybe now, but we just watched like some of the micro stuff happening last game, so I don't expect that level of like, advancement.
You might be right. You might be right. Asmo, any prediction here?
Are you guys at 0?
Yeah, 0.
Yeah.
So hitting F7 and Stormrider has 0%. So I don't know. Are they playing a man down this game or what? If they're playing 6 or 7, then I take Armageddon. We'll see what happens there.
I'm guessing they just haven't handed out units because that doesn't. Stormrider literally said something in the chat. It's not like he's AFK.
Yeah, that's weird. So I take Armageddon. I'm sort of thinking what Limp's thinking, but I'll take Armageddon. Like if I just look at the trays, I think they have an advantage.
All right. Let's start it. 3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
So does Kirk have melee with his Tro? No, I don't think so. Neither of them do. That's a bit of a problem. I usually really like to give. This is another reason why I want to go heavier Stigs. Is like the Troers need some melee with them, and on this you wouldn't want to do the Hurons. You would want to do Stigs with the Tro. So
captured. Flag captured. Flag captured.
Yeah, you want to
Oh,
keep
wow,
the
what's
Hounds
happening in
back.
the east? That's a heavy east. Oh, MP's like
Oh,
coming
they're
in.
doing
flag
they're doing oh. Well, they're doing a heavy.
Ah.
All their souls are spiders there.
Flag captured.
Man,
Flag captured.
man, both teams
Flag captured.
not going nearly heavy enough
Flag
mid, I would say.
captured.
Okay, yeah, I mean it's a cheat, but I like MP at this point.
Yeah,
They're committing more to that.
they got a bigger mid. Yeah, I agree.
Oh wow, they're
I
They're-
cannot
Oh!
believe neither of them took that fight.
Oh!
What are you doing, Kirk?
That's
Oh!
dangerous. I mean, there are heals that's still dangerous though.
Yeah,
Not
there's
worth
just
it.
no point in that.
So-
like Kirk almost lost that trout outright from like.
Tirri's
no
up.
reason.
Tirri's ooh. Nope, now
What
he's
is
down.
this?
It's even. It's still. Oh, Tirri's down now.
Dude, these guys got
Ooh.
freaking egos. Just watching.
Yeah, man, these two players are
going.
going at Kirk and Tirri going at each other's throats here. They're not even gonna wait for their team to get in the game. Jesus.
They're gonna lose mid right now. I assume.
Yeah, four fetch. Like they need to get out of there.
They just need to run down the hair.
Paris is already. Yeah, this is not good.
Yeah,
Paris needs to haul ass.
Well, I know it's supporting Tirri with like a couple of melee units, so he can be way more aggressive.
Oh, Paris is gonna die. He should have been ran immediately as soon as he saw 4 fetch. He should have ran.
Yeah.
Kirk's gonna try and keep those. I did see in the most recent MWC when Kirk trode on a fetch map, he took too much damage from fetch. So let's see if he does that again here. Yeah, I mean he's starting. Yeah, it's not too bad yet, but he's taking too many hits.
Yeah, Paris is eventually gonna get rolled here.
Yeah. Now he's stuck in a choke. Ours is doing a great job staying right on top of Paris. Great tro fetch push. Oh, Kirk's gonna try and counter. Oh, this is a bad counter. Because Paris cannot support that. Yeah, no, I think Kirk's going to lose this Tro battle, but I think it's going to be more because their strategy just kind of sucks.
Yeah, I don't know what they're even arguing right now and what the strategy is. It looks like
Yeah, I'd say that.
Yeah, they went way. They're
right
way
now-
too weak mid.
Right now, Nemesis is just in no man's land for whatever's happening mid.
Where's he at?
To Tiri's
He's
credit,
on
he is
flag.
throwing well.
He's on the flag right near this fight, but he's like, I don't know. It's just
Oh, I gotcha.
he's finally joining up with it right now. After
Yeah,
all that was
those
happening,
the soul should have been like involved in helping defend.
it looks like there
and
was
all that.
confusion on where they were supposed to go. But it looks like now I understand why the fetch were split, just because they wanted fetch to be able to go to every opening. But spiders are fighting mid. Looks like Rab is in trouble. Yeah, Rab's in trouble.
Flag captured.
Where's Rabican?
He's in the backfield mid on like north. Chickenwire's chasing his spider pack, and he's just hemorrhaging all his
Oh,
spiders.
yeah, I got you.
And looks like they're gonna lose their home. to a bunch
Ooh,
of spiders.
Kirk and Paris gonna rush this. Ooh, go, Kirk, go.
What?
Oh, that's a terrible spread by Paris. Man, Paris' support of Kirk is terrible here.
Why did
And-
Zill go into the ramp with fetch? I'm so confused.
Yeah.
Well, that is one of the more confusing things I've seen. I guess you can still shoot from up there. That's true. It's just
I mean, I really feel like Paris kind of lost this for. I mean,
Flag captured.
he fucked this up badly.
Flag
He
captured.
let ours get way too fucking close to him. He should have been running way earlier. And then like he just doesn't know when to fully commit. He just keeps like half committing, taking a bunch of damage and then running. It's terrible.
Liger pushed them off 3. He took 3. It looks like they almost have victory imminent, or maybe they do. Oh, they're close.
Yeah.
Flag
Yeah,
captured.
they do still have a chance.
No, Armageddon got BI first.
Yep.
What's the
Those
last flag they
spiders.
need? They need 4? Where's 4?
Yeah. 4. Top right.
Oh, yeah. These colors are fucking me up, dude.
Same. Horrible.
Oh, Kirk getting a good engagement here. Good engagement from Kirk.
Oh my gosh.
Go, fight. Oh, get that Reek Tro out. Oh, I wanted to see him pull that Tro out. He should have healed it. Kirk could have won that so badly if he... I mean, okay. He did win the Tro fight in the end, but he could have actually kept both his Tro alive. He needed to save that red Tro. He had Paris right behind him with a root.
Imminent.
Wow, this is wild that Armageddon wins this game. Probably.
Yeah, it looked... Yeah,
Wild.
yeah. That is wild, yeah. Their mid was just getting wrecked the whole time. Kirk does come out on top. Thank you, Kirk, for saving me from eating my words there. Yeah, I don't know why Tirri took that engagement there. He put himself in a really bad position.
He was doing a good trial the whole time until there.
Until the end, yeah, until the end, yep. No, I agree. They had a good tro fetch push. Tirri and ours, great tro fetch push there. What happened to ours? Like I didn't even see how he died. Actually,
I mean, he.
Oh no, Kirk killed him. Yeah, Kirk kicked him. Yeah. They didn't have enough melee to hold it.
Whatever happened to Zell? Where is Zell?
I'm looking for his fetch right now.
His Herons are getting kicked by Kirk middle right now.
I'm so confused what Zell did this game. Like, why would he abandon Tirri and ours there? That's such a massive advantage.
That was bad, really bad. Yep. If he had just stayed with ours, they probably would have won the game. Actually.
I think so. Yeah. Kirk yelling at Nem to get back, or who is that, Chickenwire?
Yeah, he just doesn't want them to take any more damage because he knows he'll kill it. Actually, Rabican. Oh, Rabican's trying to go for the flag, but he needs to guard the fetch with the spiders. Rabican made the wrong move there. He should have guarded the fetch from the Tro with that spider pack and let the Tro push the melee.
Sure.
That was really foolish, actually. I have no idea why he did that.
Yeah, there's souls on the hill here.
Yeah. Also, Zell's souls like not helping to defend. Man, Zell's play was awful this game. Absolutely fucking awful.
Horrible positioning. Some of the worst.
Yeah, his souls are even in the wrong position to defend anything. Like he's just always not in the position to defend anything. He's got souls on the high ground, but can't fucking defend anything because he's always out of position.
Gets the trial now, but the game's over.
Game's over. Yep. Doesn't matter.
Dang, MP just like gave this one away. Should have been 1-1-1. Unless if there's a major blunder coming out.
Nemesis is really making a foolish play, trying to fight the fucking souls up the hill with a fetch. He lost one. He's gonna lose another fetch.
This is good stuff.
Zell's control clicking now to try and finish it, and he might get it. Yeah, he's control clicking good. He control clicked that really good, actually. So props to him. He picked out both fetch with his souls. Doesn't matter. They still lose the game, but. I mean, what was that, Nemesis? Yeah, he should not have pushed that at all. In fact, why didn't he go to the other flag at floor 4? Why didn't Nemesis go to 4?
Oh wow, they might steal it right now. Look at this. They might steal it.
Oh my God, Magne not paying attention with 2 stigs. Oh my God.
This is amazing.
Wow. Armageddon blundering hard.
I mean, Nemesis also ran away with 4 Herons.
Yeah!
There's a lot out there.
And I was bitching about Zell. Zell puts up the biggest numbers besides Kirk. What the fuck?
We need to never question Zell again. He knows what he's doing.
I don't even know like where he got those numbers from because all I did is see him like be out of the fight and die, but somehow he got big numbers. Yeah, wow. What was that? Magne? He had 2 stigs that should have been able to hold, but they were spacebarred or something. I don't.
They already had victory imminent. They shouldn't even left the flag.
Exactly.
It was the dumbest things I've ever seen in my life. It was beautiful.
Well, like Zell's 2 fetch could have went on offense all by themselves. Not Zell. Did I say Zell? I meant Nemesis.
They could have just
Nemesis 2 fetch.
They could have just pressed spacebar with the units they had on the flag and done no other map actions for the next.
Yeah, Nemesis is 4 Herons or like running back to the flag. It's already too late.
That was one of my favorite things I've seen in a while. So thank you.
Yeah. But Kirk, Kirk, it didn't look great for him in the beginning, but like I put most of whatever like bad thing happened to Kirk on Paris. Like Paris just put him in a terrible position. He was like trying to save Paris the whole time, but he still did well and he got good numbers in the end. But
if you look at that too, it's like Tirri was the aggressor and Kirk managed to double him up. He did really well.
Yeah, Kirk has been being put in bad positions by both his team strategy sometimes, like in this game, and also sometimes a teammate like Paris and in this game, and he still does well. That's always a sign of a great player. They're put in a bad position, they still do well. I really seriously do not understand where Zell got those numbers from. Honestly, like it makes no sense to me. I'd have to watch the game again. Migraine, I don't know. He was on that West offense, wasn't he? Like laying siege to that flag in the Northwest, I think. I think he had some souls, maybe. Yeah, Migraine. You can see his souls in the Northeast at the end there. Oh yeah, he had 4 souls. Yeah, he did work with those souls. Damn. I think he had spiders probably. I don't know. He had at least souls though. Who else? Ours had a big game with he set up that good tro fetch push.
Yeah, ours was done well. This game reminds me like like in sports they have like the projections that change as the game goes on, like the percent chance the team has to win. And you just see like one of those few miracle moments where a team has like 0% chance to win, and then they win the game.
Like,
this is what
this was 100% one of those.
Yeah.
They should have had 0% chance of winning it, but they did. Yeah.
This was a 99.998 type game.
Yeah.
Impressive stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's like so impressive. It's just like Armageddon just throwing it away, you know?
That's what I'm saying. It's impressive. That's
it's impressively bad on the part of Armageddon. Yeah.
One of the most impressive throws I've ever seen.
And at least Rab like tried to make something out of it, right? He had to kind of guess that maybe like hope that their stakes are not paying attention, right? But like Armageddon also kind of like gave him the opportunity to even try, right? So
there's that game that, I mean, it looked like MP should have won for sure, and then Armageddon had like essentially 100% chance of winning the game, and they ended up losing it.
Yeah.
And then they had the Poison Holiday game, where sure it was like even the whole game, but they let Paris slip by, and they pretty 100% won that game, and that ended up being tied.
Dude, that's such a great point. I'm telling you,
close right now,
this Armageddon team is obviously better than the Tcox team, but they are throwing games away. You know, that's what's happening. That's the only reason I think this is close, honestly.
So far, yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Which you would not expect. I think that in our like mind's eye, we think of like that NP sort of team and think of like composure, you know, and like I'm not seeing that, but.
Yeah, I mean, Armageddon was a strong team that year. You know. I mean, look at this. Chickenwire, Kirk, and Xur. Xur's not in this game. Magne. I mean, we'll have to see more of Magne, but, you know, I remember Magne being pretty good. Nemesis, you know, Nemesis is a hard one to talk about, right? Like, he has potential. He's like inconsistent. Like, he can be really, really great sometimes and really bad sometimes. And actually, that kind of describes half of Armageddon's roster, to be honest. It's like, Armageddon's roster is very, like, they're very, like, hit or miss. Some of their players. Not all of them. But, like, when I think of Paris, Liger, and Nemesis, they all fit in that bucket for me, personally. I don't know. Feel free to disagree with me if you want, but...
No, I think you're pretty right. Nemesis was really strong at certain things. Great 1v1 player.
Yeah, 1v1 was his obvious strength with Nemesis. Yeah, absolutely.
Strong FFA player, usually a really strong player on Trow and with Trow, like on Trow the map specifically. But yeah, he was always like, he kind of reminds me a little bit of like Raz and Rat King combined. Almost.
Raz and Rat King. Oh my god, that's such a weird comparison. I know what you mean. I know what you mean, because like he captained, right? So that's what the Rat King component comes from. Or
he would always captain like kind of like these rabble teams that were like competitive, but they didn't like get far enough usually. And he kind of had like a lot of like very unusual methodology for like how he put strategies together.
I see what you're saying with the Rat King analogy, but I actually gonna use a different name that I think is a better comparison, which is Ducky.
Yeah, I could see that too. But Nemesis is a way better individual player, though.
But I agree with you. But he's also better than Raz. Like all those names.
Yeah.
Actually,
No, I think Nemesis is a really
Ducky
good
when Ducky became Bone. Actually, he became. He definitely leveled
He's
up.
formidable.
Yeah, the last couple of years he played, he leveled up. He was definitely pretty fucking good. I would
Yeah,
say.
Bone
So,
Ducky was very good. For
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah. All right, you guys
He'll
ready?
just like do things. He's the guy who traded for like no pus in like an MWC final on Desert or something, right?
Ducky, yeah, and that's something Nemesis
That's-
would do too, 100%.
That's something that Raziel would do.
And
too.
Raz, that's true.
and Rat King would probably consider. So at one
You know, of all those names, Rat King is, I would say, more. I mean, Rat King does a different kind of weirdness. Like when I think of weird trading captains, it's definitely more like Nemesis, Raz, and Ducky, like those three names for me. Yeah, those are the.
They're the
Rat King is like a different. I wouldn't quite put him in the same bucket, but yeah.
No, I not necessarily the way he does it, but I just mean the sense that like Nemesis would often captain that like other team that was like
Oh yeah, like the kind of like the underdog team, kind of.
correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. All right, I'm gonna load up the next one. That was a wild game. Damn.
Yeah. Two of these have been, actually all of these have been exciting, honestly.
Yeah, I agree.
This next one, I'm interested to see what happens. They have their tier 1 roster now, MP and Tcox.
Cave.
They bring in Cave. They don't have any of the clear role players anymore. They got like their main squad for this one.
And it's a late map, so I mean, just based on that, I'm gonna favor NP on this one. We'll see.
Well, you're gonna favor them big time once you see these trades.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I will say you're almost you're like 90% there, but like Zer's not in here right now.
Those are
For that team
Oh
right
yeah,
there.
fair. Yep, that's true. Oh, it is territories. I thought it was flag rally, but still, I think you'll prefer their trade.
Okay, Armageddon, pretty heavy archers.
Low on the goals.
Oh, no archers. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, you just got to run the timer out. They have to run the timer out.
Even if it's territories, if they sink their thrall and like play it right, it's still good.
Yeah, I could see that. It's not the trade I would get, but here's the thing that people always underestimate. Getting 0 archers is almost never an auto loss. Almost never an auto loss. People really don't understand that enough even today. I feel like they think like, oh, no archers, that's like the worst trade. That can be like the worst trade ever on like, say, territories where, you know, archers pick something that the archers are more favorable on, right? And the thing is, like, people would really do themselves a service. Just try playing with no archers. Like, deliberately do it. And try to adapt the way you play the game to that dynamic. What is that dynamic? The dynamic is pretty simple. It's just avoid taking damage, ignore the enemy archers. That's all you have to do. It's not that difficult, right? Like, and what inevitably happens is that the other team, half the time, they're gonna fuck it up. They have the archers, even when the archers is a better trade. Half the time, their archers will not be aggressive enough, and they'll fuck it up, right? And even the other half of the time, even when they do play it right with the archers, usually you can still weasel your way out of. You can kind of just run around the map, and it's usually pretty easy to avoid them, right? So.
I think this game's going to be a blowout. Maybe not a percent-wise, but game type it won't be close. This is one of the best things I've seen Rab do in terms of like split and stuff. The splits are really good. They max goals. The other team didn't max goals. They have a dedicated goal pack. Like, I think they're going to just blow them out of the water.
I agree.
Game type. They got double J-Man, which is good for their trade. So,
Asmo and I have been talking a lot recently about exploring heavier J-Man meta. I think that's a new meta going forward. It's not going to be quite as strong as like the most recent new meta that we've seen previously is, I would say, small plus. Yeah, small plus on goals. That is an unbelievably powerful meta. Like it's I still have only seen 2 or 3 players do it really well. The names that come to mind is obviously F, who invented it. And then Gecko, special shout out to Gecko. Gecko has done a phenomenal job goal packing with the small pus skulls. And there might be one other name that I'm forgetting, but those are the two names that really stand out to me. But like, I think the next new meta, it won't be as powerful as that. The small pus skull packing is fucking just crazy strong. In fact, I don't think people fully appreciate how strong it is. It can be so fucking dominant, honestly, so fucking dominant. I've only seen it be as dominant to its full potential a few games, so it won't be as strong as that. But I do think the next new meta will be maxing, or if not maxing, going heavier J-men on these light maps that often have 3 or 4 J-men max trades, right? We saw a little bit of it in the last MWC. We did a 4 J-man trade that worked out really, really well. And go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I was looking at like this map, the FR you guys played in the MWC finals.
Yes.
I was considering. I was like, man, every war pack should have a J-man just to heal up whenever they get a chance.
Asmo and I talked about that afterwards, and I suggested that I think him and I both did the not fully optimal strat. I think that fully optimal strat for that would have been 0 archers max J-men. Yep, I think that would have been the new meta going forward on this. We're gonna definitely try it out in future tournaments. So everybody's got advanced notice now to try and figure out what to do against it. But
it's funny, we're all kind of thinking that just because I've noticed that it's like, why aren't we using these more? Like,
yes, they got 6 fucking heals for God's sakes. Like Jesus Christ, and they're like a pretty decent melee unit in their own right. So like, damn,
they vet like very well if you can get them in that situation. So
they're so tanky as a melee unit. Yeah. Like think about it, like on these light maps, they're the tankiest unit. They're by far.
I'm gonna tangent real quick. What are your thoughts on like a journeyman hero unit? Would you support that? It's really
of course. Okay. Look, I support any new unit. I like new unit types, right? Like as long as they're not like too crazy. Like they got to fall in the realm of, typical myth stuff, right? Like if someone's gonna tell me like, oh hey, I got an idea for a new ranged arty unit that it has a super like fast or even instantaneous projectile speed and a really long range and a really big AoE, I'm gonna be like, no, that's fucking stupid. You know what I mean? Like the beauty of myth ranged units is the projectiles and that they move at a certain speed. Like fetch are the one example where they have the lightning that's super fast, so it's not really a projectile per se, but I still think the fetch dynamic works because first of all, short range. If fetch had longer range, it'd be a real fucking problem, right? Actually, it's kind of hard to quote unquote block fetch, but fetch still need a line of sight. They don't. I mean, that's not strictly true. My point being that if you stand a bunch of fucking melee units covering up a fetch, it's gonna be hard for it to shoot, right? It's still got that dynamic, and I mean, you can't really block fetch shots. I shouldn't even try to say that, but I have seen it happen. It's not like it hasn't happened. It is in the physics of the engine. It is still a fucking projectile. Is my point. So
yes. But yeah, no, I was just considering that for something recently, and I
oh yeah, journeyman hero, yeah, absolutely. Like,
but just be a faster attack, right, or what?
Honestly,
probably more HP too.
I would probably just give it more HP, and it would probably just like the way it would veteran would be
9
stronger.
roots probably. 9 roots.
Yeah, give it like 9 roots, and then just give it a little more HP.
I'm pretty sure we've seen it. There's been a map before. I've seen a journeyman hero on some map before.
Yeah,
I don't remember what, but
to do stuff like that only requires changing like a couple values in fear, and you're good to go.
Yeah,
It's really good to do.
No, I like the concept of a hero unit of anything. I think that I think that whole idea needs to be explored more, to be honest.
Yeah, I made a new lock for Axe to Grind that's like a Warlock Elite, and it has like the same resistance as a fetch.
Yeah, I remember. Yep.
And it has the fire rate between a regular Warlock and a Warlock Hero.
Okay.
And it has like the mana recharge is like just a little bit faster.
Yeah, I remember that map. Yeah, that was recent.
Yeah, so I was like, I think this should help make locks actually a little bit more valuable, and it's not going to make them like overpowered in any way. So
But what I wanted to see also explored more is this idea of mini giant melee units. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
melee
actually,
units
we're
that are
trying
in between a Mercridia and a Tro. Like I want to see more of that. Like think of like a weaker Tro, basically, like a half a Tro, half Tro
So
type of thing, right?
we actually have something like that around that Asmo just had me put on a map called Changelings. They're like
Yeah, like the changeling. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, those like
so I
tree
just dropped,
things. Yeah.
yeah, there's this map that we just put up called Grave Diggers. Is like it was a Badlands map that we
Yeah, those are
edited.
like 12 points, is that right?
Yeah, and I'm not
Yeah.
even exactly sure like how it'll interact, but like I put like 6 of them on the map. It seems like that's a good amount, like where it's like because they're not that strong, you know what I mean? But they're pretty strong at certain things. So like I want to have them matter, but also their points be enough that it's like, could I veer away from this? So, but yeah,
You know what else I'd love to see is an ogre unit. An ogre unit actually exists in the story
Oh, yeah,
of
it's
Myth 3, right?
cool.
And I don't remember like how they work. If they were in the multiplayer at all, I don't remember. I don't know. A Myth 3 player
Would you
would know
consider
that.
a
But like
troll
I
an
think
ogre?
if I'm not mistaken, like an ogre was like I would think of it like from the single player campaign, I would think of it like a 6-point melee unit or something. It was fucking strong, right?
Okay.
As I recall. I would love to see like that. When I think of an ogre, I think of like a bigger, more powerful maul. Essentially, that's what I'm kind of looking for. Is like a really big, strong maul type unit. Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Because like think about it, all we've really seen is like like the giants that we have. They're all kind of fundamentally flawed in some way, in my opinion. I don't want to say flawed, but like they're they are kind of one-dimensional is not quite the word I'm looking for, but something along those lines. In terms of like you have Tro, like Tro. They're fucking like resistant to fucking RD shots. I love Tro. Don't get me wrong. Tro, great dynamic. I love the dynamic they provide to the game. But also like maybe too strong in a lot of cases, right? And then you have like Tro are kind of like the perfect myth unit. Like they're like really they have the fastest fucking movement speed, the most damage, the most health, and the most like resistances, kind of, right? All in one unit. It's like kind of a little too OP, right? Then you have still really fun though. Don't get me wrong. And then you have Forest Giants, which try to be like Tro, except hey, let's take a Tro and like give it fucking some kryptonite weaknesses here, right? It's got multiple weaknesses, not just one. So really weak to explosive damage, and then also pusses for a really fucking long time. Then
Fire just melts it.
yeah, and then you have and that creates an issue with FGs. But then of course FGs have all terrain thing too. It's like the problem with FGs is like there's too many dials being moved there. You know, with the differences and changes to the unit compared to like a standard traditional giant unit. Like, so if you take like a standard traditional giant unit, it would be like a Tro without the resistances, right? That would be like your stereotypical standard like template of what a giant unit would be, and then you add one change to it, right? Like a Tro, the one change you added to it is a strength that makes it resistant. Which is cool. It gives you the ability to use the Tro as a siege unit, right? To like block for other like almost like a tank. It's Tro are like the myth's version of a tank unit, right? You think of like a tank unit, like the tank sitting in front of the infantry to like help block for the infantry, right? That's like it needs that dynamic.
It's funny because I think that even like works for MOBAs too. Like if you Trow and Myth, you'll probably be good at the tank and like
yeah,
like
yeah. It's a good tanking role unit, which you need. That's great. I love the dynamic. What were you gonna say, Asmo?
It sounds like what you're trying to like say that the game needs in terms of a giant unit is sort of like Zerks on light maps, but without a same amount of speed that they just like determine the whole movement of the game. So you want something that does as much damage and power as a Zerk on a light traditional set, but isn't super fast. So like maul speed.
I think a giant there like this whole concept of a giant unit has not been explored very much at all. Is kind of what I'm saying.
We have like 3 of them, and one of them has already like been cast aside already.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. Like the only really standard giant unit we have, in my opinion, is Tro. The moment you add FG into the map, it almost becomes a bit more of a niche map, right? Just because the FG are just they transform the dynamic of the game almost too much, you know, with the FG, especially in respect to like they're easily countered in a lot of ways too.
So that's what I've been exploring is just like having no goals or pus on FG maps and putting 3 of them on the map, and then dropping like locks or dwarf heroes on the map with like a bunch of soulless and a bunch of spiders. So it's like it becomes a different sort of fight. So it's like you don't have to be so concerned about like such minutia with the goal killing an FG. It's just like it makes it feel more like a trow map. You know what I mean? And it from what I've seen so far.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean, and that's an interesting thing to explore. But that's only like a small thing that can be explored in my mind. The problem with the FG is you took the standard template of a giant unit and you changed too many fucking things with it all at once, right? In my opinion, like we need to do like, hey, a giant unit that has this one change on it. FG has 3 fucking changes on it. A Tro has 1 change. A Merc Giant has effectively 1 change. A Merc Giant is close, actually. Close to what if you took a fucking Merc Giant and removed the goddamn mana bar on it, Jesus Christ. A giant unit with a fucking ranged mana attack is just crazy to me. But, and again, that's why we can't use Merc Giant. Like, we've literally banned 1 myth unit entirely, Merc Giants, because they changed the fucking dynamic too much. Like, there's never been, think about this, how extraordinary this is. A standard regular myth unit that Bungie made has been banned forever from all MWCs because it fucking changes the map too fucking much, right?
Yeah.
That's the Merc Giant.
Funny too. The only thing that would really need to be different to make it like 100% viable is to just like make the magic bar just like an inventory of like 1 throw. You get 1 throw.
Right, like an ammo to it or something. Yeah.
Exactly.
Or better yet, I think just remove it completely. Like we saw a little bit of Asmo. We played that map that had the Merc Giant without the mana bar, right? What was it called? The Tane. The Tane. Yeah. So but the problem there is that the Merc Giant's too fucking expensive, right?
And that's easily modified at the same time. It's like in the same parameters where you change all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, so like I would love to see that more. Like the Merc Giant without the mana bar is almost kind of close to what I'm thinking of and looking for.
It probably needs to hit harder too, potentially.
You could. It doesn't have to be, but like
it need to be worth it. That like if you put like you need to like balance it just right. So like I think still if you put like an FG or like a Trow versus a Merc 1v1 at full health. It ends up being real close at the end. Is all that needs to happen from how you balance it, I think.
This is kind of the point I'm getting at. Is if you think of myth, there's actually 2 different dimensions here I want to mention. So one dimension I'm thinking of is if you think of the different units in myth as different, they fall into different categories of sizes, right? So you have the small units. That's your dwarfs, your ghouls, your spiders, right? There might be something else I'm forgetting too. But these are the small units. They're really short, right? Then you have your regular size units. That's most of the rest of the units that we're familiar with. And then you have your giant units, right? I feel the small units and the regular size units have been explored a lot more than the giant units. You know what I mean? The giant sizes. There needs to be more variety in this giant size category. And then also the other thing I want to say is I think there's actually a missing size in between the fucking
giant, medium.
Yes, in between the normal size and the giant. It's too big of a size jump actually, and there should be another category, a whole category of units, not just one unit, like a whole slate of unit types in this other medium large category that's like, or call it like subgiant, whatever you want to call it, small giant. They're like basically halfway in between a regular size unit and a giant unit. I think that needs to be there too. So
Some of those can naturally be like implemented without changing anything, and it's been explored like barely. But like for example, a mall on more of a light map, something like that.
yeah.
Yep.
That'd be a medium unit essentially.
So I would like to see like different. So we were talking. What kind of started this whole conversation for me was when Limp was talking about heroes. Like in my mind, like yeah, we could do heroes, and also we could do like bigger versions of the same unit type of thing, right? Like just change the size of it and make it like a beefier version of the same thing. That's kind of similar to the concept of a hero. But if you wanted to turn that into a different thing, you could.
There are some really nice sprites for some stuff lying around to do that. Have you ever seen the troll unit? That like its taunt
Maybe.
is it turns into a rock that like looks like other
No,
rocks in the
I don't
mesh.
remember
Yeah.
that. No.
It's all in all the Zac maps. The actual unit looks cool. The issue is like all the rocks you put on all the map, which makes maps look freaking ugly.
Yeah, so
That is
it's
an
not
interesting
something
idea, though. Like, it can camouflage itself or something.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
so
idea.
I think maps it on. You could just drop a couple of clumps in a couple spots with it, but it's like a sub giant. Definitely, I don't think it's. Like
I don't know if that works super well, though, because people would be able to study the map and know where all the regular rocks are, and then easy to pick out where the troll. I get what it's trying to achieve.
Yeah, that's like
I don't
it's
think
not
it would
something
do
where
a great job, though.
Yeah, that's not like its specialty. That's literally like what its taunt animation does. So it's not like its main thing.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
just, like,
I got
cool
you.
wrinkle to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So it's
I
like,
got you. Yeah.
I want to say that it can go underwater too, but you could make any unit do that or not.
The other thing is, does it still show as a red dot on the map when it's turned into a rock?
No idea.
I would assume it does, though. Yeah.
I would suspect if it's in iShot probably, but I'm not really sure. But yeah, as far as like a unit goes though, that one shows I think a lot of promise for what you're talking about. That one has really nice
That's
animation too.
Yeah, does look good.
Is it like a bigger unit? Is that where you're?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's bigger than a mall, but it's still smaller than like a trow.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Right in
Yeah.
between there.
Yeah. I like that.
It looks really nice, but yeah, I think there's a couple other ones to look at. Again, we're definitely exploring the changeling. That's like on the newest map we put out.
I think these height differences in the units are really important, right? Because you have a lot of indirect fire units like dwarfs and morts, and that really changes the dynamic of the game. How the literal physical presence and size of the unit, how it's used in terms of blocking these projectiles and stuff like I think it's an important dynamic. So I think the size does matter, and it hasn't really been explored very enough. The other thing I want to say is you can also think of the categories of units in terms of like different terrain levels. So like you can think of underwater units, then like land units, and then like quote unquote mountain units, right? As like these three different levels of the terrains, right? And those have been explored. That's actually one of the great things about Myth, in my opinion, is the fact that you can have these battles on these different terrain levels like this. I'm not saying it's been neglected, but I do think it could be potentially. I don't know. I don't want to say like oh, let's make a map where it's like 90% underwater or something like, or 90% mountains.
That
That probably wouldn't work either. But
it would be cool if there was an artillery unit that could go underwater, for instance.
That'd be interesting. Maybe.
Yep.
I'm
Just
not
the
sure
ability
what
to
that
use that.
like. What would be the like ranged attack that would work underwater? I don't know, but.
Well, it would be something like a Brianor that can go like that.
Okay,
that
like
sort
I
of
throw
type of
something like a spear or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, but can also go underwater and also like attack melee underwater, something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, just there's.
Well,
that's
the
something
problem though is you can't select anything underwater though. That's the other thing.
It'd be very difficult.
Right?
Yeah. It'd be
Yeah.
super difficult, but that'd be pretty funny. You're just sitting mid, and all of a sudden, just a mort shot comes flying out of the river and hits you.
We've seen those before, the scuba
Yeah.
doors or whatever.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Exactly. I was thinking about that.
That's a good point.
yesterday.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I do like the we were just talking about the camouflage of the troll. I think the equivalent of that actually in Myth is on the underwater aspect. Like that's that's the real camouflage, so to speak, right? Like it literally doesn't show up on the map. You can't even click it. You can't even like see it. So.
And that's not been explored either as a giant unit that can go underwater.
Like a underwater giant unit. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah,
yep.
you'd have to actually like.
Limp. That's such a great idea. Take out the fucking rock thing for the troll. Make it a goddamn underwater unit. Now we were talking. That's such a great idea. What's that?
Can't go underwater. Already can go underwater.
Oh, it can't. Oh, I love that. Yeah. Now you can set up real ambushes in the game, right? Like you have a real sizable, fat, like potentially fast, fucking powerful unit that can be hidden underwater. Now you're talking like almost like a sunk white that's really effective, but in a different way, right? Like it can really transform the dynamic of the game. I love that. That's great.
Yeah, that could be really interesting. Hey, you guys, could I grab a drink?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll be back in 1 sec.
Troll Mithril Cup 2025.
No, yeah, I mean, I do like, these new ideas with the new units and the new maps. That's what's going to keep this fucking game alive, dude. That's it. In fact, I'm going to venture so far to say, maybe somewhat a bold statement, that's the majority of what's keeping the game fucking alive right now. The other major piece is like we do need some like MWC to keep going. Like I think MWC and keeping new units, new maps kind of fresh is the only thing keeping this game alive. And I think it could keep this game alive another at least 10 years. If somebody will keep hosting MWC, that's the main thing. But yeah.
Thanks, you guys.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. If there was no creation, I'd be done with this game. That's what makes it so great, is that there's actually people that still put out new content.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't imagine playing Care, Bar Valley, all these maps every tournament game like happened in the first 10 years or whatever.
Yeah, agreed.
All right, we ready for
that? Yeah, we're ready. We had like 10-minute, 15-20 minute chat there.
Good conversation though.
It's better to have it before the game starts, otherwise you forget the fuck you're gonna say like I did before in the middle of the other game. So all right, let's start it. 3, 2, 1, go.
One thing to note is I was looking at the chat, and I don't think MP are using this strat to camp it out and play late game. I think they're legit trying to set up like a massive rush based on what Rab was saying. Okay.
Could work. It could work. I don't think something like that would work today, at least not against a good team. But back then, could work. We'll see.
Yeah, people just didn't really know how to retreat very well. That's been a problem in this game for a long time. Is just people not knowing like when to retreat.
Yeah. The maneuverability and positioning of the game, people's understanding of that back then definitely was weaker.
People are always just looking for the fight, so they never look to see what's actually like what they should necessarily do. They just want to actually get into that that fight so often, even if it's not like to their benefit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think I've hyped up Cave more than any other person, so I want to see some elite thrall clicking from him.
Oh, he's only got the thrall. Okay.
He's like a full thrall squad. It's pretty funny, but as long as he does his job.
Someone named Cave showed up in 2020 for a little bit on the Discords and stuff, and it seemed like it was Cave, but not sure if it was actually him or not.
Which Discord?
Actually played.
Flag captured.
The method that's probably.
Mirgard?
Cave showed up last year. Not on Meth, but he came in Discord. Yeah, he talked to me, he talked to Zer, he talked to a few people. Then he was there for like 2 or 3 days and disappeared again.
What brought him back?
The podcast. I guess he watched a few episodes and we were talking about it. He is on the Myth Facebook page, but he never responds to anything there. He probably didn't check it.
I want to say he's from Belgium. Seems right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I always really enjoyed Cave. He was a great competitor, really good player.
Flag captured.
Cool personality.
Yeah, I don't think anybody had issues with him.
Contested.
He's probably not quite as like nice as like an Arzenic or something, but nobody had major issues with him, I don't think.
No, I mean he definitely like
Flag
had his
contested.
wrinkles, but I always really liked playing against Cave. I respected him from early on. I remember playing him in some tournament, and some 1v1 tournament. I was doing pretty well.
Flag.
on
Decent
my
puss by Zell, but again, they're pussing archers. I don't think I like that play.
Yeah.
Like you haven't gotten killing blows on any of these archers. Like yeah, you puss 3 archers, but you didn't finish any of them either. They're setting up a big rush here, but like, okay, you got Thrall in front, that's good, but there's no surround here. Like Armageddon should just retreat to the tree line and the chokes. In fact, Armageddon's already doing a pretty bad job of retreating, I must say. And why are all this pus going down on the Thrall? Even Kirk throwing a pus there.
So that's why I gave the
wasteful.
preamble. I'm watching Paris like approach the fight still. While
Enigman just like gonna engage this. Like, why aren't these guys running? Kite this shit. They're not kiting it at all.
So yeah, this is what I was saying though. Is like they don't know how to people don't know how to retreat, and I'm watching Paris like walk up towards all this.
Yeah, like Paris and Enigman are not retreating at all. Like they're not trying to kite it.
A lot of pus on roll through there.
Paris's dwarf already down. His dwarf is super exposed.
Yeah,
they have one more.
Oh my god, they're not retreating at all. They're not even taking the
contested.
Kirk is running off Tirri though successfully.
This is so crazy to me that they like if they just literally took 10 steps back, they would have the choke at the tree line, and they're just like standing in the choke. They want to stand in the choke. Oh wow, this is MP's definitely gonna win this. MP's gonna win this, I think.
They finish off the dwarf over.
There's only 1 dwarf left.
Yeah, it's dead now.
Okay, so all the dwarfs are dead. Yeah, I mean.
Oh,
Kirk taking some big push shots.
Magne plus Kirk.
Yeah, Kirk's dead.
That was the wrong puss. That was Magne who pussed Kirk.
You're right. Magne pussed Kirk. Oh, it wasn't even Kirk's fault. His own teammate pussed him, and then he got second pussed again by the opponent.
Yeah, this looks pretty over. It's already at 20%.
Oh, it's super over. Yeah, Magne pussed. Oh, Magne, man.
So that's kind of why I wanted to give that little preamble about retreating, because I anticipated that'd be from what the trades look like that it would be like this.
We saw the same issue with Armageddon in the freaking Frozen Cloud Spine game with Paris not retreating. Like damn. Yeah, that's wild to me, honestly. I've never seen anything quite like that, where they like literally just did not. They literally stood in the kill zone, in the choke themselves, instead of just taking 10 steps back to try and hold it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's very over. NP, super clean win for them. This is the first game that genuinely Armageddon was the worst team, like for sure.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. But just looking how that trade was, like, Armageddon couldn't have played that much worse. They continued to walk into the wall.
Definitely not. That was like literally the worst I've ever could have imagined them playing it. They like threw all their pus into like Thrall and shit.
Yeah,
NP and Tcox didn't even have a surround. There was no surround. Normally you need a surround, otherwise you're just gonna get kited to death. And that's what should have happened.
Flag captured.
Language, Arzenic. Language.
Flag contested.
Oh wow!
Not expecting to see that.
Not expecting that out of Arzenic's mouth. Also not expecting out of Arzenic's mouth talking about how badly or how great he owned. That is very un-Arzenic-like of him.
I know. Arzenic was really competitive at one point.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, after that Whiting game 1, he has to make up for it.
He's fired up, yeah.
He's angry right now. Yeah, I wasn't expecting the stomp to be this bad. That was like an instant win.
Yeah, I think we all picked NP, but damn, did not expect it to be that clean, or to go it down that way. Like I expected it, like conventionally, the way you would play this out is run the timer out, and yeah, they just went, or at least set up a surround with your rush, right, and get a pinch going
straight up the middle.
Straight up the middle, and like goddamn, it worked.
Flag lost.
It was just a really poor response from Armageddon after seeing there was a full Thrall rush to not like just immediately about face.
It's good though. I'm glad we're seeing NP in this fucking match finally, like for real, not just like getting cheesy
Now
wins or ties.
They're leading it now somehow.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they are in the lead for sure. We got 2 more. Do we have 2 more tro maps coming up?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's gonna swing things pretty heavily in favor of Armageddon.
I just want to see Armageddon just somehow like tag out NP on this map, just because it's
Oh,
so
gosh.
fitting in this match.
Yeah,
I know.
as payback for the previous game, basically. Yeah.
Yep.
Flag captured.
Well, I guess they're not giving up. They're gonna play it out.
Flag contested.
Are points
Flag
still a factor?
captured.
Oh, that's a good question. Probably. I'm guessing if there was double maps played, like it was game 1 and 2, usually that was a sign that the points matter too.
Yeah, Nemesis is talking about keeping one, so it must.
Yeah. There was definitely no chance of keeping one. There was so much time on the clock. Yeah, ours had a big game. He said he fucking owned, and he's not wrong, right? Grim too.
Nope.
Yeah, again, Kirk. This is the first bad game Kirk had, but it's like he got pussed by his own teammate from behind, right? Like, hard to. He might have been pussed anyway, like right after that. Hard to say, but he was
in a bad position. But
yeah,
that wasn't,
I mean that wasn't his team. His whole team kind of lost the game already before that anyway, right? So
it's never your fault if your own team pusses you almost. So
it was So this is where we talk about stats not necessarily mattering. Like you see Paris and Enigman have the best quote unquote stats for their team, but I would say that they are arguably the 2 most responsible for their team putting up that terrible defense because they had the archers and the dwarf. I know Paris had a dwarf. I don't know if Enigman had one, but they had the archers and they had to kite that. They had to kite it, which meant that they had to fall back, and neither one of them did. And if they don't fall back, everybody else is going to feel compelled to stay in that bad position and defend them, right? Like, so this is where, like, you can see a domino effect happening where, like, one player's bad move or decision, position, whatever, in a game can have this domino effect that chains in everybody else on the team around them into the same bad position. It happens all the time. And like you have to recognize like who's causing that bad position or that bad team play happen. It's often just one player that's causing the whole issue. Like it's not necessarily everybody equally responsible. Like no, this one player has these slow units, so they can't run away. They're in a bad position. They're forcing everybody else to defend them. So yeah. Anyway, that's my little rant.
So we're currently. Yeah, you're. I think you're right. I think that does happen for teams that fail in losses. We're entering this 5th game with a score of 2 wins to Tcox, 1 to Armageddon, and then we have a tie.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so this game 5 is a must-win for Armageddon in this match. The match in the tournament is on the line for them here, and it's a tro map though. You got to feel good. It's a tro map for them. And fetch. Oh, yeah. Barbally. Yeah. Okay. We got a tro fetch map.
And Zur is making his way back into the lineup as well.
That's they need damn well better. They fucking need it, man. Shit.
It's honestly been super strange how little Zur has played. In this
yeah. Agreed.
Zur was their key player in their 1-1. He was the
Kirk and Zur are their 2 best players in my opinion. Like. Okay, I shouldn't say that. 2008, I always say Chickenwire was the Myth's best player in 2008. I think that's still true, although Kirk might have something to say about that. But, so, you know, whatever. Kirk, Zur, and Chickenwire are clearly their 3 best players. Like, they should be playing every single game.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've seen much of Chickenwire this match, though, to be honest. Have you guys seen him
He's
do
had
much?
some pretty big plays. Like... And watching his micro, he's talented.
He had a big year in 2008, that's for damn sure.
Yeah.
Well, he's on fetch this game, so we'll find out. Oh yeah, Armageddon did it right this game. They got Kirk on Kirk on Trow. They got Chickenwire on fetch and Zero on fetch.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
pretty strong.
There you go. That's how it should be. Exactly right. Yep, exactly right. And I like also that they only did a two-way split on the fetch. Oh yeah, see NP doing what, three-way? Yeah, three. I don't like these three-way splits on the 8 fetch maps. I don't like it. Usually two fetch or two-way split is better.
Game.
So
just the power of a single like 4 fetch zap is so
yeah,
strong.
exactly. Yeah, the moment you do a three-way split, none of those fetchers can engage against the 4 fetch that did a two-way split. You know what I mean? Like they just can't get a clean engage.
Yeah,
they have to.
like,
they have to somehow do a
synergy.
2v1. That's the only way to do it, right? They got to get a 2v1 going, so then it's like 5v4 fetch or something, right?
Yeah.
But it's hard to synchronize that though exactly correctly. That's the problem.
For sure.
So. Okay, looking at these squad distributions, let's see, what's the trades? I would expect the trades to be basically the same. Okay, a little bit more Morts.
No, there's the same amount of Morts.
A
little bit more Morts for Armageddon, a little bit more Souls for NP. I like Armageddon's trade better still. They got more Mauls. You don't need max souls on this, in my opinion. So
it looks like spiders are different. Was that mistaken? Yeah, the spider. No,
it's just one off different. Yeah.
Yeah, they both 6 morts for both teams, so the trade is.
Oh, it is 6 morts. You're right. Oh, I saw.
It's souls versus Mauls.
Yeah, souls versus Mauls.
No, Armageddon has less Zerks.
Less Zerks. Yeah. They didn't max Zerks, which I do think that's a mistake. They should have maxed Zerks, but whatever. The melee count might be actually about the same. It's just a difference in Mauls and Zerks, maybe. So.
Yeah, but realistically, this game's gonna come down to the Trow fetch combo, or maybe a Mort getting a big shot on.
I will say though that with this being Elmoth, I don't dislike there being more Mauls and getting the South start where you like have the flag when they have to
Yes, I agree. Yeah, that's true. It's definitely not gonna matter really. I would say the trades are basically the same or negligibly different. But what I do think is very different, significantly different, is the 3-way split on the fetch. That's going to be fucking key, I think. Is it? How are the Morts split up too? Okay, it's 3-way split on the Morts. But the fetch is the one big difference in the distributions. And I do think the 2-way split is better.
I think this is also a really classic Trow fight between the Trowers. Usually. Especially it being last man.
All right, you guys ready to start it?
Yep.
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go. Let's see Kirk versus Tirri again in the trying. Ars and Grim on fetch, yeah. I mean, the only other Cave. Okay, and Cave. So they get the 3-way split. Yeah, those are the 3 players that you would want fetching, but I would probably still do 2.
I think that it's also just a strange split here. If I could mark on the map, we know that there's like the 2 real places you can push on the flanks where it's like it's just right for like 4. Even though now it's pretty much you just put 8 south usually if you're really gonna push here.
Famously, this map was played in next year, the 2009 MWC as well, with a lot of these same players.
Zur gives his finest performance, I think.
Flag captured.
You won't bring that up, but.
That Cave's talking crap to Zur in chat. It's funny, Zur, why don't you have 3 Trow?
I mean, to Armageddon's credit, I do think, as much as I do like Zur's throwing too, I do think Kirk is the right person to throw for them. And they've been getting to him every time, so that's good. So Kirk was clearly recognized by this point. I think this is the first.
He's got him every game.
Yeah. I think this is the first year actually that he was recognized as a top player, and especially as a thrower.
I mean, maybe more universally. I regard him as a top player in like 03.
Really? I didn't know
Oh,
him at all back then. Like, I just thought he was like kind of unknown. If you like,
He was a jerk and he played a lot of ranked, but like he was really good. He was like one of the
Okay.
few players. who
Maybe he
were,
was
like, wow,
good
this
earlier
guy
than
is-
I remember, and you know that's true of a lot of myth players. A lot of myth players were actually really good, really early on, but they just never were on top MWC teams, so you just never heard of them, right? But they were
Yeah,
always
he
good.
barely- yeah, he was really good. He was one of those guys. He was so good on proving grounds, just a beast.
Okay, look at this. Magne trying to make a push. This is a terrible push that he's making. Okay.
So yeah,
he
we
backs
got
off.
that-
He didn't take a
the
hit
eight-
at least.
All 8 trow south.
Or 8 fetch south, yeah.
Or yeah, it used to be 8 fetch south.
For both teams. Oh, no, not both teams. Grim is on the
There's-
north side.
Looks like they're slowly responding to it to get him down there.
I don't see a good push for either team. I definitely would not push that fucking south because Zell has a great position on that fucking hill to hold any kind of push from the south end. They definitely should not push that. In fact, if they wanted to push, they should really just shift to the north side because there's like, while Zell has that position, zero chance you're going to be able to push successfully there.
Yeah.
This is one of my least favorite picks. It always has been. I don't understand
Yeah.
why
Yeah,
Last
yeah.
Man on the Hill on this map was picked for so many freaking years.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
unbalanced.
I agree. It's
so
unbalanced with the hills middle and yeah, you know the south they have cleaner access to the flag, but the north side has the better hill, which is usually better. Usually you want to be the north side, I would say on this. Anybody disagree with that?
I don't know, honestly. It's just I know it's not balanced, but I couldn't say which direction.
Because like you can already see it. The south side can't even take that middle hill really fully. You know what I mean? Like the north's hills is too much better that they get pushed off their own fucking hill middle.
I would say for Last Man, I would like the south just because like if you really do wait till end game for the engagement and
Yes,
stall it for that
yes.
long, then it's like
Oh, man.
when you're pouring out of these little like
That's true.
bottlenecks, like I would not want to be the team on the north side.
That's true. That's
But
true.
that's only if you can actually drag it out to like the last like you know.
It just rarely goes to the very end, is what I would just say. It rarely goes to the very end.
If you played it for that, I think you have like a total advantage in the south, and like you could do it every time. But people, you know,
I agree.
just
I
want
think
to get aggressive.
if I was playing this in an MWC Finals like game, that's probably exactly. If I had the South Star, that's probably exactly what I would do. I would probably sit back. Like I wouldn't let them have the mid hill too. Obviously, I would just keep that like kind of like the DMZ. You know, like just let neither team take it and just sit back
Exactly.
behind it. Yeah.
And try to not take any like direct engagements, but like
Oh,
if-
nice pick off there. That was Liger. He picked off. Whose mort was that?
Rab.
Yeah. Rab not paying attention because he was in two different places. He was controlling the other mort somewhere else. So
mean-
they did shift their half their fetch
Flag
to the north
captured.
side. I think that's the right
trying to
move.
make a move. Tirri's trying to make a move on south.
Yeah, it's a bad position. He shouldn't
Yep.
push that. He's just gonna run into a bunch of souls and take a bunch of damage.
Kirk is doing the same thing. Kirk is pushing as.
But there's no
response.
souls holding Kirk though. That's the difference. Tiri's gonna take a bunch of
He has
damage
Kirk
here.
before.
Huge
Kirk's
mistake.
Kirk's about to smash.
Oh, this is a great push by Kirk. Great push. Those souls are not in a good position to hold him. And look how he's dodging to the far side of the souls so he can dodge them. That's a great push in the north. Tirri made a terrible push, and Kirk's doing the great push.
Yep. Now he's retreating back to help because he couldn't do anything, and now they're just losing units.
Yep.
They're down 10% now.
Xur could have did a better job there, honestly, with the fetch, but still a good push. That Mort needs to take the high ground. Magne oh my god, Magne kills his own fetch. Man, what is with Magne, dude?
Oh, tro fight.
Big
happening here.
big tro fight. Oh! Kirk owned Tirri in that tro fight, big time.
Yeah, that was quick.
Oh, Kirk just wrecked Tirri. Great throwing by Kirk. Kirk just won his fucking team this game. That was fucking phenomenal. Because even Xur didn't do a great job with the fetch, honestly. Like, it was okay. At least he was with Kirk and everything.
17% swing. I don't even, there must have been something else that happened elsewhere, too.
And what's with Magne killing his own team, like,
yeah,
significantly?
2 games in a row.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Oh, Kirk taking that fight? Okay, that was a little...
Ooh.
Okay,
Yeah.
now it's kind of evened up.
Boy.
Kind of evened up now in the tro.
It's-
That was the
Tirri's
one
actually
bad
in-
engagement by
5
Kirk
minutes
there.
remaining.
Tirri's actually probably up a little.
Yeah, but Kirk killed way more. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
that's the thing.
No. I mean, just like by health right
Yeah.
now.
What's Tirri
It's
doing?
another bad push by
Oh my
Tirri.
God. He has the right idea by pushing, but
He's taking damage.
Oh, alright.
He just keeps running into the souls, which is the thing you should be avoiding.
they have a the fetch should be pushing that side.
Okay. I don't like how slow the rest of the Armageddon team has been to get to this north side. They should have been all up there a lot earlier. Because now they need to take that fucking middle hill. Like, Liger needs to get on that goddamn hill. See, NP gave up that hill. Oh, no, Zell's still there. Zell's still there. They need to finish Zell. Zell's one mort is the only thing keeping them in this game. Otherwise, they'll be completely pushed off the hill's middle. And then Armageddon could just camp the hill's middle and force them to run into it at the end of the game. That would be checkmate.
Zell's running off the hill right now, so there you go.
Oh my god, he ran off of it voluntarily. That was the only thing keeping them in the game. They don't even understand their positioning. Oh my god, that's awful. Yeah, now they gave up the hill. It's checkmate. Checkmate right here. They already got it.
Yeah, 330 left. I don't know. But so this is 2008. They're trying to save that percent.
Armageddon could camp this right now. They don't have to push this at all.
But the same goes for NP though. They're trying to keep that 50%.
Liger is calling to just camp. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Limp. That's true.
It was terrible to go down the hill. Don't get me wrong, but they're trying to preserve percent right now. Is what's happening. That's. Why
I mean, they could try to finish them, but like it might go bad, you know.
Yep. They're
Like,
still enough.
I would assume that NP would not just give up, and they would still try to push into them, even if they were holding the hill.
It's only a 9% difference. It's still
Yeah,
60.
exactly. Yeah, they would still try to push it and to see if they could win, and they would probably lose horribly, and they would kill them way more efficiently that way. Paris says it's 7-2 in the points right now. I assume that's counting the win.
I can't believe we were doing this stupid system for this long.
Yeah, me neither. Really dumb.
Yeah, so you're exactly right, Limp. That's why they're retreating, because it's a tie game with the percents right now. I guess if they pushed in and lost and dropped to a low percent, they would maybe just lose the series on this game. Point system's terrible, man. It's crazy.
It's horrible because you also need someone who's actually like a scorekeeper during the game, so you know what's happening. It was horrible.
I was about to say Tirri was on the wrong side. Like, finally moved to the right side. Like, as a thrower, like, I'm always trying to avoid the souls. You always should just put yourself wherever the souls are not at. Like, so he shouldn't even be trying to go on the other side.
There's something I want to talk about here, and that's like we were doing this system for so long, and as you can see right now, it's like it honestly is like against the spirit of the game to like focus on keeping MPC
Yes,
points.
absolutely
It's like,
agree. Really
what
dumb.
I'm watching happen, and like what happened, them like retreat with 70% or something still left. It was
Love that engagement by Kirk. Just wrecked Tirri.
But do you know what I mean, though? It just
Yeah.
feels like it's like that's not something that would you would normally even ever try and do. You would try and just win the fight.
Yep.
It's more can happen that way in the chaos and the desperation. So it just like feels. It just feels way more restrained. You know what I mean?
I never like any game rule that avoids proper fighting of the game, right? Like it kind of reminds you like in like imagine you're watching like an MMA fight, boxing fight, whatever, where like one fighter is just trying to point fight because like they got a lead. Oh, big shot by Magne on 2 fetch. Like, imagine, like, somebody just getting an early lead. It's like BC. That's why BC doesn't work as game type. That's literally what it is, right? You're point fighting.
I was just going to make that point. That's why I say that. But, you know, this is funny, too, because they retreated to preserve percentage, and they're still taking this fight when they should just still be retreating.
Yeah.
You know, they
Yep.
just conceded the loss by walking
30
off
seconds
to keep at
remaining.
least.
They should have
50%.
fought before. The time to fight was when Zell was still on that fucking hill. That's when they needed to go all in and just fight because they were literally about to lose the game right then.
Here's the thing that's stupid though. It might have been something where it's like every 20% was like the
Yeah, it
tiers
was.
of what the points
Yeah,
were
it
at.
was. It was. Yeah.
So it's like 50 versus 44 might not be different, or like, you know what I mean? It's just
It is so dumb because like
So
they
arbitrary.
didn't want to do like decimal points or whatever, right? They wanted to keep it whole points, but yeah. Okay,
it makes the
Kirk.
game look hideous.
Yeah, no, for sure. And that's thank God we got rid of that system. I think it was I want to say it was like 2010 or 2011 maybe that system went away. I want to say 2010.
Honestly, I couldn't say with any certainty.
It was around there. It was definitely around there.
Whenever Grim stopped hosting him was probably when that stopped, because he would have kept running with the tradition.
Yeah, but you remember 2010, he didn't host it originally. Actually, 2010 had this really weird story where I think it was Aki tried to host it first. Then it was actually me. I tried to host MWC 2010 for a brief period, if anybody remembers that.
Is that didn't you host another one too?
Yeah, I did end up hosting another one later, 2017. That one I actually did host. But 2010, there was a brief period where I actually tried to host it. The only reason was because I had Toxin's support to put, because if you remember back then, you needed to have an MWC website, right? And
Yeah,
in my opinion, it actually didn't matter who TO'd. It mattered more like who the fuck was going to do the fucking website, right?
Toxin made nice ones.
And Toxin had often did them, and I offered to pay. I did pay him actually. I paid him $50.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean it's not a lot, but like fuck, it's not like I had a bunch of money either,
for
right?
something like that, for someone who's actually like skilled, it probably took like an hour or two to make $50. It was probably worth it.
Yeah. I threw $50 at him because I knew it was like labor for him and everything. But and I generally believe that was like the only actual real work. Like this whole notion, this is something I didn't really like about Grimm's attitude sometimes, where he thought like the TOing was like really a really important job. I mean, the only sense of the word that TOing is important is like the TO just needs to get the fuck out of the way, honestly. Like the only time I ever see the TO cause fucking problems is when they try to get in the fucking way of things. Like they're just creating dumb rules or creating headaches for the team captains and things like that, right? Like so like if a TO just like shows up and like doesn't do hardly anything, and like just like copy paste the rules from the previous year and shit like that, like all you need is someone to pick the fucking maps. And back when we had websites, you need somebody to do the website or whatever. That's it. But that's not really the TOing. Like the TOing is like the quote unquote like.
I actually miss the websites because it actually documents the thing.
Yes, no, I agree. But like that's the problem was like people weren't gonna keep putting in the effort to do them, right? What we really should have had was like somebody should have put together one fucking website that could be reused for all the goddamn years. You know what I mean? Like, why the fuck do we keep making a new one every goddamn time?
It would be so easy too with the way that websites can be built with just like choosing it from another website now.
Yeah, the web was in its early days back then, and it is what it is.
I made a few websites for some tournaments in my time. I had to do it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, really, somebody should have just made one fucking universal site that
You're
could have
right.
worked for all the fucking years. Like, this whole notion of
there's
like one site, and then we're gonna not tear it down, but like basically neglect it, and just like, and then eventually it falls off the map, and then we just have a different website for another year. Like, so dumb. Yeah, we shouldn't have done that.
In hindsight, there's a lot of things that we should do.
Yeah, we were not organized for sure.
There was no organization. It was just flailing wildly in the dark when I look at it now.
But yeah, 2010. It went Aki, then me, then Liger. Liger actually. Liger and Grim. Liger did the website. Grim TO'd it.
Oh, I remember that vaguely.
All right. So yeah, Zur and Kirk had big matches or a big game here. Ours did well. Kirk, I would say Kirk, you gotta give Kirk the MVP. I mean, he led that push. They set up the trophy fetch push exactly how they should have set it. He had great throwing. He won that for his team. Zur was there where he needed to be, giving the assist.
Yeah, that was a hard push too. He pushed like into their side. You know what I mean? That again, in the smaller bottleneck too. That's a hard place to do that successfully.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean that was basically it. That push won the game. That was the whole game right there. So. All right. So it goes into sudden death because it's 2-2-1 the score.
Yeah, final map is a trial map, so that works well for Armageddon based on the results so far. Although I guess MP did technically win one trial map in crazy fashion, but yeah.
Right. It was a game they shouldn't have won, but yeah. Yeah, this definitely favors Armageddon. I mean, we've been seeing it. Like Kirk's definitely been outroing Tirri, I would say. Like, yeah, there was, Tirri had this slight edge in Frozen Cloud Spine in the beginning, but I wouldn't necessarily say that was due to Kirk's throwing or anything. It was just Kirk had a worse position. But at least Kirk didn't lose the game.
Kirk won that fight eventually.
Yeah, he did win that fight eventually. Still, yeah, exactly. Okay, so here we got Xur and Kirk throwing. That's cool. Yep, that's how I would do it. Magne taking a throw though. I'd probably do two-way split with a throw on this, but a three-way split was common too.
Yeah, the 1-2-1. That was what it evolved to at one point.
Logan, go see mom.
Rabican digging down for his inner Raziel this game.
Or 2-1-2, excuse me.
Short like 5 mercs or something like that.
I need to step away for a couple minutes. My son is throwing a fit. I'll be back. I'm gonna pause it here in PT. Be back in a couple minutes.
Man, that's a lot. That's a lot of warlocks.
They got, let's see, 4, 5, 6 mercs. 6 mercs short, I think, and a ton of artillery.
7 warlocks is a lot, especially when you already have 3 people on Trow.
Yeah, it's asking for warlocks to get picked off from Trow.
Or for you to shoot yourself because you're not managing them correctly.
Yeah.
Let's see, over on Armageddon we got 3 people with warlocks, 2 with double, so that's like way more manageable. Over here, let's see what it is. Yeah, the split for NP is kind of crazy with the locks here.
Yeah,
Rab's definitely got a Trow and a lock. 2 locks.
Yeah, it feels like they're putting themselves in a tough position from the start with these splits.
Yeah, this is weird. I'm definitely looking at Rab with 2 locks, a Trow, and presumably some mercs, which is a strange unit set for sure.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to use those locks effectively unless, your Trow are basically just going to be sit back defending for you to actually be able to handle those locks well.
You got 1 white, too, for Armageddon. I doubt it plays a factor, though.
It'd be funny if it did. It was Bane in game 1 or whatever that was.
That was still amazing. I honestly, remember when I said we were watching that I've watched this before?
Mm-hmm.
I think that was one of those films that was like mandatory viewing because everyone was
Yeah, everyone was talking
amazing.
about it.
Yeah. Something about it was like really familiar, and I understand why now. As I said, I'm pretty sure I watched this match because like we were about to face this team like right after this.
Yeah.
And like I watched films. I know a lot of people didn't, but I did. I thought it was important to see what the other team is like kind of doing with their strategies and stuff, like generally.
Yeah, do you remember, did you think you were going to play one of these 2 teams? Like, which one was going to move on?
Say that again?
Yeah, the question was terrible. I heard it sounded confusing to me. Who did you think was going to win this match back then? Do you remember? Like, oh, we're going to play these guys in the finals.
Honestly, I was so inactive in 2008 that I'm not even sure if I was like super locked into it in that way. Like, I don't even think I played more than a couple games even in the finals.
Gotcha.
But I definitely would have wanted probably to have faced like Armageddon, just because like I would have wanted to have like beaten that team.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like at the same time though, like I lost to the other team the year prior. So it's like it's hard to say like I would have wanted to have like avenged that too. So but I don't know, like I think I probably would have been more afraid at the time of like the Tcox team just generally. Um Seeing that now, I think that would have been wrong, but I definitely was like biased towards the Armageddon team, I think, at the time, because I wasn't, super friendly with like many of those players at that time.
Yeah.
I don't think many players were, for that matter.
For
But
sure. Yeah. All these personalities are pretty.
intense.
Yeah, for sure. You were talking about earlier how Armageddon's like one of the outliers, like in terms of teams that have won it all. They're different
Yeah.
from like everyone else, and so when I found these films, I was looking back like how it led up to the finals eventually when they played NC and stuff. So whatever happened, Armageddon got knocked to the bottom bracket, so that they had to play a match versus that Raziel team to even be able to get in the bottom bracket final against Tcox. So they had to play an extra match, and the match against the Raziel team, game five. I'm assuming it was game 5 or maybe it was a game 6 even. Was on trial territories as well, and it was like a deciding game. The match wasn't decided at that point, so they beat the Raziel team on a game's deciding game, like elimination game for both teams. Now they have this match, elimination game for both teams, game 6, and then they had to win against NC, go to Sun and Death. Like it's just so improbable, right? They had faced like so
Yeah.
many elimination scenarios and just barely got out
Yeah,
every
it looked
single
like they were
time.
pretty. They looked like they were like pretty argumentative too, and like, but at the same time, like pretty connected. Very strange team, but
Yeah,
looking at it now, it's like, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Like Kirk has definitely so far been probably the best player in the series, uh, just based on like what I've seen. He's
yeah.
had the most important units for Armageddon, and they've prevailed in a bunch of these situations. A lot of the time, honestly, because of his perseverance, not because of his aggression. Actually,
Yeah, it's
Yeah. By the way, I'm back. Yeah, that's a great point. Like Kirk, when he's put in a bad position, he doesn't throw away units or health or whatever, like a lot of players fucking do, right? Like he fucking, like you said, perseveres. He's in a bad position, but he's like surviving, right? Yeah.
yep.
Yeah, my son was throwing a fit because he wanted me to change his diaper and not his mom. So,
lovely.
yep, that was what that was all about. Anyway,
Well, you got to be the hero for a moment.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So I told him thanks. Gee, thanks. That's exactly what I wanted to do. What else? You were saying Armageddon beat the Raziel team. Fun fact, I was on that Raziel team. I'd be curious to see. I know we lost like fucking horribly. I'd be curious to see though those matches and how I did in them. But
So that's the thing, you guys didn't lose horribly. So before you missed it, but I was talking about like how improbable it was that Armageddon won it all, like how Limp mentioned earlier. They beat you guys in a game 5 trial territories, a game deciding game to facing
mm-hmm.
elimination both games, and then they did what we're watching right now, and then they had to go to Sun and Death and win a Sun and Death in the finals, but. Yeah, we'll see if we do those films at some point. It's the first time I've ever seen Kron rage on someone. Like
Oh
Kron's super
man.
quiet, and it's because of our Raziel strat that won
Oh
a game
yeah,
5
yeah,
deciding game. So yeah,
yeah.
Man, you
Roz
know
is
what
a
I would have?
fucking terrible one.
I would have loved to have seen Adren and Raz on a team just because
Oh my
would have,
god.
would have raged so hard against Raz, I think.
I mean, pretty much everybody raged. I was raging against Raz and stuff. I don't even understand why he kept captaining, because it seems like everybody had an issue with his capping. Like, who the fuck put him in charge? I didn't get it.
That was definitely somewhat of probably a like prestige from 03 type thing.
It must have been. That's the only thing. That's the only thing that he had claim to fame over, right? Like, yeah, and it was what? Because Hitlo didn't show in the finals, so he captained instead or something, right?
Yeah, the emergency. Yeah, we had to, like switch position last minute,
right?
Because Hit couldn't be there.
By the way, who knocked out Armageddon to the bottom bracket? What happened there?
I would guess we did. If I remember
NC?
right, if both these times are here, it's the only thing that makes sense to me. Yeah,
NC did. Okay.
I'm not certain, but. Yeah.
Oh, because NC, I keep forgetting, NC was the top bracket finalist. Yeah, okay. Yeah. But okay, so they probably faced NC earlier than the top bracket finals and got knocked down, right? Because you said they played the Roz team. Dark Horse was the name of that team, by the way.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
Was Clank on that with you?
Yes, I think so. Yeah. Yep.
Probably like Eastwind and like Cougar and stuff too.
Yeah. I think so. Yep.
That's still a good team, man.
No, it was a good team, but we were that was the second year of that team. It was a very similar team in 07. And we got fourth place both times.
Okay.
Like, we were the clear fourth place. It wasn't even like close to getting third. Like, I don't think we had a single win over any of the top three teams above us. So, yeah.
I think honestly that was a situation where unfortunately I think that team could have gone further, but I think that Raz was kind of
100% the Raz capping. It was a total handicap. Like, it was awful. It was absolutely awful.
Yeah,
anyway.
It's pretty bad. But before we start this, I'm gonna jet away for just like literally 1 minute. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, let me look at these trades real quick. What the fuck is NP doing? Jesus fucking Christ! Oh my God! No, like auto loss just on a trade. Holy shit!
Rab goes into his inner Raziel for this game.
Yeah, no shit. Jesus. Oh, I've never seen anything so awful. Like, you're not gonna max merc, like not even like close to max. It's like, how many fucking merc is that? Jesus Christ, 8.
He's six short, 13? I think.
Okay. It looks worse than 6 short, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4. You're right. Yeah, you're right. It's 6.
Well, I mean, that's a big deal.
It's still 6 is big. Yeah, it's still big.
Look how many locks they have in artillery. Mm-hmm. Like, how are you going to protect that?
Yeah.
Get off.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Jesus, the Armageddon trade looks so much cleaner and just like tidy and distribution-wise, everything.
Something Limp was mentioning too is Rabican has a single trowel, but he also has 2 locks and like crids.
That's awful.
We'll see if that changes, but that's pretty rough.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. I mean, look, Rab could have captained this flawlessly, and they probably still would have lost. Because a Tromap's gonna heavily favor Armageddon, but still, yeah, no worries. This is like almost auto loss just on the trade. So.
Oh, you mean the 7 locks?
Yeah. Well, 7 locks plus 6 merc, only 22. What was it? 27 minus 6, 21 merc. Yeah. I mean,
if there's any just like direct melee confrontation that happens quickly, like you're just so much, like, I don't know.
There's no way. The merc, you can't go short 6 merc. I mean, you just literally can't do that. All right. You guys ready to start it?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go.
Game on.
People talk about ASMR.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't like. There's nothing like in that for me, personally. But one of the things that I would say is like close, but it's really just a sound I like. Is like the sound of trow walking.
It doesn't really strike me as an ASMR thing. By the way, for anybody listening that doesn't know what that is, can you explain it real quick?
Yeah, I forget exactly what the acronym stands for, but it's
basically like soothing sounds, right? Like really soothing sounds.
It's not just that. Like, have you ever like listened to a song or like watched a movie or something, and like a part happens that like you really enjoy and like you get goosebumps from it?
Flag captured.
That's like ASMR, but it's specifically like a sound.
Flag captured.
So, it doesn't do that for me, but it's just like, man, I love the way that the sound of like the trow walking is just such like a pleasant, peaceful, chill sound. I swear.
Yeah.
It's also like, I think it's like the one sound I like associate most with Myth is like the sound of a trow walking.
Yeah, I would agree. Or also, I would say that the warrior shield taunt, the warrior taunt, is another.
Oh, that's
one
pretty
for
good
me.
too.
Yeah.
That's pretty good too.
Or just like the warriors fighting in a melee fight too, like the clanking.
Yeah, the clanking.
Yeah. I hope I really want to see Liger just hand that tro off to Kirk. That was the one thing I didn't like about what Armageddon did was the 3-way tro split. I do think the 2-way is better, but
Tirri ended up getting 3 trow now, so they don't have the 3-way split anymore.
Yeah, I think Liger's gonna do it too.
he should. I'm not sure if he's going to, but he should. Just hand the tro over, dude.
Yeah, you're such
Just
like this is
hand
a
it
situation
over.
where it's like the lack of.
He's got souls to control anyway. Just hand the
what
damn
is he
tro.
what is he even doing? He's like clearly like box selects and everything.
Or at least give Kirk like 2 more mercs so he can engage that. Jesus.
Just a lot of box selection, like all group movements.
Okay, Armageddon's got to just find a better position to hold that north.
Give him your tro, bro.
So freaking terrible.
That's why I wasn't sure he was gonna do it, because some people are just like super selfish and they just refuse to give up their tro. When like clearly he should just give it up right here, but he doesn't want to.
Anything happening anywhere else? Doesn't look like it has yet.
Not so far.
Pretty evenly shadowed everywhere. So
Man,
no
2008,
significant
we're playing like trow territories in like a bottom bracket finals match. I'm gonna give this a thumbs down on the selection phase.
I mean, I like this better than the Barbell Moth, though, to be honest. The Barbell Moth.
Yeah, I mean.
By the way, Barbell Moth, I think, is Barb Valley. I'm not sure about the game type. That was played again in the finals this year. Like, literally the match right after this. Barb Valley was played again, I think. Oh, actually, no, it was a pick. Wasn't it a pick? Yeah, Armageddon picked it. Never mind. They picked it in sudden death. They must have liked it for themselves, so. You see how aggressive Kirk always is, even when he's sort of fucking tro? It's so funny. I mean, I like it though. It's not like he never takes, not never, but he does a good job not taking good, unnecessary damage. I like how he baited that lock shot without taking damage too. Like,
Yeah, I mean, for the best of them, you win on the margins, right?
ooh, Magne's dwarf got clipped. Magne not having a great match from what I've seen, but
For the longest time in my head, I always called him Mang.
I mean, maybe that's right. That's an okay engagement for Kirk. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
no, I was
okay.
gonna say for Tirri, I don't know why you would take that fight. There's no winning that. There's like all those mercs right behind you. Have no support like close. It's just
Flag.
weird.
I guess it was like kind of even, roughly.
There's the aggressive south push right now. We'll see what happens.
So this is Cave against Zur in the south. That's a really interesting matchup, actually. Really interesting.
Former teammates.
Curious how Cave does in that.
Flag
I just heard a lock go
captured.
down middle. Yep. That was Grimm's lock, I think. Nemesis looks like he picked off Grimm's lock.
Yeah.
I think Armageddon might be slowly winning this Artie fight, maybe? Oh, Grimm's getting pinched maybe middle. Magne and Nemesis kind of almost pinching him.
Flag contested.
He should just be full retreat.
Flags lost. Flag
Okay,
captured.
Cave's looking for the fight. It's like
Voided taking more damage. You have Rab. Rab is fully crossed over onto their side of the map. So that you could see some pinches being set up here in the south. Either Rab getting pinched or Rab pinching Paris
Flag
maybe.
lost.
And Nemesis is trying to
Flag
pinch Rab right
contested.
now. It's probably going to.
I like that move that he's making. Yeah, I think this is a good play by
mercs
Nemesis.
right now?
Yeah, look at those mercs.
Flag.
Oh
What is he
man,
doing?
oh, he's gonna
Flag
get really good
Flag
He's gonna get some good
lost.
value, I think, with these mercs.
Flag
Oh yeah, I mean, the
contested.
souls are just gonna melt right
Flag
here. I don't know why.
captured.
He's got to back that merc out. You know, he's got to get his lock in there. Get the lock. Oh, get the other mercs in there. Nice. Yeah, I like that. This is a great move by Nemesis. Really like this. Okay,
Really
now he's got to
crap.
save his merc though. He's got to save his merc. He's gonna get tro rushed and his souls are spread out. That's the problem. Or not spread out rather. His souls are way too clumped up. Yeah. Okay, that was not a good move. Nemesis gets picked off now. If he had his souls
Zer's
actually.
Zer's counter rushing. Here we go.
Okay, Zer's counter. Okay, good. Yeah, that's good. He's taking a lot more damage though. They're defending Zer a lot better though than yeah. Zer's gonna be down more health, but Paris has more melee, so it's okay. Okay. Armageddon cleans up the south. Man, did Kirk lose a tro? Oh fuck, Kirk lost a tro. Oh, that's a terrible engagement. Liger not handing that tro to Kirk is like costing them so much right now. If they just fucking gave that goddamn tro to Kirk, Jesus. I don't know how Kirk lost a tro, to be honest, because we're gonna have to watch it again after this, to be honest.
2 simultaneous engagements.
Yeah.
Ooh, both those locks go down.
He picked off 3 arty pieces. With
Yep, and
not
they're
not
down,
too much
8%
damage.
now.
Not too much damage taken either.
I don't feel like Tirri knows what he's doing on Trout.
No, he does not know what he's doing on Tro. This is like
All he had to do is protect his team there. Why is he?
It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
Why is he
Yeah.
face checking souls over and over? Like,
This
what's
is exactly the kind of stuff that I've been complaining about with his troing for years.
Big fight in the north. We'll see what happens.
It's a terrible engagement, but also Armageddon didn't defend that very well either. They should have been on the Tro, not the Merc.
This is
Okay.
a weird.
Armageddon ends up winning the north. Oh! It's actually even now in the Tro. Oh, it's over for Armageddon. Yeah, like I thought Tirri was gonna get out of that with at least the Tro advantage, but no, it's actually evened up now completely. Is Kirk gonna get the stone?
Flag.
That just adds insult to injury, doesn't it? Kirk still's on top with the Tro.
Persevered,
Oh my God.
man. I think.
Yeah.
That's
He
important elements of a myth player. Is just
Yes.
to keep going.
Yes.
Keep
yes.
your units alive, even no matter how
Flag
bad like the
contested.
situation looks. Like
That's one of my in one of my myth articles that I wrote. It
Flag
was like
captured.
it was like 10 point
Flag captured.
tips. It was like 10 tips or
Flag
whatever.
contested.
One of the points was like don't
Flag
die.
lost.
I was like, that's like the biggest thing. Just don't die. If nothing else.
Flag contested.
really just some sloppy stuff, because I actually kind of saw the same thing south, where like when Zur rushed, Cave
Flag
like didn't
contested.
counter rush. He just like let his stuff get rushed, and there was like no value gain there. He just like kept his trow green. Like I don't know. This has not been a great trowing game for Tcox, I think.
Definitely not. I mean, I liked the move that who was that? Cave? Yeah. I think Cave actually did okay.
He made a good
Flag
move initially, but
contested.
once Zerv counter rushed, he kind of just watched his stuff get rushed and then like didn't attack anything. And
Did he? What did he have that was getting rushed? Was it Merc? He had Merc or something, or what?
no, like his players with him were getting rushed.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Lost.
Artillery
That was-
stuff, like
That was the mistake he made. He did really good on the soul rush, but after that he kept on putting his trout in the face of like all their cred when he should have fallen back to the souls and try to protect the souls against that trout rush.
correct.
That was the
They
mistake he
would have
made.
probably would have killed both those trout and like kept all their
Flag.
stuff alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
They
could.
probably
Percents
won-
would probably
won the
be
game
even
there.
right now. Yeah.
I mean, the percents are still close.
It
'cause
wasn't.
of
It
trout
wasn't a massive like. He just kind of like
Flag
evenly traded when he needed to win
Yeah,
it, though.
for
Like
sure.
right, yeah. No, like Tirri had an
Flag
obvious
contested.
Tro advantage, given that.
Flag
Yeah, it was
lost.
3 Tro against 3 Tro, but like Liger's Tro was basically out of the fight, you know.
They are.
And-
They
and-
were also fighting with Armageddon's locks in the water, too. Like they had a huge advantage there.
Yeah.
In position. I don't know what happened.
Flag lost.
Cave's gonna kick a few crit mid that they're not paying attention to. That's pretty good at this point of the game.
Chickenwire, paying attention.
So, are there stone tro or anything, or are these the actual percentages? These look like
There's the actual percentage, but Zer's trout is like 1 hit, 2 of their trials are 1 hit on Armageddon, so it's actually closer than the percent show.
Storm's got like a full green trowel, but like at this point in the game, when it's just isolated like that, it
Flag
may as well
captured.
be like red
Who has the full green?
Flag
Oh,
lost.
Storm. Yeah, no shit. Well, how the
But there's
fuck
a
is
man-
he?
Remaining.
Was that Cave's trial in the south that got handed off to Storm?
Yeah,
Must have
must have been.
It's 50
Liger
seconds.
suicides a trow. Liger suicides a trow, top left.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh
Two-
wow, to Mercs, yeah. Liger did absolutely awful this game, I must say.
So it's close
Flag
right now. It's 3-3.
It's
30
super
seconds
close.
left.
Wait, look at the
Flag
southeast. They got a white solo tagger's gonna cross.
Oh
30
wow.
seconds remaining.
Also,
Nemesis
the
has a tagger in the
North-
southwest
yeah.
too. Oh, that tagger that Nemesis has in the southwest is key, super key. Oh,
So this is
Kirk
actually
gonna
when
get this?
these type of games get good.
Is Kirk gonna win
Flag
that north?
Lost.
has
Flag
to.
captured.
With the single
Oh, ours rings too early. Kirk's gonna win this with the red
Oh
throw.
my gosh.
Flag
Why?
Oh,
Kirk
there it is.
what I
Kirk
figured.
again. Kirk again.
persevered. He persevered, man.
Man,
96.
Armageddon outplayed them hard there at the end. Tirri's trowing. I mean, what he did have the high damage, but man, like that.
Terrible
That was
engagement.
very, yeah, it was just like, man, especially at the end there. Like he let Kirk kick 3 arty almost completely uncontested. So
I mean, honestly, I watched both flanks for Tcox get just like trow rushed for their artillery, and then like the trow just like didn't respond. That was it.
yeah, like they had to win that north. The NP had to win that north, and they didn't. Like that's why they lost. So
Especially once they got the trow advantage. I know we didn't see how Kirk lost that one trow, but winning that crossing, caught in the water, down a trow, crazy that Armageddon were able to win in that situation.
yeah,
And that's what I'm saying. Like, once they got the trow advantage in the north, like that was MP's game to lose. Like they had they dictated the outcome at that point. But freaking Tirri's north keeps on face checking souls that he eventually loses that advantage, and it just becomes even. Like
I saw him do that in the Barb game too. Like I'm always seeing his tro like try to go towards the fucking enemy souls, which is like you saw it in the Barb game. He does that initial. Remember when the same time Kirk was pushing, Tirri does a push on the opposite side,
Yeah.
but he's pushing into souls, and it's like I said right before he even
With
did
no
it, I was
support.
like, this is a terrible without melee support or any arty support,
Yeah, no
and
support.
no support whatsoever. And even before he did it, I was like, this is a terrible push. Like, and then he's like massively out of position, and yeah, so it's just obvious that he doesn't understand the throwing thing very well. And I don't think he ever did. It's not like it's some new thing that came up. So
Rough game for both Magne and Rabican.
yeah, Rab stats there. Yeah,
Rab
and Magne, yeah.
Rab had the souls that got rushed in the south.
Nemesis, where's his stats? Yeah, Nemesis didn't do great either. His big mistake is that his souls should have been clumped. He actually could have defended 2 Tro with what he had. You got to remember, he had 6 souls and 3 Merc. He could have defended that. He probably would have still died, but he should have been able to kill or do at least almost a whole Tro's health worth of damage. The problem was he didn't spread out his souls the way you would not normally want to defend. Not only did he not spread the souls, he should have been able to retreat to the river with the souls on the river, right? If he had just done that, he would have actually been able to defend the 2 Tro just fine. But this just goes to like people not understanding how to spread, especially souls and archers enough, and how to use the terrain to defend themselves properly. He actually had enough there to defend 2 full health Tro rushing him. He
So-
could have defended it.
So a point I just wanted to touch on actually is that like, so we were just talking about like, I think during this game and right before it, about like the focus on trying to keep your stuff alive, on making sure that your units are alive in situations where like you don't need to be just like throwing the unit away. And in the north we saw there, after that whole like chaos ensued and the melee happened, and Tirri had a trow, and Kirk had a trow, and there was just like, all right, let's click on each other, fight to see who wins this. Like, I'll make the other player red. When really, probably there, looking back, how much different that situation could have been. That doesn't happen, like because that single hit could have decided this entire match, and that's the like what happened with Armageddon for the rest of the tournament, because like that red trow dies, it doesn't tag that north flag, this game turns out differently, and it's just like if you just actually conserve what you have with your units and make sure that you're always available in a situation where you can be of use, it makes a difference. And this game like shows that, because like Kirk's red single hit trow literally tagged that flag that won the game. So it's like there couldn't be much better of a representation of what we're kind of talking about.
They should have been able to hold that Northwest, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
NP should have been able to hold that. I'm not sure actually if it would have won. Were they winning the tie? Yeah, no, you're right. I think they won the tie, right? Yeah, they had the tiebreaker, 3-3. Yeah, you're right. Fuck, if they had won that Northwest. Kirk with the fucking clutch save again. Think about how his history would have been changed completely if Kirk had not won that fucking fight on the Northwest flag. Damn.
All right, that's the segue to bring up the point I was talking about. So there's been no team that's ever won 3 Mithril Cups in a row. There's been players who have done it, like jumping between different teams or team makeups, but there's never been a team, right? There's been Civil 2, it's the MP Tcox squad. I think I call both years the MP Tcox squad because they had Arzenic for that first run.
I would kind of argue that a little bit. I would say that like your run specifically GKG from at least like 11 through 13 was like pretty similar, right?
Well, Asmo's point though is that I didn't do it with the same team 3 years in a row. Like,
yeah, it's like clearly different. Like 11 and 12 teams. 11 and 12 you can group together as like the same group if you want like the bowl stuff. But like in 13 it clearly changed with TMT. Like nothing was similar at that point. I mean,
that was TMT, definitely different. Yep.
TMT never lost one, but there was breaks in between, like 14 and then 16, and so there's breaks.
That's an interesting wrinkle. You're right.
So if Tcox MP won this series and they had a shot there, like that North Flag fight, they probably should have won and knocked out Armageddon. Then the finals is NC versus MP. So whoever wins that is the first 3-peat champion ever.
Did they face each other at all in the DE rounds? I don't think so. Did they?
I don't know.
Doubtful, yeah, I think so. Because, no, if Armageddon was not in the top bracket finals, it would have had to be NP and Tcox, right?
Oh, yeah, probably.
So then they probably did fight them in the finals, and they must have lost then. So
I guess
NC should have knocked out both of these teams into the bottom bracket, right? It definitely wasn't the Roz team. Dark Horse did not win.
It's gotta be
we didn't beat any of the top 3 teams in a match. So definitely it was NC. Yeah, NC knocked them both out for sure.
Yeah, because if they win this one, then and Tcox or MP Tcox win all, that means they would have won 06, 07, and 08. On the hindsight, if NC plays them in the finals, the Tcox MP team, and NC wins, then they win 08, 09, 010 in a row.
So what you're saying basically is that Armageddon spoiled the concept of any true dynasty other than Civil ever happening?
Yep, they spoiled.
Why did Civil win 3 in a row? Did they?
Dude, they won like 8 tournaments in a row or something.
No, MWCs though. We're talking MWCs.
Yeah,
but back then there was like Major League Myth and stuff, which was still like a huge tournament with like 60 teams or whatever.
Yeah, I hear you, but it's still a little different. I because you're counting tournaments instead of like longevity in terms of the years, right? Like with one MWC per year, it's kind of like a regulated, like it's a different thing if you're gonna start counting like, there's 3 tournaments in 1 year, so.
You're not wrong, but I'm just saying that winning 8 tournaments in a row is like pretty solid when there were still like 60 tournaments.
Yeah, but it was easier to do that back then. You know what I mean? Like it was a lot easier to do that back then.
Yes and no, right? Like it was easier if you were actually like talented, but Also,
a
Civil
top
had,
team. There's nothing that tells me in all my years of competing in Myth that tells me if you're a top team in MWC, you're gonna be a top team in any fucking team tournament. So like if you're the favorite in MWC, you're gonna be favorite for all the other fucking team tournaments that are around the same time frame, and you're probably whoever can win MWC is very likely to win most, if not all, of the other team tournaments as well. Like that's just the way it's gonna work because it's the same team around the exact same time frame. Like it's fucking, you're not measuring something different, really.
You know what I was thinking about recently was how we kind of got deprived of like I feel like NP versus SF or like Civil like directly facing each other in a finals. Like I guess we got it sort of that one time in a calm, but that wasn't really Civil though. That was like
Civil. I will just answer this question. Look, Civil was great for their era, but they were clearly never going to compete against the more modern era that kind of NP kind of ushered in.
I think they would have if they continued playing, obviously, because they were like.
I don't think
far
so.
above-
I don't think they
so
would have been
far above-
competitive against NP. I'm gonna say it right now. I don't think they would have. I mean, I watched those films. They had like 2 or 3 good players, but like even Fod, who would be their best player for sure, and was
No.
their captain.
He was not their best player.
He was not their best player. You don't think so?
No, it was Guttermouth. That was like well accepted.
Okay, well, it's Fod and Guttermouth. I don't know. They're close. I don't think you can say clearly. Fod was clearly their captain, though.
He was like their leader. Their captain was like Ananab Tilps.
Look, I can just tell you, Asmo and I watched those films. We just reviewed them. Fod was clearly the fucking captain. Like Analab Tilps might have captained some games, but he did not do. If he did, he didn't do a good job. And Fod was clearly the superior captain and was their main captain.
Yeah, he captained
so
too. Yeah. It wasn't just him, but they both.
I mean, Asmo, do you remember it differently?
So what I remember is they shifted captains a lot. Like even in
Stinger would captain sometimes. I think Ruiner would too.
I think we sort of agree.
In the early Civil, that was more true. What I remember was late Civil, Fod was more regularly the captain, as if that had been settled down.
M. Bison would captain, which was him.
He did, but even then he split 50% of the games in the 2000 final on SF. I think the thing I remember and why we were calling him Civil's best player is because
he's their leader, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean the individual play between all the players, it didn't stand out a ton, but any big move that Civil made in those games that was a tactical team coordinated move, Fod was the one typing out in chat and coordinating that.
Yeah, he was the shot caller clearly, and that's why I say he was the captain. Even if he wasn't in the captain's chair, he was the clear shot caller. So
that makes sense. But yeah.
But I still don't think, as great as he was, I don't think he would have. I don't think Civil would have been competitive against NP. Their players were older, and I don't think they would have adapted to the new meta, so to speak. Some of them would, like Fod, but the team itself.
I think a bunch of them. They still had a bunch of players who continued on. Who I think Stinger, Odin.
I mean, I knew Stinger.
Ruiner,
I knew Stinger. Stinger was not a great player.
Stinger was pretty good.
He was good for his time, but it's a very different era, and a lot of those players are not going to adapt to not only new metas but new internet connection speeds and shit like that. A lot of people are fucking. How they performed back then is being very manipulated by just the fact that the internet connection speeds are very different back then.
Something that I was actually
prime example is Flatline. Goddamn, how was Flatline ever considered good? You go back and watch him even in his prime, he was never good. So
it's just I think it's because he had a cool name and a graphic, so people were like, "That's cool."
But also, as I understood it, he had a really, even though he's Aussie, he had a fast internet connection early on relative to other people. Because and that was more true of older mythers. Older mythers who, because they're older, they had more money, they got access to that early broadband back then. It gave them a big fucking leg up.
So
It's interesting too, because there's also some like people who played in Civil, if I'm not mistaken, were actually like a part of Bungie too. So like they were like they kind of had like an in, you know what I mean? They were well versed in like how the game worked.
And that almost further proves my point. Further proves my point why I don't think it would have lasted. It was an obvious early advantage that they had, and it just wasn't going to last.
Because like Badlands, if I'm not mistaken, had like Civil members in it. Like a bunch of maps we play were made by Civil people. I'm pretty certain, like Kayer.
Yeah, I think so.
So forth.
Yeah.
MP and Civil played in the 2000 Mithril Cup.
Yeah.
I mean,
it was close. Though.
Yeah, that was one of their closest, if not their closest match. Where'd they put in the bottom bracket? Someone else might have beat Civil, and they won through the bottom bracket. But anyways, yeah, MP and Civil played, and it was like one of the only close matches Civil had in 2000.
Yeah, good match too. I just wish that it would have continued on, but it was a close match that they won.
I just remember watching Civil's play, and it was clearly the earlier era. Like, it was so different from how Myth played even just a year or two later. And so
because so much of it was based upon like auto attack deciding for you, honestly, and just like putting the right units in the right situation for auto attack to win it. Almost like
they would also give like a single player like 18 warriors, like just fucking massive warrior packs. Like it was just crazy.
Do you remember that dude named Gore who played on that team called Companions?
Yes. Sounds familiar.
That dude would take like 60 to 80% regularly. And he would make it work too. Companions would regularly place like
sometimes that shit would work back then. Yeah. I remember.
If you controlled that, you could just like roll over like 30% on a flank.
It was just very early Myth, you know, like it would just get punished so hard like later on. Like you could never do that now, right? And that's why nobody does it anymore. I remember actually trying on the Raziel teams in 07 and 08. We actually still kind of played like that. Raz would give me these fucking huge goddamn squads. Like sometimes he did give me an 18 warrior kind of squad too.
I know.
And
was this 07 or 08?
Yeah, both basically. Both. I was being given the biggest squads on the team, but like I just remember whenever we faced NC, like what would happen is when you give one player such an overwhelmingly big squad like that, you're kind of relying on them to win the game for your whole team at that point. It's like you have to do something with this, right? And what always happened is like I'm a naturally aggressive player. I got this big squad. Like if I don't do something, our team's kind of fucked because I have too many of the units, right? And I remember I would try to like push or do some aggressive play to make something happen. And whenever we played like against one of the top teams, such as NC, like it would just get punished so hard. I would run into 2v1, 3v1s easily until I just got whittled down and killed. And there goes my big squad, you know. And that's the year or two where that happened to me. That's where I learned like, oh, you need to be paying special attention to 2v1, 3v1 type dynamics in the game because that shit matters. It's not just about the number of units, it's also about the number of players controlling those units. And sometimes you can see very clear examples of that where it's like literally you have 2 players with like bigger squads going against 3 players with smaller squads. So like the number of units total is about the same, but it's still 2 players versus 3. The 3 still has a huge advantage. You might even see it with like 1 player going against 2 similar units, but 2 against 1, big difference.
To that point though, it is really interesting though because it's like there can be diminishing returns on that, right? Like we already had that discussion earlier about like fetch splits, you know?
Yeah, for sure, yeah. For sure.
I'm not to like just. I'm
just talking about number of players, though. I'm not talking about the splits.
What I'm talking about is
just
how. What I'm talking about though is just how interesting it is that they can work both ways in the game.
Yeah,
I think that's a really interesting, just way that the game is. It's just like that. What makes it so unique is stuff like that, where it's like there's actually like there's only like your ROI can only get so far on certain things, you know, because it's like. while that rule is generally true, but then you take like certain situations and it's like, oh wait, yeah, there's 8 fetch. I don't want 2 people on this. I wouldn't want it to separate it down to smaller parts because of units interaction and stuff. It's just, I think it's cool how the game is specific that way. How it's like there's situations where you actually do want more people, more hands on one thing, and other situations where you want less because of the synchronicity between the units with one another. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Asmo, you're the tiebreaker. Do you think? Let's set it up like this. Do you think if Civil, the full Civil squad, played the NP squad, full NP squad, in just the year after, in 2001, who would have won?
I don't know. I mean, probably MP, but I'm not confident in that. I mean, there's a decent amount of, not a lot, there's some Civil players on like the Anger Face team, you know? There was Naylot, there was Odin, was there anyone else? I don't know.
Pod and Guttermouth are on KG
A different
Inquisition.
team, yeah. So they got split up. I don't know.
And I think there's a couple other guys floating around. It's really hard to tell who exactly is on Monkey Island and Cirque du Soleil and Iron Chef for that matter too.
I know Stinger's on whatever team Jeff was on that year. The clown team, I think.
Cirque du
I think
Soleil.
yeah, I don't know. It's a toss up. I mean, I don't think Civil just would have ran things forever, but I also
I don't
think.
know. I think they would have been competitive though.
Oh yeah, for sure they've been
I
competitive.
really see them.
Every Civil player that stuck around was still, good.
I really think they would have been a second tier team.
Wait, you don't think they're a contender at all?
No, I don't think
I don't know
so.
about that.
I think they would have been third place, fourth place team, pretty much.
I
By if not by 2001, maybe that's a little too early, but certainly by like 03, 04. I think this is the problem with the Civil roster. They only had like, in my opinion, 3 or 4 players that could have kept maintaining being top players as Myth kept evolving. They had glaring weaknesses in like the bottom half of their roster that just would not have kept up.
5 guys on that team would have stuck around for sure, maybe 6 for sure.
So who stands out to me is Fod, Guttermouth, Odin, Nylot. Those are the 4 names I would say. Who am I missing?
Stinger and Ruiner.
No, totally disagree with those names.
Stinger was a great player, man.
He was okay. I'm not saying he's bad, but
I was pretty close to Stinger. He was like me, Jeff, and Stinger played on like an FFA team together once. Stinger was very good at a point, like further on in Myth 2. He was a little bit separate from the Civil guys, but
yeah, I mean, if Civil sticks around, I think they're a contender every single year. I don't think they're winning every year, but yeah, I don't think they're going to tier 2 team because the people that did stick around from them, specifically Naylot, he went to every Mithril Cup finals that he played in and was like a very good player. And he was not, what we watched from Civil, he was not like one of their key guys in terms of the way they used him. He was like their number 5 dude. So,
Well, and that to me kind of suggests that how they misused him, they underutilized him probably. He definitely, I think, was better than maybe the roles he was given. But
yeah, they had such a huge roster though at one point too. They had like a straight full like 16-player roster at one point, so it was like
that's what I'm saying is like back then the rosters were 16 play like literally full 16-player rosters, and like I can only think of 4 Civil players that I actually think were actually any good. But whereas when I think of NP also, I think at one time in like 2001 or whatever, would have had a full 16-player roster too, or close to it, right? But I can definitely think of more than 4 top NP players. In fact, the top 3 NP players were like definitely like 5-ballers, like tippity top players during their peak, right? So, and then their roster goes a lot deeper than that. So,
did you ever play versus them?
Against NP?
No, Civil. Just like in friendlies or random games or anything like that? Just out of curiosity.
I'm sure I probably did, but I don't know if I remember like anything noteworthy. Probably the prime time that could have happened would have been MWC 2000 when I was on the KG Goals or KG Inquisition team that year.
KG Goals.
Yeah. That was my first MWC, so that would have been the only time probably that I would have actually faced them in like a proper full team format. But again, like we would have gotten smashed, obviously. I wasn't even that good at that point
Probably
yet.
like
But
I wouldn't say it would be a smash. Like KG goals were like they were okay. They weren't bad. They were like definitely like an upper like the top 25% team for sure. at
I
that
mean,
time.
smashed in terms of like, I don't know if we would take a single game off of them. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So
That's true. That's true. But no, it's pretty interesting. Looking at it, that was also my first MWC as well. I remember playing like friendlies and like Rabble games and stuff where they'd show up and people would be like, "That's Civil Order," and like I didn't know what that was, and I'd be like, and I just thought like, are they just like really gentlemanly? Like, what is Civil Order? Like I had no idea. So like I would see them around sometimes and they'd show up in games and usually just like utterly dominate people. But yeah, time and place. So much that I
yeah.
was like, yeah, all those guys are probably like on actual real computers with real connections at that time and stuff because a bunch of those guys are like literal programmers in 1998 and stuff, you know. So probably made a
Yeah,
pretty big.
so this is the other reason why I'm a little down on Civil, I guess, compared to you guys. Is like I knew Guttermouth pretty well. Maybe Fod less so, but Guttermouth and I actually did 1v1s against each other a lot. I don't know, like would have been around like the 01, 03 time frame probably. I don't know exactly when he stopped playing, but it would have been the last couple of years before he stopped playing. Not only Guttermouth actually, also Odin. And I was competitive against Guttermouth in 1v1s, even back then. And I just know what kind of player I was back then compared to what I became later. And it just pales in comparison. And it's like if he was considered a top player and I was already kind of basically trading like 1v1 games with him 50-50 pretty evenly. And then Odin, I think I actually was a little bit. I would do a little bit better against. Odin was a little bit weaker than.
The thing is though, is like it feels like you lack the perspective of your own ability sometimes in regards to like where you were at then. Like I played then, I knew you were. I considered you like a top player then. This is like 2000, 2001.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, so sure, yeah, I hear you. But like, let's look at my tournament history. 05 was the first 1v1 tournament I won, which I myself hosted. 2006, which by the way, 2006, the Phoenix Rising 1v1 tournament that Shy hosted. That's like the greatest 1v1 tournament of all time, as far as I am aware of. I guess some people would argue that there were some bigger ones before that, but like you had Shyster, Chohan, Rabican, me, some other big names all in there. Tirri, if I forgot Tirri, yeah.
Did Kirk play in that?
If he did, he didn't place very high, that's for sure. But I remember, like, as part of that tournament format, how it was organized, Shy had everybody rank each other to get the initial seed rankings, right? And I was ranked, which gives you a perspective. The reason I bring it up is because it gives you an eye into how the community viewed the players back then, which is somewhat going to be based on like how you performed back then, right? I was ranked number 8, and that was in 06. So number 8 1v1 player in 06.
That's probably like thinking back on it and who was probably still around then. That's probably like for where you were at. That would probably be like fair, I'd say.
100% it was fair. I agree too. I was like, yeah, I never felt shortchanged at all. And by the way, my final placing was number 8. Like that's exactly where I placed. So it was perfectly accurate.
Chohan won it, I would assume. Right?
Yeah, for sure he won it. Yeah.
Okay.
Nemesis got number 2nd and Shyster got 3rd. Shyster should have been 2nd. He choked pretty hard against Nemesis. I don't know what it is about Shyster's 1v1 tournament performances. He underperforms every tournament I see him play in. Compared when I play him in like normal unranked fucking games, he's way better. Like he's like unbelievably good. And then like in a tournament, he just you don't see the same player. I don't know if it's the pressure getting to him or what, but
I remember being like really young and seeing him like use archers on Grave or something and being like amazed by what he was doing.
Yeah. Like I haven't been amazed by his play, way like many, in those early years anyway. Like yeah, for sure. But anyway, doesn't matter. But yeah, like I was 8th. So I would have been slightly worse than that in the years I'm talking about when I played Guttermouth, okay? Like maybe I was still good. Sure, I'm not saying I was bad. I'm not saying that, but like I definitely like was worse than I was by then.
That was always a pretty like niche skill throughout like most of Myth. There's never been like a really big like group of like 1v1 players like ever. Like and I was into it like super hard at one point myself. Like and even then there was still only like a pretty small like group of us, and that was like including like Shy and Tirri and stuff and all that. There wasn't like a lot of us like
Game on.
and so forth.
Yeah, but it wasn't like Guttermouth wasn't a 1v1 player. He was a 1v1 player too. He was in that niche. Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely.
He loved it. He played a lot of 1v1.
He was also a guy that like when I became like pretty active on Myth, he was a pretty inactive player. He was like a tournament only type player. So
sure, you could say there's maybe.
Looking on the line of like we're almost 30 years in. I expected a team that was that powerful and successful at that time. If they just continued the trajectory that like, the rest of us took, I think they would have hung around. Like I think it just like there's no reason they wouldn't have. Like
from what in my opinion, and I think Asmo and I talked about this when we reviewed their films. In my opinion, Fod was the only player in my mind that I saw from the Civil guys that clearly would have succeeded even today if he had just kept playing, right? He might not have been a top player anymore, but he I think he would have still could be considered a 4-baller at least today if he had kept playing. Like a perfectly solid 4-baller.
Probably.
That's the only player I would say that's true of Civil though.
Nate
like,
for sure too.
Okay. I might give you that. I might give you that too. But definitely not Guttermouth. Definitely not Guttermouth. I don't think that would be true of Guttermouth. I'm just gonna say it. I don't think so. And who was the other name? Odin. Odin was definitely worse than Guttermouth for sure.
I mean, Odin stuck around longer. Odin played till like 06, 07.
I feel like
he was like a 3-baller.
Yeah, well, exactly. That perfectly proves my point, Asmo. Thank you. Yes, he did stick around a bit later, and he was a 3-baller. That's exactly what I think would have happened to Guttermouth too. I was a 3-baller when I was trading 1v1s with him. I was a 3-baller. I don't think he would have been any different. So
there was pretty heavy talk at one point though that like Odin got east-winded.
What does that mean?
Gotcha. Someone took over his identity.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I see. But hang on, I knew the original Odin though. Unless you're saying he was east-winded by then too. But I played him in 1v1s too, and
there was like a time when he came back, and I want to say like 04 or something, and played with Fod and like on a Nemesis team, and like it was like, oh, that's not Odin.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no, I 1v1'd him earlier than that. I'm pretty sure it was the original Odin, and he was definitely not as good as Guttermouth. So.
He had a cool name, and that gave him some like cachet, just like Viper X. I feel like is another one. Although Viper X was pretty good, but having a cool name helped, man. There's no doubt about it. You don't think that being named Giant Killer General helped you out a little bit? It definitely helped you out.
I mean, I definitely think I have a cool name.
I fucked up, man. I chose like the worst name ever. Like,
I think I have a cool name. I mean, I don't want to like brag about it, but it's original at least. You don't see that name anywhere else. The closest thing you can see is the Giant Killer. There's some other Giant Killers we've seen, but the general at the end, that's the little twist there, right? So.
But yeah, there's like cool names and they help people. There's definitely a bunch of people that's been like, oh man, that guy's good. He has like a coolly stylized name and he's like an emperor right now.
I don't think the name helped me or like changed my play though or anything like that. I could have been called like the lamest thing ever. I still think I would have played the same. That's just me personally, but.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm just saying what other people thought of you. Your play.
I mean, it didn't do me any favors because it wasn't until like fucking, like, for God's sakes, Roz teams in 07 and 08 where I was even on like quote unquote possibly arguably top team, right?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think you were on KG Goals, so like you would have been on like KG Inquisition the following year if you had just like stayed there, and they were like top 6 or something, and like I could have seen you helping that team like go over the top with Trowan and stuff.
I mean, yeah,
You
Capra
jumped
was
around a
8th.
lot.
So yeah, I was gonna be in these like 6 ranked like between 4 and 8 teams at best. You know, like
Maybe.
I never would have been. I didn't get on a contending team until much
You
later.
moved it.
So
That for sure, that's what ended up happening. But I think that's part of it. Is you just kind of bounced around a lot. Maybe if you stayed in one place, it might have worked potentially. I think if you were on that CI,
yeah, that's a good point.
that would have been
Yeah,
that would have
maybe.
been pretty good. Like you, Hitlo, Sam Stone, Fod, Guttermouth, Serval, Mike the Lane. Damn, that could easily. I could see that team winning 2001 for sure. You know what I mean? So it's like
I ended up on a lot of teams that just didn't have a clear leader. I think that's really what it was, right? Like, or Shiraz was a clear leader, but just like a bad leader, right? Like a clear good leader. Like
by that point, yeah. In 2000,
all the top teams kind of had that. That's kind of like what separated them, right? Like you had a clear good leader. So I was never since there's only like 3 or 4 of those teams kind of going around at any given time. If you're not close to any of those players, like for me, the closest thing would have been Bia. Bia would, there were definitely, that is a team I could have been a part of in 03, right? I'm not sure. I think I was playing Warcraft 3 at the time. That's probably why. I don't know.
I mean,
but
you were on a team. I don't know if you played games or not, but I mean, you knew me and Raz pretty well.
Yeah, yeah, I knew you guys really well.
It would have been pretty easy for you to be on that team.
Yeah, for sure.
Taking Raz being like, "Hey, GKG wants to be on the team," I'd have been like,
I knew Broken Cow pretty well too.
We played a lot of games.
That was the closest social circle of all the early top teams I was a part of was the BA roster in 03 for sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, you probably would have been on that team. I mean, that team, even looking back on it for me, is just like a complete. It's so unusual how it even like came to pass because like it was initially just like a joke that Sam Stone signed like a roster up with a bunch of people, and then like I wanted to be a part of it. Or I think he was mostly like he was signing up the people that were like a part of the hotline server that we were on, and once the tournament actually rolled around, most of the people like bailed. So like the roster completely turned over, and then I just took it over and kept the few people on that I could, like Naylot and like Agonor and like just random people like that. You know, it was just the whole team. It made no sense how it came to pass. Like just very random. I personally think that this team that we watched today and that Baya team, although I am biased, are probably the 2 most unlikely and random wins.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. I think that's a good statement to make. Yeah, the BIA 03 and Armageddon 08 teams are like, yeah, they're just like very random. Yeah, I would agree. And they were one-off wins. Well, now in the case of Armageddon, they didn't try to reform again. BIA did try to reform again in 04, right?
Yeah, we were constantly like in some form competitive. Like there was ICBM the following year, which is probably like the biggest disappointment for like a major team in like any MWC, which
was I on that team? I don't remember.
You were not.
Okay.
It was more like that year was more of like Raz's construction. I just graduated and stuff and was not super available, but we had like a pretty cool roster, but there was like, I don't know, very strange team. And then the next time we actually got a proper BA team going was 05, which didn't finish. And then there was 06 where we got to that bottom bracket finals with NP and like Merc walks off with the dwarf wall. So yeah, it's like we were around for a solid stretch there as like squarely a top 3 team for a solid like 3-4 years, winning a bunch of off-season tournaments and stuff. But yeah, just that 03 team particularly, just its construction is like very unusual looking back at it even now. And this team right now, I just comment on it just because it is familiar to this Armageddon team, and it's just like, huh? Why are these players all playing together? This is strange. And they end up winning. So
Yep.
It's pretty cool. It's actually pretty cool when you see that happen. I kind of like it.
I do think the better team won in this match. I do think, yes, Armageddon got shit on in the, was it Karakadarn? Is that right? Late game.
That was the only game they really
They got shit on hard that one game. But other than that, really NP. The only reason NP got a second win was because they gave it away, right? They really. Yeah. Well, the other game they gave away was a tie though. It didn't end up in a win. But yeah, like it could have very easily been. It should have actually been a 4-1 win for Armageddon. It really should have been, right?
Yeah, there's no question in that. It was just so from looking at what I just saw, I kind of felt like NP, their roster was like, I think more like average throughout, like just like average play. No one was playing like great, no one's playing terrible. It's pretty average. And then you have Armageddon, where you have like a couple players playing excellently, and then you have a couple players who are not really doing super great, like Enigman and Liger, just having a pretty poor series. And then
Paris too, I would say, didn't do great.
You just kind of have a wider spectrum happening on an Armageddon, where I think you just have a couple players who are really showing that they're like the best players in this match.
Yeah,
I think Zur and Kirk.
Kirk to me is MVP, with Zur getting honorable mention as well. I think Kirk.
I think Chickenwire gets a mention too.
Yeah, sure. Of course, those are clearly their 3 best players. Yeah.
Yeah, and looking at it like historically, those are clearly their 3 best players.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So, they proved it. So it's kind of cool to look back on this, because I had an adversarial relationship, I'd say, with like several of those players, but cool to see them like earn this, when at the time I probably had a bias that just felt like they got lucky or something. But they definitely
I think Kirk doesn't get enough credit because he's such a what's the word I want to look
jerk is fine.
Yeah. I mean, he pisses a lot of people off, obviously.
Yeah.
But like, say what you will. I mean, I just like to talk about people's myth play, and he's clearly a fucking dominant myth player. And you can see it. You can see it. He just returned for MWC last year, where we saw it so that was MWC 2025, and here we're watching his first MWC that he ended up in the finals 2008. So nice like window there, the beginning and the end, or at least most recent, hopefully not the end. And he was the same player, I think, in both in throughout that whole time span, consistently fucking great. He's consistently basically either MVP or co-MVP of his teams. So
flag contested. Flag lost.
Yeah.
His
numbers in the deciding game: 196 damage, 11 kills, 3 losses. Wins the Tro battle somehow with a Trow down.
Yeah.
Just
Yep.
really good stuff. So,
I'm rewatching this game, by the way, to watch how Kirk lost that damn Tro. I want to see it, because if he did fuck it up, I want to see, but. Because it looked like he lost the Tro without doing much, if any, Tro damage to Tirri in return. So either he kicked a bunch of I'm just wondering if he kicked a bunch of stuff or some arty pieces or what. Like if he did some kind of damage with it before losing it.
Had you watched these films prior to picking it, Asmo, or did you just pick it based on finding it?
No, I didn't truly watch them. I sort of sped through them to see if it was a series worth watching.
Okay, cool. So you didn't see some of the amazing stuff that happened. There's 3 really, I'd say there were 4 noteworthy games that happened, at least.
Yeah, I didn't see the white thing at all the first time in game 1. I probably noticed the Paris thing. Actually, maybe I didn't, because I don't remember it.
I'd say every single game, something truly noteworthy happened.
I've definitely watched this series before, but it's been years. I do remember the Ars land waiting thing. I definitely remember that.
There's no way that I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
There's no way that wasn't just the biggest thread on some tournament forum for a couple of days just because of that.
Do y'all want to look at this real quick? If you load up the game one more time to 540. Just to put a final I don't want to like not cover this one little thing that we missed from earlier before we close it up.
You got the land white happening, right? Was your camera?
No, I missed it. I caught it like a second or two after it happened. Yeah.
Oh no. It was beautiful for everyone watching who didn't get to see it.
I'll load it up real quick and just show it on the fucking recording if people want to see it.
It's pretty noteworthy. I'd say we don't normally do that, but it's pretty important, I'd say.
Yeah, I'll look at it real quick after this. Do you guys want to load this up at 540 or no?
Yeah, that's fine. It's easy.
Okay.
I gotta say though, the fast forward function was a great feature.
Yes, agreed.
549, you say?
540.
Okay. Gotcha. I'm there.
You there, Asmo?
Yep.
Okay. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. So yeah, Kirk. Oh yeah, Kirk loses that tro cleanly.
Oof,
Kirk gets Tirri gets a good.
So right there, Tirri should have just.
He should have been able to win this. How is he not able to win this? It makes no sense to me.
Immediately, you just say right there, just push.
Yeah, he should have been able to win this.
So, yeah, and I'm seeing it now too.
3 locks, 4 artillery, almost equal melee, a tro advantage. Just
and then he gets a clean engagement on Liger's tro too. He's dominating the tro fight, but he can't. And then you see Kirk break away and kick all these RD pieces. Yeah, I mean Kirk did make a mistake there. He granted he was down a tro, but yeah, he made a mistake there.
Dude, this is
and he somehow comes back from it. He comes back from it, right? Like, look at it. Do you see how Tirri just walks back and forth? He doesn't know what to do. Like he doesn't know what to do.
Flag captured.
I feel like that's maybe a lot of players, but it stood out with Tirri this match is Tirri's obviously a skilled player and he gets advantages, but he doesn't know how to push the advantages when he gets the advantages.
Yep. Totally agree. I can't believe he didn't win that North. That actually NP should have won this match. They should have won this.
They should have, yeah, for sure. I mean, it was a team failure too. Like Tirri stands out and he does deserve a lot of blame for what he did North, but like Arzenic and Stormrider with him and the split suck. They have all his mercs. Like, why are all those mercs not throwing themselves in their face and forcing that fight with a freaking full trial advantage? Major team failure there. From MP, who you think would it be like one of the teams that has the best communication?
Yeah, wow. That just changes the way I looked at this game. I did not realize that Kirk basically lost a full health tro there, but Tirri somehow still loses the whole flank and therefore the game. It's just crazy.
Man, I feel like they could have just clicked on them at one point.
Right?
And he would have
If the Mercs had just gone in with the tro, just one click would have won that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Crazy. And this goes to your point again, Limp, about talking about Kirk being with the perseverance. Like, yeah, he made a mistake there. And granted, he was put in a bad position. Like, he should have had Liger's third tro. It's so fucking stupid that Liger never gave him that damn tro, right? But like, yeah, he made the mistake there, and then he still perseveres and fucking wins it. I mean, it's the definition of clutch. You know what I mean? Like, there's very few players you think of like really clutch players, but Kirk's definitely one of them. I also want to point out, I do think Cave got the better of Xur in the tro fighting in the South. I do. I think he did.
Cave did a good job.
Yeah, he didn't do bad. I think that he could have, in that situation...
He obviously can tro.
Tros rushed. I think when the Tros rushed, I think he should have...
He could have done better. He could have done better, for sure.
You're right. He could have essentially won the South flank.
He could have won the South, yeah. Yeah, if he could have somehow held off the counter rush there. Yeah, but... Again, his team could have done a better job defending it too. That's the other thing, right?
That's true. Still could have got more damage.
Yeah.
You guys want to check out that white?
Yeah.
Now that we've relitigated Tirri.
Yes, relitigated. Yeah. Yep.
Poor guy. I mean, you know, I love ours.
And now poor ours. I'm sorry, ours. I tried to skip it off the recording for you, but
as GKG said, but you know, this is just Just one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
I'm
I'm not even just like talking myth here either. So, oh, beautiful.
I'm really curious how, like, it wasn't even close to the water either. That's the other thing. You know what I mean? Like,
he was not engaged.
Yeah, it's just wild. And he has what? 8 archers? He
was
has
too
8
busy
fucking
like
archers.
he was definitely like too busy reading like an avocado hate forum or something like that.
Oh my god. Here, I'll find like a decent time to pause it, and then we can kind of resync.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
What are you looking at?
I need to restart the film. That's too hilarious.
It's just so long-winded too. Like, dude,
Exactly.
like, I mean, I can imagine how the camera would have had to have been for that to happen, and it's like he was.
It's Kirk's white. I see Kirk's white. Yep, it's definitely his.
Yeah, so as we talked about earlier, yeah, it had to have been his white. Yeah.
Okay. I'm at 557. 557.
Yeah, I'm ready whenever you guys are. I think it's a little bit
I'll
further
get there in
than
just
that.
1 sec.
There shouldn't be too much before it though.
Okay.
I just picked it there because he's crossing at that point. So
Yeah, go to 540 at least.
oh, go to 540. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
540. 540.
Out of the water.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, I'm there. I'm there too. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so yeah,
So
he crossed, but now he's in this. He's kind of in this choke here. But I don't think happens in the choke, does it? I don't think so.
Do you think that this was their strategy?
That's why it's hilarious.
Do you think this was their strategy or just serendipity?
Definitely, it was not planned. No, I mean, when you use a sunk white, you're expecting it to be near the sunk white, right? Like not.
Yeah, that's true.
Like.
There it goes.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, he's running away from it, but he doesn't see it. That's the thing. He's too focused on what's in front of him.
Yeah.
I can kind of see how it happened, to be honest. Like, he's archer engaged, pushing forward, so he doesn't see it behind him, but he's also running away from it, and that's why it happens far enough away from the water as it does, right? But, and then as soon as he turns around, but here's the thing, he turns around, he doesn't see it still. Oh my god. Oh, and Kirk, to Kirk's credit, he waited. Kirk waited. Most people would have popped that white sooner. But Kirk knew that ours didn't see him yet, and so he waited. That's so crazy. Ours had like 2 or 3 seconds there to react after he turned around. He definitely should have seen it right away, and he still didn't see it. That's so wild.
He probably maybe he did, and he was just like, well, I better get as much damage as I can.
No, he's like, no, dude, he's like, well, I might as well just bend over and grab my ankles, I think is what he was like.
For real. It's like, man, if I'm stuck in this position, I might as well make the most of it.
Shit, that was classic. Oh, man. That's a good one. That was fun to see. Damn.
Yeah.
All right.
Good stuff.
All right, I'm gonna call it there. I'm closing the films down.
Good way to end it.
Good way to end it. Yeah, that was fun. All right, so yeah, I mean, so Armageddon, as we know, Armageddon goes on to win it. They beat NC in the finals. NP Tcox comes back again the next year in 2009 with a similar roster, but actually kind of merging some of the Armageddon players returning. Well, some of the traditionally NP Tcox players returning to their team the next year. Yeah, I'd be curious to see. It's unfortunate Zer isn't around to answer this question of why Armageddon didn't reform. I guess it was such a weird mix of players that
volatile, maybe.
I didn't think that they had any issues with team fighting or anything like that, though. Not that I was aware of. Nobody talked about that or mentioned that at all.
They were definitely all hating on Liger really hard throughout the match.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe on Liger. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I will say this. There's another team I can think of that's somewhat similar to this, which was Limp. You and I, the 1 year you and I teamed in 2014.
Sure.
Well, no, 2 years. I shouldn't say only a year. We teamed in 2009, I guess, right?
09 and 14.
Yeah, 09 and 14, yeah. But I'm talking about 14. So, yeah, like that was kind of another oddball mix of players, right?
I would say so.
Yeah. Yeah, you had like Rat King, Shad. We had Shad that year, didn't we?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was an
Yeah.
interesting through line, I would say, especially like I think the biggest outlier for the team for me looking back on it, considering he actually showed up to a lot of matches, was Ska.
Ska, yes. And you know what's so also really interesting about our team that year is we went undefeated.
Yeah.
We didn't lose a single match. That's
I think
kind of
we had-
unusual.
I think we had multiple matches where we were undermanned, if I'm not mistaken.
100%. Yeah. 100% we were
kind
undermatched,
of
and we still went
using-
undefeated.
It feels like we were kind of like using a lot of players who a lot of others didn't really like understand their like ability, sort of like we had Captain, Sam, Rat King. I feel like at that point no one really like would like understood those players.
Yeah, Sam only showed up for the finals.
And
but
Kruniak too.
Kruniak, yeah. For
yeah,
sure.
and he was amazing in the finals too.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
it still matters to me. But I feel like that's a big group of players that in 2014 are not recognized for like their capability yet, and like we won that pretty cleanly.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and Asmo was there for that match too in the finals anyway. But yeah, like that was an oddball mix of players. We won, and then we just didn't reform. Yeah, I had TMNT the year prior in 2013, and then did that team in 2014 totally differently, and then TMNT reformed again in 2015. I don't know actually why I did that, to be honest. Asmo, I think you said maybe you wanted to go off and captain a team. I don't remember, but
14.
We had discussed it after 13. I think for some reason we were talking at length about something about the following MWC and
really
making a team about like a certain way and stuff, and when it came to pass, we actually ended up doing it. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember how that team formed.
I don't remember the specifics, but it was based on me and you just like talking a bunch about like.
Was it me and you organizing that? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I don't remember. Nobody else on that team would have helped really organize it, I don't think. So.
Like Ska and Sam were like very much like my guys at that point, and Kruniak to some degree at that point too. But he was also, I think, on teams for you at that point too. So
yeah, I teamed with Kruniak in 2012, and he was a very rough player in 2012 because he was so brand new to Reg Myth coming from WW2. Very rough around the edges in 2012, and I remember literally saying to myself, I need a break from Kruniak in 2013 because
it took him a while. Like he was playing in World Cup in like 04, so
did it? Okay, yeah, I don't know like how many MWCs he did or whatever, like previously, but
yeah, that was, I would say like 14 is when he like 13, 14 is when he was like, oh yeah, this is a strong player.
2014, like I would say, like 2012, he was still too rough around the edges, but by 2014 for sure, I remember he was perfectly fine that year, yeah. And then he just kept getting better too after that. But
I would say like in 13, like him and Sam were like my main two players for sure.
Okay, gotcha.
And then he was like definitely our like main guy, on that team too. On Bros, I think was what we called ourselves.
Yes. Yeah, that sounds right. I had Kruniak on the largely TMNT like team in 2017, although it wasn't called TMNT. I can't remember if I had Kruniak in 2015. I do not remember.
I want to say he was both years.
Okay, so I had him in 2015 too? Okay.
He was a pretty regular staple of most.
Okay, so so 2014, like I definitely had him basically permanently on my team. I'm pretty sure I had him on my team every year I played, starting in 2014 and beyond.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, we always team together. Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, I think you're right though. I think I think me and Asmo might even spoke about that when we were talking about like the specific like ways that the different tournaments ended, and yeah, that's another, I think, a pretty strange one.
Another one-off year, one-off team. Yeah.
Especially, I think it's unusual that we went undefeated.
Undefeated, dude. I don't know. Yeah, no. There has to have been some other years where that happened, but but it's unusual. Not only because like, of course, there's been years where like the top bracket finalists also win the grand finals, so they went undefeated in the DE clearly. But I'm also including the QR too. Undefeated in the QR. That's unusual to have the whole thing be undefeated like that, right?
I'm pretty certain.
I'm sure it's happened before, but it probably has only happened at most 2 or 3 times, I'm thinking. So
the most unusual outcome, actually, believe it or not, is when it gets forced to sudden death and the top bracket team wins. It's usually the bottom bracket team that wins sudden death.
Interesting.
No,
that's very interesting. No, that's very unusual too. Yeah, but like to also go undefeated is also a very unusual thing. Like including the QR, right? So
yeah,
I'm actually curious, like if another team has done that. I'm sure there has been.
We definitely did it in 03.
Oh, okay. Bia went undefeated in 03. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess it's not. I'm sure there's been a few examples, but
2020.
But I'll just say like that team. What's so crazy though is that team was not like a super stacked or man. Like I don't even know if we were like a clear favorites. Like I don't know. Like because I was capping the team and won the past few. Like I'm sure we were considered a contender, but like. I don't know. Before Asmo's team and ours fought, I don't know if we would have been considered favorites because his roster looked really strong that year too. So
yeah, you had like Eastwind and ours and stuff, right?
Eastwind, ours, and Donsky. Yeah.
On paper, it was a strong team.
Yeah. I remember being like matching up and being like, oh no, but also thinking like, we can game this, and we did game it. I didn't even have a strong series too. I remember like getting whited on Majestic Falls in one of the random pools and thinking like, how is that even possible? This isn't real life.
Yeah, there's really only 2 teams that year. The third place team, they were all right, but if I remember right, Rat King made the team and he ditched that team during the tournament to join you guys.
Oh, I don't remember that. Interesting. He was definitely on our team. I remember that. I didn't know that he joined like later in the tournament.
After the qualifying round or something that he left them.
Okay. Well, I mean that. To be fair, you're allowed to do that, right? Like,
but he created the teams, I think.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
He was the organizer.
Yeah. Okay.
Remember there being some drama about that.
Okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, we needed all the players we could get. We
were short, man. Yeah, we
fielded 6 players in the fucking finals, man. We did it every body.
Yep.
Great post excuse. Nailed it.
All right, well, let's. I think we made all the points about this 2008 match. Yeah. Any final?
I think we covered it.
Yeah.
Well and good.
Closing comments. Or did we get it all?
I'd like to say, well done, Kirk.
Kirk MVP, Zur second MVP is how I would put that probably.
Tirri, good try. Get back in the gym with those trows, buddy.
Okay. Shit, yeah.
That's all I got.
Yeah, erratic match is pretty crazy.
Yeah, one of the more entertaining I've seen. Just felt really sloppy ultimately because of like the way that a lot of those played out. Just
true.
But fun to watch though, nonetheless.
Yeah, good. It was a good pick, Asmo. Good one. We'll have to figure out what the next pick. We'll try to. Next episode will probably be in about a month or so, and we'll try to find another one like this to do. I mean, Limp, if you got suggestions too. I know you're gonna pick the earlier years, but.
No, I mean, I just whatever's good. Like if you know of any that are special, like this one where we get land whitings and like late game like anti heroics and stuff like that. That's special. I mean, I'm not even necessarily partial to some of the earlier ones because like I'm just partial probably to the ones that I have like memory of, and I don't even know specifically which years those are anymore.
Limp, do you have old films saved?
I know that I do probably on a hard drive in a box in storage.
Ooh, okay, that's rough.
And like I can probably get to it at some point. It hasn't been like at the top of my to-do list just because it just hasn't been. I don't know.
No, it's not urgent or anything, but yeah, we are running into an issue of like finding films from the old years, right? So yeah.
I mean, I used to be like pretty good with that because there's the Mac that I played like from like 98 to 2005 has the copy of Myth on it. That should have like all that stuff on it. So, including probably like the Blood Tournament films and all that stuff, because I was like pretty curious about watching other teams play. So I would watch a lot of films, and I suspect a bunch of cool stuff is on there, but I might find it and be like, this sucks. I lost some stuff along the way. I'm not really certain, but that's the one thing that there might be. There's probably, I think, some people we could talk about reaching out to might have some films, but yeah, I don't know. I definitely would love to see what the Seeker Star Power tournament finals was like, because I know that obviously, again, biased, my team went to the finals and won it, but I don't even really remember who was on that team or who we played or the circumstances, so it would just be kind of cool to see that snapshot for my own sake, but I don't know if it would actually be good viewing for the pod, so we just have to, yeah, if we can find anything, just I know I have a bunch of films from 03 and random stuff here and there, like I have a series of GTM versus Baya in the DE, for instance. But yeah, just some random stuff sitting around, but we can talk about that.
I'll put a shout out to anybody listening to this. Limp, you had brought up like watching some films of me on that GUP team, I guess, in like 04 or something like that. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, if anybody has films of me in particular, or let's say anybody, any of us three here, since like we were there and can speak to them, from like pre 2009, I would say.
Oh yeah,
I would be interested. I would be interested in those films. I'm
Cool.
kind of curious how good or bad of a player I was back then. I don't know. I haven't seen enough of. Have we covered any films of mine before 2009? I don't think so.
I don't know. I'd love to see. I do have I think a match of us versus you and Kakra. I want to say maybe.
Okay.
Or maybe one of those Raz teams with
Yeah,
like
I'm curious.
Yeah.
Really curious how I did back then. Yeah.
I'll look at to see what I got, to see what might be of interest to us, to see what we could look at for further editions.
I have stuff like that in my games. I figure people wouldn't want to watch that on the podcast, watching some 10th place
most
team
people who
play.
are watching this are like
No,
all people we know who just want to listen to what like bullshit we're talking about.
I mean,
for a couple hours.
it's our podcast. We can do whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah.
I do think it'd be interesting to see, like how players that are still active today and also want to talk on the podcast and like see how they played way back then, like almost like a throwback, right? Yeah, I'd be curious how I did. I'd be curious how you did, Asmo, if you got films like that. And I mean, you as well, Limp. Although you had at least the 03 finals, right? Like Asmo and I don't have such an early year like that, so.
Yeah, I mean, that was the one for me. You know what I mean? As it was for I think most of us. You win your first one, and that's like the one. Is that the same for you guys too? Is like your first one that like feels like you were the. Was it the one for you, or
no, not for me, definitely not. I mean, I have so many of them now, so.
Well, I should restate that. I think it was mostly the one for me because it was my team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So like, do you say was the one for you that was your first as your team the one for you, like in
like
11?
what, Bulls 2011?
Because for me, I think
no.
of like when I think of you, I think of like that run in like 11, 12 is your most important time as a player.
No, the way I look at it is, I think when you get so many of them, you really can't. They're kind of like they're each their own like unique trophy on your trophy shelf, and they all have like different memories and meanings for you.
There's
right?
got to be a number one. No, I mean, yeah,
number one. I mean, God damn.
I have like 3. I can't get it down to number one.
I can't get to number one either.
Like,
yeah, exactly. I feel the same way as Asmo. It's like three maybe. Yeah.
I have 13 because it's my first. I have 2020 because we got the trophy. That was cool to finally get something for actually winning. And it's the Active Missile Cup, and then this year because it's my first year doing it as a captain and organize a team and everything, so.
Yeah, I think 2025 undoubtedly Asmo has to. Not only. I mean, I don't know if we said it enough actually in the episode Asmo. Like, I remember discussing like we weren't sure who the MVP was for your team because it was like nobody had like a super standout performance, but you know. You, although you don't always want to give it to the captain, I think in that case we could give it to you. Like even though like we're separating like as a player versus captain, like undoubtedly you have the most impact as a captain. But I think as a player, I think you probably get the MVP for your team. So this is a big 2025 huge year for you. Absolutely. I mean, if it's not number one for you, definitely in the top three for sure.
Well, yeah, those three I named are the ones that are
Yeah.
most important to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for me, it's definitely like 03, 2020, probably 09. Those three are the ones that matter the most. 03 is the most important, not necessarily just because it's the first for me, but just because that's when I was the most invested in the game and was playing, 6-10 hours a day, as much as I possibly could, ranked, World War II, everything I could to be playing the game. So it's like I was, in some sense, like the best player I've been in 03. I know that sounds nuts because of like how the micro changed everything, but I was just so engaged and so at top of my own game and like had worked my way to the top of like this really elite group that was hard to break into. So it felt like important because it was like so early in doing so. Do you know what I mean? So it wasn't just because it was the first. It was because I felt like I had like earned it.
Yeah.
I guess.
I feel like 2011 would be yours, GKG, like your clear one, just because that
Yeah.
sort of seemed to be the one that formed your identity in terms of your legacy now.
Yeah, I think your 11 and 12 is like is where you kind of left your mark from just kind of like getting like you know eliminating like NC and NP and Tcox and all the iterations of those groups of players and like coming in on top 2 years in a row kind of like brought you to some sort of pinnacle, I think. And I think there was definitely like a drop off in engagement from moving to Gate of Storms to some degree at that point. I think we got pretty active for the people who stuck around for Gate of Storms, got like really active, but I think we lost numbers a little bit. But yeah, 11 and 12 for me is where it seems like kind of like staked your claim, if you will.
The way I kind of look at it is like I actually say most of the years have their own unique cool thing about them. In fact, that's almost how I like to approach MWCs is like I'm trying to challenge myself in a different way typically. That's why I've had many different teams.
I get that. I've like been a player in so many different forms for the cup. I've been like a team organizer, a captain, a main player, a role player. I've jumped around, you know what I mean? So it's like, and that's
Yeah, I don't want to just like we talked about earlier how no dynasty has won three in a row. I have no doubt I undoubtedly could have done that with the same team if I so choose. I just did not. I just didn't do that, right? Like, because it doesn't interest me. Like, I don't want to just sit there and take the exact same team and just like keep winning over and over. Like I will get bored. Like I want a new challenge. So that's why I didn't do that, and why I've had many different teams. So
same. I mean, I've played with most people. There's only a handful of people I've never played with. It's like very small.
The way I would more describe it is like there's been a few very forgettable years for me, but the rest are pretty good. So like it's almost easier for me to say which the few forgettable years were, right? So what stands out in my mind is 2015 and 2017, definitely very forgettable years for me.
2016, completely forgettable for me as well.
Yeah. What else?
I'd say that's more a week's.
That might be
that's
it
probably
pretty much.
Mitt's weakest stretch right there is probably 2015 to 2017, I'd say.
Definitely some weak, yeah. Well, 2019 was really weak too. Yeah.
Yeah, it was super weak.
2018 kind of broke it up a little bit. I wouldn't say that's
Yeah.
weak, but
But
2019
that whole
kind of
stretch right
continued the
there.
streak with the exception of 2018. And then
Yeah.
let's see what
19
else.
was 19 was pretty stinky for sure. But this is as far as like a stretch goes for multiple years from 15 to 17 was
Mm-hmm.
meh.
MIT, was there a forgettable year in MIT? Well, we only won two. Um, I think I don't know. I would say the MIT years in general were kind of less important to me, right? Not to throw shade on those guys or anything, but MIT did bring its own like the challenge for me in MIT was it was, in my opinion, undoubtedly the weakest roster that I tried to compete in MWC with. So that was kind of like seeing, how far can we push this? How weak of a roster can we go and still be competitive? And I think I did it just the right way, right? Like we lost the first year, we won two then after that, and then we lost again for the fourth time around. So
Yeah, you
I
basically
struck the right balance, I think, right? So
you pulled like a big three Miami Heat basically. Exactly. So well done.
yeah, yep, yep. But like, so I can't pick like a forgettable year per se. I mean, if you had to choose a forgettable year for MIT, it would probably have been 2024 last year. No, not to throw shade at you, Asmo, for going against you that year, but since we had won the year prior, it was like not as exciting of a win compared to our win that we did beating. The Homer Genghis team that had beat us the year prior before that, right? So, yeah. So that's how. Other than that, they all have their own kind of like interesting quirks to me for me. Like 2011, 2009 was first year as like the premier player, heavy hitter on a top contending team, right? I also won the 1v1 tournament that year, so like that was like kind of like the analogy I use is like how 2008 was Chickenwire's best year, like clear number one myth player for Chickenwire in 2008. Like 2009, I clearly had become that because I won both the MWC as kind of like I don't know, was I the MVP Limp in '09 for NC? I don't know, arguably anyway, right?
Here's what you say. You don't who knows what that matters. You were handling the trow and like the main
Yeah,
primary unit.
right. I was the thrower. Yeah, exactly. So I was the thrower. Like whoever throwing is kind of tends to be the premier heavy hitter for the team, right? So, and then I won that 1v1 tournament against Tirri, no less. Like right before we went into the finals. So that was cool. That was like my little mark on the map that year, right? And then 2011 as the captain of the Bulls, of course, first time capping the winning team. And then 2012 kind of was cool in the sense that our team literally got swept by the Tcox team, like kind of NP Tcox team that we got swept by that team in the QR, I think. And then we ended up beating them in the finals. So like that was a cool like turnaround there. 2013 with TMNT because that was a whole new idea for a team. Trying to just pick smart players rather than BC players. So that was kind of like the new shift in my mind, the new innovation I would say in my thinking at that point. And then 2014 that we just talked about, totally different team. We went undefeated, undermanned roster, very cool. And then of course in 2015, 2015 easily, like I did absolute dog shit in those finals, and it ended up being a close match against a team we probably should have been able to stomp block more cleanly. So I did really shitty that year. 2016 was actually kind of special, even though I didn't technically play in the quote unquote official MWC match. There was that alternative finals and
where you stomped us.
Yeah, and I did not play the first. It was a 3-week series. I didn't play the first week. Asmo actually captained that week, and then Asmo didn't want to captain anymore, and so I took over. Even though I kept our 0-1 loss, and so we had to do a reverse sweep in the series when the next two matches.
I didn't remember it being a multiple week thing.
Yeah, it was a 3 week. Asmo, you remember it different?
That was definitely more than 1 week.
It was
I
three
don't remember
weeks.
how many.
Yeah, it
Okay.
was a 3 week series. Yeah. So it was gonna be like a best of 3 match, right? And I know
That
for a
was the only-
fact, if I had lost either one of those weeks, people would have said that counted as an MWC loss for me. I know, because I was the one who tried to fucking organize that shit and everything. So,
yeah.
that's why I still claim credit for that, because I know if it had been the other way around, I would have definitely still had everybody saying that was my loss. So that was cool. And then let's see, 2017, pretty
think that was, like,
forgettable.
I think that was the first time I ever like played with Tirri, and it was like
Yeah.
it was like oil and water with me and him. I felt like it was just like
I
not.
think that's true for him and a lot of players, though, to be honest. Yeah. And it's not necessarily like a somewhat personality thing, but
No, I think it
he
was
just
more
don't
like
talk very much. That's the other thing,
Yeah,
right?
it is.
So,
It
yeah.
kind of does stuff.
Yeah. And then 2017 with Rafflemaz was pretty forgettable. 2018, of course. I mean, here's the thing. Like, normally I would count 2018 as one of the better, wins that I had, but like, shit,
sour.
dude, like, it was such a horrible experience going through that TO committee that year. Fucking awful. But in the end, like, if you look at what we did, we beat one of the strongest showings for NP. I don't think anybody can deny that. Like, the strongest showing of NP since 2008 or 7 or 8, right? Like the year we just watched. Like, they were at least as active and strong as that year. I mean, do you guys want to disagree with that or what?
I mean,
2018 you're talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, I was on the team.
Yeah.
That's the most I've ever seen Tirri care, like, ever. He showed
Yeah.
in every match. He was invested. Rabican showed for every match. I wouldn't say he was completely invested until the finals, where he was completely invested. So yeah, like,
They
the first
clearly
time I ever
wanted to
seen
beat
those
us. I
players like
mean,
that were,
yeah. They
they were
clearly wanted
serious
to beat
about it.
us. Yeah. The whole notion, like all the other years that we beat them, like, it was like, oh, they just weren't active or cared. Fine, but that year they definitely did, right? And they were given. Here's the other thing, and they were given a player advantage, which is so fucking crazy, dude. It's to me, it's like, it's even today, it blows my mind. Like, if I was part of that team, I literally wouldn't even allow it. Like, the TO committee wants to give me a player advantage, I'm going to literally reject this. This is absurd. Like, it literally would taint the win for me, right? So I like, it was just so crazy to me that both the TO committee did it, and also, and I'm not blaming you for this, Asmo, or anything, but like, that like, you would, like, that team would just take that player advantage, and like it's just so crazy. I don't know, it's just so, like, would you feel it tainted the win, like, if you did win? Like, it was just crazy. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I mean, the whole thing was a joke. But I mean, to be fair, I don't remember how it all played out. But in the end, we let you use Kirk or whatever. We still had a player advantage.
You still had player
honestly.
advantage, but you let us
Yeah,
choose it.
but
Yes.
I mean, we
thing that
weren't being
that
dicks
I'm
about it.
confused. I'm
Yes,
confused
that's
about
true.
this looking back on it. So it seems to be there was like a bunch of strife about how this was actually going to go down and who was going to play in the finals and the amount of players who could play and so forth. Meanwhile, somehow I'm just there subbing and no one cares. Like,
Yeah, you sub for NP, is that right?
yeah. I've subbed
Yeah.
twice in the MWC finals, and it wasn't something where I was like, I gotta find my way into this finals. It was just like they needed a sub, and I was like, they reached out to me, and that was both times.
Well,
And it was
you played the week before, I think. I
Did
feel like
I?
yeah, you did. Were like short the week before on players, and so they technically added you to the team because her team was out of it. So you were technically on the roster, and no one from the committee was blocking the move. So I think that's how that happened.
Yeah, I
Pretty
think also, wasn't there a rule, like, because there was ratings for all the players, that, like, you could always sub for someone who was the same
For
rating or
sure.
less, or
Yep.
something like
Yep.
that? So,
As long as you met the point standards, you could.
right, yeah. Yeah, no, it's unbelievable how much that MWC was rigged against me. I mean, I think it's pretty
They need, they needed to
inarguable.
rig it more. They're gonna rig it. They should have rigged the Sun and Death format.
The sudden. Oh, I will tell you that. Sudden death, the old sudden death format. Like that is the most favorable format rigged in my favor, like without a doubt. Like yeah, and it saved me a couple times. Absolutely, like my MWC record would be a lot worse if it wasn't. I think there's at least 2 years where that pulled me through, right? Maybe more than two. So
Winning
yeah,
sudden death.
2018, and then 2012, I had to win through sudden death too. At least those 2 years. There might be another one I'm forgetting as well. So,
Maybe.
but 2012, I had to win sudden death through the bottom bracket. In 2018, I had to win sudden death from the top bracket. So we lost the first series in 2018. Yeah. So yeah, that whole 2018 thing was fucking, but it's still like, super solid win. And everybody that was like everybody would question my wins up to that point. Like everybody thought like I was just either stacking teams or I was just more active than other teams or whatever. But like literally 2018, our team like almost didn't even sign up. Like we were so close to not even signing up the damn team. We signed up literally last minute. Because like we didn't know we had activity, like people are just activities was a struggle, and so that was just kind of wild. Like it was definitely not the strongest TMNT roster or year, but we still won, right? And then of course I took my long break. 2022, I only played the first 4 games of that finals as a sub. And had pretty noteworthy performance there, so that was kind of cool, even though that team ended up still losing. And then you have the MIT years where I shit the bed the first year. No, actually, it was I misspoke before. I think that was 2021. Yeah, 2021, I think. And then 2022 was the first MIT year, right? Is that right? I think so. And then I shit the bed hard that year. MIT was still finding its footing. 20 in the next 2 years we win. So that's how I kind of look through the years for me. But
Oh yeah, they're all different colors to them.
yes,
There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, definitely.
I favor them in different ways, but I still favor them.
I try to change it up. I think I am reaching this point now where I do want maybe to use the same team for at least 3 years. I mean, MIT is actually the longest team I've stuck with for any period of time, like 4 years in a row. Like TMNT, we had kind of 4 years, but they weren't in a row.
I mean, it was like what, like you, Dak, HMP at the time.
HMP was missing in 2013, actually. Not part of the first OG TMNT
but like
year.
And then like Ars and Donsky, like, and it seems like those guys like made up like your core team for a stretch there.
Donsky was only in 2018. That's it. It was mostly Ars. Yeah, only 1 year with Donsky. Yep.
But Ars and Eastwind were fixtures.
Ars and Eastwind, yes, and Kruniak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kruniak.
For some reason, I feel like
Kruniak.
Dang, I'm getting left off with TMNT now.
What the heck? Yeah. Well, yeah.
Downgraded, man.
Because we were just talking about 2018, and you bailed, so it is what it is. No, yeah, Asmo for sure, fixture of TMNT for sure. Yeah.
That's you
forgot.
as well, of course.
Yeah. Can't forget.
Just thinking about people not here mostly.
Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, it's interesting to look back on it. But this is the interesting magnifying glass on the time frame and to see what could have been if it not were for a couple of different plays that honestly were real sloppy. If they were played correctly, this whole outcome could have been totally different, and I think everything could have been different.
We've seen several matches like that where like all of Myth history, MWC history would have been totally changed by just a small play here or there, and usually like the last game of the match. That's usually when it happens, right?
Yeah.
So
a lot of these deciding games, like our deciding matches, and especially in like bottom bracket, seem to go to the wire, but makes for great viewing and great to revisit.
Yeah, you're one of you're part of one of the biggest ones we went over, which was the Merc situation that you brought up. You guys win
Oh,
that. MP's eliminated.
Right.
Their whole trajectory, their dynasty looks way different. BIA is like clearly unquestionable dynasty at that point if they go and win
Yeah.
the finals now. So
Right. That's a good
Yep.
point. What, that was 04?
06.
Oh
Yeah,
six.
so they
Okay.
won out of 106. MP won out of with the
Gotcha.
stacked roster.
But honestly, like looking back on it, and I think that happened the way in some sense that they like should have. Like, I look at that buyer roster now, and I look at that NP roster, and it's just like, how are we even competing in some sense in some of these games? Like playing some of the players we were and stuff. It's just like,
I
but
agree.
then again, you look at this match as well, and it's like as we talked about, or point I think I was trying to make earlier on was that like sometimes the team that's in the strongest position is just having like the best 3 players in the match. Like even if you're lower players, the players at the bottom of the roster who aren't necessarily on the level of the players at the bottom of the roster on the other side, if those top 3 players can just carry you far enough, that might be enough. And sometimes it is, and it was for Armageddon. And it could have been for that Baya team, but it just wasn't to be. Merc decided to walk off the flag. Thanks, buddy. It's all good, but
It wasn't as simple in my opinion as him just walking off the
not.
flag, but
it's
yeah.
really not.
But I know what you mean. Yeah, that's what everybody kind of like summarizes it. It was a little more complicated than that, but yeah, it was.
Is.
Yeah.
It is, but it isn't because you.
It is what it is. It still was just Merc, but it was a little more. It was like more to the play that he needed to make than that. But yeah.
Yeah, let's put it that way. Well put. Save some face there.
All right. Well, let's wrap it up there, guys. We can carry this on to the after party if there is one. Hopefully, Dak doesn't show up. Yeah. We'll do another episode again. Looking for some old films if anybody has them. For
Reach out to Asmo. He'll respond immediately.
Yeah.
Probably.
All right. Take it easy, everybody. Until next time.
Peace out.
Yeah, later.